Decathlon Intermediate, section number 1.
Sweat top, last check on blocks.
In lane number 2, John Bass of Middle Tennessee Athletics. In lane 3, Garrett McNeil of Texas. 4, Brody Foster of Tennessee. 5 miles with go. Of Altitude Track Club, Yankee of 252 Elite, Sean Helfrich of Alabama, and Jay Brown of Pennsylvania.
On your marks.
Gary Neal of Texas, 11:25 with 806 points. Jay Brown of Pennsylvania, 11:27 with 801 points. Bass of Middle Tennessee Athletics, 11:32 with 791 points.
Short pop out, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen, once your blocks are set behind the blocks of leads.
199 now, section number 2, 100. John Messina of Decathlon, Virginia County Instructor. Chase Bethel of Andrew County, Home Sporting of Florida. Kathleen Jensen of Instructor. Emily of New Jersey, and Joseph of Workers Instructor Field.
On your marks.
That was Colton Dean, a 1058. Deputy Sharp, that's 956 points. Chase Westbrook, IMG Academy, 1094 for 874 points. Hanson, Leafy Correcto, 1132 for 791 points. Colton Dean of the Stallions Correcto in the overall lead in the Decathlon. Next event in the Decathlon will be the long jump, scheduled to start in 35 minutes. Heptathlon 100-meter hurdle will be the next event on the track. Getting underway at 11:45. After one event, your top 6 in boys decathlon. Ethan is Hanson of the Eagles Stratford with 791 points. Singing victory with 791 points. John Bassett, Middle Tennessee Athletic. And with 810 points. Jay Brown, Pennsylvania. In third place with 860. Gary McNeil of Texas. In second place with 874 points from IMG Academy, Chase Westbrook. And leading the way with 956 points, Colton Dean of the Stallions Correcto.
pass 1, 2, 3.
Lining up now, the Heptathlon 100-meter hurdles. In section number 1, and your score of the Royals, Sam Mancini of Weedron Athletics Club and Avery Miller of Bullseye Running. on the infield, Decathlon long jump. Colton Dean of Stallions Track Club in the lead after one event with 956 points. Chase Blackrock of IMG Academy with 92 points, 874 points. Mancini and Miller getting set in the 100-meter hurdles to get the heptathlon underway.
On your marks.
Mancini out of the blocks well. Mancini starting to pull away. But Sam Mancini of Lebron Athletics. Sam Mancini of the Heptathlon 100 in a time of 15:32. That's good for 800 points. Checking in on the Decathlon long jump, Joseph Pat, Warriors Track and Field Club. Jumps 0.09 meters. That's 19 feet 11 and 3/4 of an inch. Good for 606 points. Lining up now our second section of the heptathlon 100-meter hurdles. Julia de area of Stallions Track Club. Julia Zalaska of IMG Academy. And Sarah Dumas of Franklin Track. Up over the final hurdle and across the line. A 14:37, that's good for 927 points. Goes into a 1.5 meter per second heading. Our third section lining up now. Anakini of Middle Tennessee. Asia Duncan of Bluefield Track Club, and Emily Graham of Chargers Track Club. track club still leading the way with that 14:37. 957 points. Messina of IMG Academy in the lead. 5.9 meters for 565 points. Our final section of the Heptathlon 100-meter hurdle. Alicia Saudi of I-270 track club. Raquel of Georgia. Anna Logan of Massachusetts. Nania Gerther of New York. Our final section of the Decathlon 100-meter hurdle. Inside lane is Felicia Zewi of I-270 track club. We're coming on strong on the outside. Nania Ruther of New York. Nania Ruther, 1470 for 882 points. Felicia Zewi of I-270 track club. 1386 for 860 points. Your current top six, Stargell of Georgia with 838 points. In fifth place with 847 points, Julia Vaslaskaya of IMG Academy. In third place with 860 points, Felicia Sawi of I-270 Track Club. In third place with 863 points, Asia Duncan of Bluefield Track Club. In second place with 882 points, Nania Ruther of New York. And leading the way with 927 points, Sarah Dumas of Frankfurt Track. Girls will be back for the Heptathlon high jump at 12:30. Stone Strokin of Florida with a 6.08 meters. Good for 604 points. Garrett McNeil of Texas. The Decathlon water. 6 meters 76, good for 757 points, moving a total of 1,563 points. Taking over the first place position. Ethan Zansen of Eagles Trek soaring like an eagle into the mid. On his first attempt in Decathlon long jump. Texas that was 6.76 meters, 757 points. On the runway now, that's Julian Vettler of New Jersey. He's for the First Brothers Academy during the year. But now. So big lead for William Vettler. Dean of Stallions track record, an unfortunate battle in his first game. Brody Foster, Tennessee, into the pit.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
Brody Foster with a great jump, 6 meters 54, good for 707 points. Then moves to the third place in standings with 1,384 points.
2 or 19 feet 1 1/4 from his first attempt. John Messina of IMG Academy. .567 from his first attempt. John Bass of Middle Tennessee on the board. John Bass had 791 points from that 100 meter to start the day. He was sitting in 5th place after the 100, had a foul on his first attempt in the long jump. Now waiting for the mark to be measured. 6 meters 49. Six meters 55 for Chase Lathrop of IMG Academy. That 6 meter 55 jump for Chase Lathrop moves him into 2nd place in the standings for the long jump and moves him into 1st place overall, 1,583 points. This is Jay Brown of Pennsylvania. $6.17 for Stone Strokin of Florida. Here's Menke of 2:52 Elite. Our current leader, Garrett McNeil of Texas, on the runway now. Currently sitting with 1,563 points after running 11:25 in the 100. Jumping 6.76 meters, flying down the runway now. Taking off slightly before the board. Warming up on the high jump apron, the girls' heptathlon high jump. $6.17 for Garrett McNeil. That's $6.76, still his best of the day. Ethan Bezanson of Eagles Track Club. $6.41. Best of the day, still $6.53 from his first attempt. William Federer of New Jersey is our top seed coming in. $5.55. Best of the day, still that 5.89 leap from his first attempt. Miles Lipka, of Algonquin Track Club, on the runway now. A big jump for Miles Lipka of Algonquin Track Club. Excuse me, that was Colton Dean of Stallions Track Club. 7 meters 15, good for 850 points. He was our leader from the 100, running 10:58. Now he's our leader from the long jump. 7 meters 15, that's 23 feet, 5.5 inches. Currently sitting at 1,806 points. Shaw Helfrich of Alabama. Five meters 83. It's good for 550 points. Your current top three in the boys decathlon. In third place from Pennsylvania with 1,510 points, Jay Brown. In second place from Texas with 1,563 points, Garrett McNeil. Currently leading the way from Stallions Track Club with 1,806 points, Colton Dean. Colton Dean currently leading by 243 points. Starting in just 15 minutes, our first final of the day, the middle school boys mile run. A big jump for Jay Brown of Pennsylvania. An unfortunate foul. Stone Stroken of Florida. Six meters 15. For Stone Stroken of Florida. Best of the day, that's 6 meters 17. Here's Mankey of 252 Elite. This is Garrett McNeil of Texas. He's already jumped 6 meters 76 today. Good for 757 points. Currently sitting in second place, trailing by 243 points behind Colton Dean. Garrett McNeil of Texas into the pit. Garrett McNeil, 6 meters 55. Best of the day, still that 6 meters 76 from his second attempt. Ethan Bezanson of Eagles Track Club with an unfortunate foul on his third and final attempt. His best of the day will be that 6 meters 53 from his first attempt. Currently sitting in 4th place with 1,495 points. William Federler of New Jersey. Getting ready to jump now. This is Brody Foster of Tennessee. Six meters 38 for Brody Foster. Best of the day, 6 meters 54 from his first attempt. Good for 707 points. Currently in 8th place in the overall standings with 1,384 points. Your current top 6 in the boys decathlon, currently in 6th place with 1,403 points. Sean Messina of IMG Academy, currently in 5th place with 1,486 points. From Middle Tennessee Athletics, John Bass in 4th place with 1,495 points. For Eagles Track Club, Ethan Bezanson in 3rd place with 1,510 points. From Pennsylvania, Jay Brown in 2nd place with 1,563 points. From Texas, Garrett McNeil, and leading the way with 1,806 points for Stallions Track Club, Colton Dean. Doing their final strides, the boys' middle school mile. 6 sections of this final on time. Our sections going fast to fastest here today.
Championship season in full swing here. We bring you the city of brotherly love here on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania at Franklin Field is the 2024 New Balance Nationals outdoor meet right here on runnerspace.com. Alongside former Texas All-American Serenity Douglas, I'm Keenan Gray. And of course, states have finished up, districts, regionals, that's all over with. Championship season in full swing. A lot of these kids ready to get out here and compete. And that's what this year is all about, is getting to this pinnacle of the season and showing what you're made of here on the best stages at the championship level. 81 degrees here, a little bit of winds coming out from the south, so 11 miles per hour here, but nice, calm, breezy day here in Philadelphia. So, Randy, like I said, this is an important season for a lot of these kids and just getting after to show what they can showcase throughout the entire season as we get going here with the boys mile. This is the middle school portion. It's the first section of the day, and we'll have 6 sections as we look at our start list on the left-hand side of your screen and the athletes competing. But to go back to that point, Serenity, it's championship season. Everybody trying to find their best way to get here, and a lot of it is a culmination of what they've done during the off season and to what they've done now.
Absolutely, Keenan. You know, athletes can no longer say that it is early. We are now in mid-June, and I'm really excited for the races that they have today. And we're at the home of Relay. That has to mean something. I mean, the stadium is beautiful. The weather looks great. Little wind, so perfect for them.
You see out front early on, Luke Janke from Florida leading the pack. I beg your pardon, that's actually Patrick Youngs from New Hampshire. Single filed here now as we've gone through 600 meters. The 8 boys trying to create separations from themselves from the 9 that are competing in this race. They then make their single file down into the home straightaway. Meet record in this event, 4:34, set back last year by Rowan Carr for Dyko United Track Club.
It'll be interesting to see if we see that come down today. Hopefully we love to see some record. So these events, these finals will actually go from slowest to fastest as the heats go on.
So they head down the backstretch now. See Corlew representing the state of Michigan, Mooney in second. So those three began to separate themselves from the chase pack. Up now to 500 meters to go. And one of the interesting things about this race when you're running the mile here at the Penn Relays, you're not running on the inside, you're actually running in lane 4. So it's a different perspective on how these athletes, not necessarily how they approach the race, but it's different from where they start and then obviously when the finish line is at. But again, they're running on the inside in lane 4 on the rails. Not as similar as you would have in lane 1, but different perspective.
For sure, a different perspective. Maybe swim a little bit more. Hopefully a lot of these athletes got a chance to come out to the track before today to see the way it works so that they're not caught off guard at all.
Luke Janke now creating separation, or excuse me, that is Carlu. Grant Carlu went through 3:38 at 3/4 through the way of the race. It's 200 meters to go now for Carlu, creating separation from the rest of the pack. About 30 meters separate Carlu in the chase field. He's all by himself now here to get things going on day 1 of competition at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. And hits the tape there. In 4:48.18 for the young man from Michigan, Jack Mooney in second from Connecticut, 4:52.39. Then Charlie Magnum of North Durham in 4:52.45 out of North Carolina. But it's Grant Carlu with the early win to kick off day 1 here at Franklin Field.
And you know, I have to say, I was surprised by Luke Janke there. He came in with a 1500, 4 minutes and 32 seconds. He has a 1600 PR of 5:04. But Grant Carlu, he just commanded the lead from the very beginning.
So looking at section 2 now here for the middle school boys. Model list on your side of your screen. Nolan O'Connor, Zion Kintari, Jeremiah Shepard, Kieran Davidson, Colin Ritter, Ibrahim Rasul, Landon Rosinski, Braden Malcolm, Augie Coley, Oscar Gooden, and Dominic Laurel. The time to beat after section 1 is 4:48.18, and that meet record set back last year by Rowan Carr, 4:33.56. And as these races progress, it goes from slow to fast. So we'll expect these times to get faster. Presumably this one should be around maybe 4:45, 4:46 or so. But as soon as we get to that last heat, definitely we'll be seeing times in the 4:30 range.
Something interesting about Zion Kintari wearing hip number 2. He actually ran a 5K back in January with some adults ranging from 24 to 54 years old. And he got 4th place, and he was only 13 years old at the time. He's out of Ithaca, New York. But it just speaks to the experience of these young athletes. Not scared of anything.
So Kintari with the range that he has, obviously running 5,000, now dropping down to 1 mile. He'll be challenged by Nolan O'Connor from Portland of Connecticut. Lifetime best 4:49 in the 16 as we're underway here in section 2. And out of the gun strong as Jeremiah Shepard of Young Achiever, the 8th grader. Trying to set the tone here early on for the first 200 meters, around 33 seconds, so a relatively quick pace to get things going here in section 2.
It's always pretty interesting to see some of these young athletes' strategy to the mile. Are you going to take it out really hard, or are you going to stay with the pack and just pace it? But Jeremiah Shepard, he wants to go ahead and get it out early. He does not want to get tripped up in that crowd right behind him.
And about 5, maybe 10 meters or so separating Shepard and the rest of the field as they go through 440 yards, around 68 seconds or so for Jeremiah Shepard, 68:20 for the 8th grader. Then Zion Kintari, we mentioned from Ithaca, New York, 70.56 right there in second.
Zion Kintari of Finger Lakes running.
Perhaps the early start for Shepard is starting to worry on him a little bit, starting to slow down here as the pack is now catching up to him and reel him in right there onto the backstretch.
Zion Kintari is just keeping Jeremiah Shepard in his vision. I always see the distance runner looking down at the shoes to kind of pace out a little bit.
Shepard being pressed now by the field. And now will lose his lead for the first time in this race
1:39
as they head into the halfway point here.
7 athletes now over 1:39.
Kieran Davidson of Adriac Runners. That's Kieran Davidson right there in second. Oscar Gooden, 2:26.23 at the halfway point.
Jackson's making his move.
Zion Kintari is just using his height to his advantage. He's one of the tallest in the field there. I see a couple other ones pretty tall, but he is just leading this pack. And he looks very calm, cool, and collected as well. He does not look to be stressed. He knows his pace. Seems like he knows what he's doing as well.
Tari Davidson battling here as they're shoulder to shoulder with one another. Shepard well back there after having to lead early on as they head into the penultimate straightaway. As Davidson and Kintari continue to trade leads back and forth. Kintari back into lead as we come to the bell lap now. Our closest battle, but the chase pack reeling them in as well. As it's less than 440 yards to go now for Kintari and Davidson, but don't look back. The rest of the field is hunting them down. Into the backstretch we go now. Kintari, Davidson, Oscar Gooden, Landon Brzezinski just in that mix as well. And that's Ibrahim Raskool in third position. Dominic Laurel moving on to the outside as well. Laurel and Rasul responding as they head into the last 100 meters. Kintari pulling away here as they head into the home straightaway now. The after jets turn on now for Kintari. And it's Zion Kintari, 4:49.61, not faster than the first section, but closes in 67.13, the 8th grader representing Finger Lakes running.
Now that kick by Qatari, you could tell that he had that saving up in the tank the whole time. He put his head down and started pumping his arms just like a sprinter. I'm sure his coach was probably going to say, you know, you could have done that the whole time. You could have taken it out a little bit faster. You have so much left in the tank, and he was just saving it for that last 100 meters. And you can see Qatari right there in the green and blue.
There you see the results populated on your screen on the left side of your screen. And one thing I would like to point out is seeing these athletes actually race this one very conservatively. You see it a lot at the collegiate and pro level where they're running this based on strategic. That was a strategized race that Qatari was able to put out there. It was a relatively comfortable race from the start, but was able to close 67 that last lap. So there was definitely some strategy involved in that last 440 yards.
Absolutely. Comfortable and uncomfortable with Davidson just on his heel the whole time. They were switching positions there, but he stayed very relaxed because he knew exactly the type of foot speed that he had.
Halfway through the section 3 of 6, you see the athletes and their hip assignments.
On the track now.
As it will be 11 racers here in section 3. We'll see Hayden Snavely of Cedar Crest Falcons, Calvin Wilbin of Virginia, Eli Aiken of Maryland, Trip Martin without Limits Triangle, Seth Kugel from Catlin Gable, Derek Lockstitch from Bullseye Running, Cody Lamb from Michigan, Luke Turvich of South Carolina, also from South Carolina, Sammy Jude, Evan Phillips of New York, and then Ryder Mold of Minnesota.
Staying pretty even here as they're coming around the first curve of the 200. They're staying in that pack, really bouncy and keeping it pretty relaxed here.
So far, we've seen two different races between sections 1 and 2. We've seen one that's gone out relatively quick and then one that's gone out relatively conservatively. This one seems to be going out quick as well, as they've hit 440 yards, just around 69, 70 seconds or so. And it's 69:30 for Calvin Wilbin of Virginia with the early lead.
He came across in the 400 first, but it's still pretty tough to see. But he's on that outside, which can be it can be a comfortable place to be, because being in the inside and being on that rail can get pretty dangerous, but also you're kind of running longer. I've heard a lot of distance runners say, you know, pushing it out all the way in lane 2 there, especially as he's on the outside lane of it, it can be pretty tiring, but I'm sure he just does not want to get caught up, spiked or anything, any elbows. So he's just going to stay on that outside lane there.
After running 69:30, Wilbin, Aiken, Snavely settling down here, reaching 880 yards. And the time to beat 4:48.18 from that first section by Grant Corlew. They're right on pace with the time. They've gone through 880 yards at around 2:21. So this group looking at around 4:43, 4:44 for the true mile.
And that's Eli Aitken from Maryland in the inside of Calvin Wilbon there.
Four trying to separate themselves here on the backstretch. That's Lockstitch now into the lead for the first time. Up onto 600 meters remaining. Lockstitch, Wilbon, Aiken, and Snavely. Going through that penultimate 100 meters before that final lap, as you hear the bell now. And the kick started from about 500 meters out for Lockdish, 3:32.27. That was a 70.59. And now just being passed by is Eli Aiken, you mentioned, has looked really relaxed throughout this entire race and now is turning on the jets here heading into the backstretch.
Pretty gutsy last 300 from Derek Locktish. Seems to be a smaller runner there, but he's pretty bold. But Eli Aitken is just chilling up there in the front. Looks like they're getting a little bit of a headwind on that backstretch, which is definitely not ideal for the distance runners.
Lockdish trying to fight back here with 200 to go as Aitken continues to look over his shoulder. Just 5 meters separate the two as they head into the last 150 meters. Lockdish going to the arms, trying to hang on and close the gap, but Aitken into the home straightaway all by himself. And we will have a new first place time of the day between these three sections, and it belongs to Eli Aiken of Maryland. And almost a sub 4:40 effort, 4:41.59 for the 8th grader from Maryland.
And Eli really gave it everything he had in that last 50. And he's paying for it a little bit there, but how can you not? That was a fast time, very fast run for him. You should be pretty pleased with that.
Closed that last 440 yards in 68.61, his fastest split. So went out really hard the first lap in 69.37, but managed to close his last lap in the fastest split of the day. And it took from a come-from-behind effort to get the job done here in Section 3 as Aiken moves up into first now through 3 sections through the halfway point here of this boys' middle school mile.
And it seems like he knew what he wanted to do from the very beginning. He was right there with the front of the pack the whole time. He did not let up. It was a pretty uncomfortable position for him being in the inside of the lane, but he stayed consistent, didn't get boxed in, and he ran his race as well.
A much larger field here for Section 4. And we go from slow to fast, so we're going to see the paces ramp up here over these next few races as it's Section 4. And we have a fall down, so everyone will head back to the start line once again. And we'll have another start. And with that many athletes so congested, and this is where it kind of is a little bit of a disadvantage with how the track is situated, with the alley being so on the outside for 4. You don't necessarily use the inside. So
Actually, like this, there's 16 athletes in this heat. They're all jumbled up. There's also nerves on the line, as long as with spikes. So it can be pretty tough to want to claim your position, but at the same time not get tripped up like what just happened.
I know yourself are not a distance runner, never had to deal with something like that, at least from a cross-country race perspective. So it's a different thing than just starting in your own lane and going from one straight to the other. We get things going here for Section 4 of this middle school boys mile, and almost another tumble there. Again, that railing has kind of been, for a lot of these kids, they don't have railings at their track, so it's a new thing they get to experience. And you can kind of see the railing a little bit here at Franklin Field, a little jagged there on the backstretch. Needless to say, though, that these kids are finding their way and found good position so far.
I mean, and it's races like this here at New Balance Nationals, outdoors, that prepare them for collegiate races, high school races, this stage right here.
Early leader Caleb Tripaldi from New York, just right up the road here from Pennsylvania. And just expected, the pace is faster, 64.77 through the first quarter mile. And a little under 3 seconds ahead of Giovanni Pinacca. who's starting to close the gap on Tripaldi as we've hit the backstretch now through the first lap and a quarter.
And Caleb Tripaldi is out of New York, so he didn't have to travel too far for this. He has some foot speed as well. He has a 209 PR in the 800. 1600, he goes 442. So we're definitely going to keep our eye on him as well.
Owen Thomas as well. He's in the mix in that second pack from the Cleveland Running Club out of Ohio. Lifetime best in the 1600, 442. He's also ran the steeplechase this season. The spotlight so far on Tripaldi and Desmond Hill of New York. So two New York athletes going after it here. And perhaps are a taste of what we could see the next 4 years when they reach the high school level. About 2:15 or so for that 880 yards. Looking at about 4:31, 4:32. They're right on meet record pace. We'll see if it lasts here with less than 2 laps remaining.
And with first glance, you think that with the pressure that Tripaldi is getting from Hill there, that it would stress him out. But it kind of gives you a running partner. A lot of distance runners are used to running in packs for practice. Even at meets as well, they have a lot of their teammates in their meets, but they're feeding off of each other as they're coming around. From New York took the lead.
As Desmond Hill taking the lead for the first time, just ahead of Tripaldi. As we're coming up to the bell lap now, Hill trying to put a gap between him and his competitor from New York. As it's right at the bell lap. 3:27.54, 72.29. The record pace is on. Again, that time is 4:33.56. Hill would need to run a 66-second last lap or faster to take that top spot, and he is turning on the jets here as we head down to the home straightaway.
Desmond. Does not look like he's giving it back anytime soon as he's heading down that backstretch.
What separation Desmond Hill has created here over the last 5. Turned into the final straightaway one last time as they go to the arms. Smith creating separation from Ja. As will be Gordon Smith, and it close to a meet record time, 4:33.88. Just 0.3 of a second off of Rowan Carr's meet record of 4:33.53. But what an outstanding race in the end. 65.86 closing speed. It was able to withstand his own after Ja kept trading leads back and forth with him.
Smith looked great that last 4:38 is saying something for him for sure. He should be pretty satisfied with that run.
Satisfied he is. 4:33.88 moves him into first position with one more section remaining. This will be our top seeded section coming up next. Feature a pair of athletes that have stood out in their respective states, including John Tyndall of New Jersey, and then William Van Etten III for the Lakeland Track Club. And Tyndall, of course, the only athlete in this field with a sub 4:20 effort in the 1600.
Another pretty stacked field. Section 6 of 6. William Van Eaton III from Lakeland Track Club. He got 6th last year in this, running 4:45. So, of course, he's going to be hoping to get first this year, walk away with the gold.
So our 6th and final section runs now. Time to beat 4:33.88 by Smith from section 5. Biggest field so far we've seen between our 6 sections. It's Isaac Smith of Creek Freaks Track Club out of Indiana with the early lead. It's a single file here. Through 40 yards, and even through the fast section, we've seen 70.89, so a lot slower than we saw from the last 2 sections on their first laps. Again, playing it safe here, trying to see who responds, and perhaps a strategic type of racing here in this 6th section.
And to be racing on a level like this, at the home of relays, I also ran at New Balance Nationals outdoors back when it was hosted in North Carolina. It's great exposure. These athletes come from all over the country. We've seen them coming from Florida. We even heard it in Alabama, Keenan. So to step out of your state a little bit and get this type of competition, you only get it right here. I mean, it's the fastest place on the planet. And what a stadium for these young athletes to be running at.
For a lot of them, their first time racing at Franklin Field, and hopefully not the last time as well. And a lot of them someday want to run at the collegiate level and perhaps run at the Penn Relays and get the experience of what that's like to not only run it with great collegiate athletes, but also in front of the Jamaican contingent. And a fall just happened back there. About 7th or 8th place. Not able to see who that was. The race continues on though, so a little bit of chaos, a little slower lap, around 78.5 seconds. At the halfway mark, you see Colton Watson out of Indiana Owings of Virginia House of Speed. A lot of racers still in this one. We're coming up with 1.5 laps remaining. Colton Watson trying to set the tone here heading into the last lap. Single file in that first 4 up front. The chase pack tries to reel them in. Watson, this is Rural Newberry taking over the lead for the first time. Representing I'm Better Than That.
Love that.
Newberry, Watson, Shields. Into the backstretch they go now. Fighting that strong headwind. And trying to dip under that time of 4:33.88. Just surpassing 4 minutes now. It is less than 200 to go. With 3 racers still in this one. Moving up from 3rd right now is Shields. On the outside of Watson, but maybe lost some ground there. Watson looking to swing on the outside. Newberry into the lead by himself. And it'll be Rural Newberry pulling away in the end. And it's 4:33.59. 0.03 off the meet record today for Rural Newberry. but he'll take the overall win out of Section 6, 4:33.64, and closes in a miraculous 63.01 on that last 440 yards.
I don't even know if he's pleased with that run. He seemed so cool, calm, and collected when they handed him the tape. But we have to give a shout out to that club name. I'm better than that. That's why I'm seeing something like I actually really love that.
Well, after racing the first 880 yards in 2:23, he definitely told himself, I am better than that, and then closed that last half of the race in 2:09 to get the win in 4:33.64. As it switched there, so just 0.06 off the meet record. As Rule Newberry, then Gordon Smith, Colton Watson. You see all the racers under 440, 8 of them from Section 6. Fun racing all around. We're just getting started here, of course, on day one of competition here at New Balance Nationals Outdoors. Alongside the former Texas All-American Serenity Douglas, Keenan Gray here. Start now of the girls' middle school mile. Be the first of 6 sections. And just 8 racers in this first section. And slow to fast. Meet record in this event, 5:01.5. Also set last year at this meet by Caitlin Estep from Without Limits. Yeah, look now at our early leader, Danica Kozier of Gilderland Track Club. And Harper Teleska on the outside in lane 5. About 78.64. On that first lap by Kozier. Teleska now in the lead for the first time, representing the Speed Skills. Teleska. Come up under the halfway mark. Pretty even splits through the first 2 laps. Another 78 seconds. This one's 79.31 for Teleska. I think that's Cassidy Thompson of Cleveland Heights in second position. Elena Garlapow, Aria Boshin, and Talia Kirsch in third, fourth, and fifth.
And the Heptathlon high jump bar now is 1 meter. 54, that's 5 feet and a half in.
Talia Kirsch trying to close the gap on our current top 2 leaders. Just 1.5 laps remaining. in our first section of the girls' middle school mile.
Maintaining that lead.
No change of position as we head into the final lap. Teleska, Thompson, Kirsch in third.
Moving well. Dr. Telesco's speed skills trying to close up a little bit of a gap here.
81-81 for Teleska as she begins to pull away from Thompson here on the bell lap.
Dr. Telesco. 1 second lead.
Ten meters now separating our top two racers as they head into the backstretch. Teleska, Thompson. And now moving up into third, just ahead of Kirsch, is Elena Garlapow out of New York. Less than 200 to go for Teleska. Garlapow into second and is running down Teleska here from fourth to second. And now into first around Teleska is Garlapow. Teleska trying to respond back and is doing so with the arms on the outside in 5. Garlapow will be Elena Garlapow across the line first, 5:19.27. For the 8th grader out of New York. Closed that last lap 74.84. It was in 4th place into the bell lap. And managed to close strong there over the final 440 yards and catch Harper Teleska in the end. Elena Garlapow, 5:19.27. is finishing slightly ahead of Teleska in 5:19.96. And then Cassidy Thompson, 5:24.38 for third. There you see the results populated on your screen. Kirsch in fourth, 5:26.18. And then Aria Boshin rounding out the top 5 in 5:27.18. Section 2 of the girls' middle school mile. Again, a small field, only 9 racers. Top athlete, keep an eye out for Hannah Delaney out of New York, has a lifetime best in the 1500, 5:04. Early statement set here. They've hit the backstretch. You see Ayad Bendelli of High Level Track Club right here in Pennsylvania. Lifetime best in the indoor mile, 5:49.19. Bendelli all by herself early on here on this first lap.
And I'm sure Bendelli, straight out of Philly, is feeling pretty confident. I guess you could call this her home track as well, when you only have to go right down the street to have a race.
It's nice to wake up in your own bed and not have to worry about going from a hotel to the track. As Bandelli goes through the first lap here, trying to defend home turf. Right around 84, 83 seconds or so. That early lead has shrunk down a bit here as she's hit the backstretch about 30 meters or so from the start as she got out strong.
That's what you're best at. Hey, well, you know what? You might be best at the moment.
But it's since slowed down a little bit and perhaps about 20, 25 meters or so.
And you see the rotation of her arms, kind of like she's cycling. Whatever gets you through 4 laps, okay?
She's utilizing a lot of energy just doing that. Just needs to stay relaxed and lower those arms and she'll be just fine. Again, a lot of these athletes are new to this distance running thing. They're just learning how to go about the races, what their form should look like, how they should race races. It's a learning process. And again, this is a championship race, but for some of these athletes, this might be their first time racing this outdoor season. And they just made it in based on qualifying time.
I mean, and that's what I love about middle school races, even the freshman division that we have coming up as well. They're just so new, they're so green, but they run with a lot of experience that they didn't have before. But, you know, the sky's the limit for them.
I'm always curious to know, especially in your case, obviously being a former All-American at the University of Texas, what was your drive to get things going here in the sport of track and field? Was it your parents? Was it somebody that you saw at school? What for you was the driving factor to start track?
You know, Keenan, I'm glad you asked. My mom told me I could not sit around on her couch all summer long. That was my motivation. And then eventually my motivation became getting a funnel cake when I was done running. And then, you know, it just switches as you get older.
To this day, I'm okay with eating a funnel cake and still being happy with myself, even if I have to sit on the couch all day. It's perfectly okay. And I'm sure you probably treated yourself to a funnel cake after every time you were named an All-American at Texas.
I did. I definitely did. It was always really tough, though, because I also ran the 4x4. And the funnel cake stand would be done by the time I was done. And I think my mom always knew that. So she'll say, yeah, you can get a funnel cake or you can get the icy that used to come to the track meets. But she knew that they were always going to pack up before anyway.
Vivian Dupre of Waltham Track taking the last lap here into the lead. 4:08, 83:27 at the bell lap. Avery Whitaker right on her heels. About a stride's length, actually, as they hit the backstretch now. We saw our early leader, Bandelli, fall right back there into 6th position. Time to beat 5:19.27. And based on how fast this generation has been running this year, could we see a sub-5 performance today here in the middle school races? It would be the first in meet history, too. As it's Whitaker into the lead now with less than 150 to go. He drives the arms and drives the legs here into the home stretch now. Representing Finger Lakes Running. As it's all Avery Whitaker in the end. As she takes section 2, 5:25.23, 76.65 on that last quarter mile.
And it seems like Finger Lakes Running is known for that kick at the end. They have lots of stamina, but they also have that foot speed as well.
5:25.23, Whitaker again, your winner of section 2. Finger Lakes Running. We're seeing all sorts of different names and interesting ones that these clubs and these organizations come up with. We saw one in that earlier heat in the boys section, I'm drawing a blank now. I can't even remember what it was called. It was Do Better Than Myself or something along
I'm
those
better
lines.
than that. Something like that. I loved it.
I'm better than that. You got Finger Lakes running. Just the creativity you see from these coaches, or maybe if it's the athletes, they probably like, you know what? Let's have you guys decide what our name's going to be. We're going to draw it out of a hat, or we're going to just go based on votes. And by no surprise, I wouldn't be surprised that the middle schoolers would come up with these creative names.
I mean, past a certain point, you kind of run out of choices. There's only so many things you could do with speed.
Well, do you remember what club you were a part of, if you were part of one when you were growing up?
Yes. So I was a part of a club out of Atlanta, Georgia called Rate of Motion. So it was kind of like the Rate of Motion, like lightning. And then we switched it over to Tachyon because I think Tachyon is like the official name of like the speed of light. So they got pretty creative as well.
Looking at section 3. We'll have a quick start through the first 100 meters. All these girls trying to find good positioning here for these 4 laps. And the one setting the tone early on as we've hit the backstretch. That's Nora Schmidt out of Maine, the 7th grader. We have Schmidt, Larson. Or excuse me, Lassen. L. Lassen out of Texas. Then Ella Williams from Lane 4 Track Club, and Eden Soloranzo from Speed Skills. 66.44 through the first lap.
And it looks like they've been getting a little bit of wind on that backstretch. It doesn't look too crazy right now, but definitely not ideal. But Nora Schmidt has just taken it out, and she is commanding that lead, but she definitely has some pressure to her outside from Williams.
Sometimes the wind plays in favor of sprinters like yourselves, but for distance runners, it's a little bit of a challenge when you have to go at least in mile race 4 times around. But then you make up for it on the backstretch, or on the home straightaway or the backstretch when the wind is at your back. So it's like you're playing a lot of games there. It's cat and mouse basically when you're running with the headwind and the tailwind in these distance races.
Absolutely. And Ella Williams has taken the leading position now. She looks cool as a cucumber with the shades out there in the front.
Ella Williams, been representing Lane 4 Track Club. She's ahead of Schmidt and Lassen. 2:37.93 at the halfway point. Schmidt remains in contact. Lassen still within range. Sitting there in 3rd, but coming up right behind her in 4th is Eden Soloranzo. Excuse me, Solorzano for Speed Skills.
And like you were saying before, we're at the point of the season where we're in mid-June. You know, this is championship season for them. We hear that pros talk about all the time. Well, it's still early, but for these kids, it's not. We're pretty deep into summer track now. So running at a meet like this is definitely going to set them up for the rest of their summer stint that they have.
80.5 on that last lap as Williams tries to go the arms and legs here into the back stretch. Schmidt still remaining in position. Still in contact with the lane 4 track club athlete. As they head around the bend one last time. As Williams has grown that lead now to 10 meters. As Williams leaning forward, letting momentum carry her to the finish line. As she can see it within her sight. And the spotlight not too bright, especially with the sunglasses on as she crosses the line. 5:15.35 to get the win there in section 3. Schmidt 5:16.67. Trying to channel her inner Ruth White, one of the top high schoolers in the state of Maine, and try to close hard there that last 100 meters. Then Eden Sorzano, who sat in 4th, onto the backstretch, made up ground and finished 3rd in 5:23.49. There you see Williams, our winner of section 3, 5:15.35. So she moves into 1st overall with 3 sections remaining.
Seems like the stands are filling up now here at Franklin Field Stadium. It's not too early for them. We're now in the early afternoon part.
Section 4. Athletes in their hip assignments. You sense a lot of nervousness out there on the track, especially, and you see this because the officials, every time before the race even starts, a lot of these athletes, they're either shaking when they're standing right there or their foot is across that white line, and so they have to bring them all back up. They're like, hey guys, you can't do that. If you do, we have to start things over again. So like I said, I can sense there's a lot of nerves for a lot of these girls running.
And how can there not be? Running at a stadium like this, I mean, it's New Balance Nationals outdoors, all the excitement of it. I saw the bags that they released. The bags look great. I know the atmosphere is always great. I'm hearing some of the music over the broadcast as well. So it's a little nerve-wracking, and just listening to the officials, they're saying so many instructions, and all you're thinking about is your pace and how to not trip.
You recall the time when you ran at New Balance Outdoors Nationals and the first time that you ever competed on the national stage as a high schooler. What was that feeling like?
I was shaking, actually. They put me in lane 8, and I was all the way on the outside, just a little girl from Georgia running against athletes from just everywhere. Some of the athletes I can recall in the race was Kendall Williams, who's now an Olympian. So I was very nervous back then. And New Balance Nationals, the energy is always so great. The music is playing, but all I could think about was how I am just so nervous. And I'm like, if anybody notices if I just run off the track, just step off to the right.
Grace Love there for the first lap, a hot pace of 71.99. Anybody doing math out there, that's about 4:44 pace, which we don't expect to stay on that pace. But and we've seen crazier things here at national meets like this, and athletes bringing their best effort on and trying to peak at the right time of year. And I think a lot of those coaches, they want to preach that for their athletes, because every kid wants to run fast early on in the season, and they see the results and are like, why didn't I run the fast time? Like, the workouts are telling me this. Well, there's a process. There's always a process involved. And their coaches always remind them, we want you to peak at this time of year. And I'm sure you've had coaches like Coach Flo when you were at the University of Texas tell you, like, yeah, this is a good time to run right now, but we want you to run this at the end of the season.
Absolutely. But it's kind of hard when you're in the thick of it. Like, I want to win every single race. I want to PR and break records every single race. But like you said, it is definitely, you are playing the long game, which is exactly what Grace Love is doing, just out there in the front. She's used to winning. She's done great at AAU, Junior Olympics, in the 1500. So she seems pretty comfortable in the front.
No surprise, 82.51 on that last lap, so 11 seconds slower than what we saw from that hot start on the first quarter mile. Is Love, Peyton Barger, Celia Vaughn, and Safio Ellis all single file, but we see Ellis now make a move here onto the outside and challenge Love here into the backstretch.
Safa Ellis moving into the lead. Safa Ellis known for her monster kick.
Safa Ellis moves into the lead for the first time on the penultimate lap.
And speaking of athletes with experience, Safa Ellis, she's known for her kick. She also ran New Balance Nationals indoors, so she's very used to the party of the race.
Ellis, now Vaughn moving out on the inside right along the rail. From Colorado, the state of Colorado's had a phenomenal year, at least at the high school level. Addie Ritzenheim, Bethany Mahalik. And perhaps this is the next generation of Colorado athletes that are up and coming. You're seeing Kalia Vaughn, the 8th grader, takes over the lead. Our third lead change in this race as they hit the backstretch.
These girls are fighting for this win. They know that they have to have stats because this is in the heat in Wester. You want your
opening up the stride, and a huge lead created by Vaughn here with less than 150 to go now. As she heads into the final straightaway, it's been all Vaughn from that bell lap, as the rest of the field chases her down. A dominating last 440 yards for Kalia Vaughn of Colorado. Great finish at the end right there for Kalia Vaughn. In fact, the daughter of former American middle distance runner Sarah Vaughn ran at the World Championships, and former Colorado Buffalo as well.
And to just come from a family like that.
I was going to say, safe to say the genes are right there for her.
Absolutely. Sarah Vaughn, she's a mom of 4, has a PR of 4:21 in the mile. Obviously, we would love to see that from Kalia one day. But just seeing the way she encourages all of her children to run is pretty inspirational to see, for sure.
Seeing the next generation of athletes who their parents were stars back in their day. Of course, one of them being in the state of Colorado, Addie Ritzenhein. Her dad, Dathan Ritzenhein, the coach of On Athletics, and was an American great when he was in his prime. Lots of star-studded athletes passing on their genes to the next generation and seeing their kids flourish here on their own stage. It's Section 5 now gets going. One more section remains after this one. Callie Vaughn moves into the lead now with that time of 5:10:12. You see Section 5 athletes and the names to your left.
And keep your eye on Sawyer Nicholson from Durham Dragon Athletics. Now, it's not Durham, North Carolina. It's actually Toronto, Canada. And at 11 years old, she set a new world record for the fastest 5K marathon for an 11-year-old with a time of 17:28. You know, we're talking about how young they are, but let's talk about experience. Even when we were just speaking about Callie Vaughn, this becomes their passion just by default. Similar to Sawyer Nicholson, she spoke about how she started running just during COVID. When she was 7 years old, she started off playing soccer though. So really interesting to see how she's just transitioned that same competitiveness over to track and field.
A lot of the star track athletes we have today have at some point have played soccer. The one that comes to mind, Mia Brahe Pedersen, was a standout soccer player when she was growing up, and of course now flourishing in the high school stage, and hasn't had her season that she's wanted. Been battling injuries all season, but the University of Southern California is getting a great athlete. And obviously last year we saw her compete in the trials for the world team last year in the finals and held her own, finishing well and being in both finals, actually in the 100 and the 200.
And you can see Sawyer Nicholson, she's the smallest one, and she usually is the smallest one. She's beaten adults. She was running in Boston a month ago. She ran 18:08. She usually does things like 5K and marathons, but she can come down to the mile as well. I know she's definitely not in the position that she wants to be in right now, looking like she's getting boxed in, but she just loves to run and she loves to compete. And she's just gonna sit on the tail right there of Naomi Sheasley.
Nicholson surrounded by all the 8th graders. Of course, she's a 7th grader. She's boxed in with now 2 laps remaining. There's 73:34 in that first lap by Sheasley from the state of Ohio. As she starts to create some separation in the second pack, and Nicholson stepping on the inside, a little bit of movement back there. It's 2:31.82 for Sheasley at the halfway point.
And like you mentioned earlier, some of these athletes may be used to a rail, some may not. And Nicholson, she ended up getting tripped up with the rail a little bit. She's moved back to 5th position. A lot of them are used to just running on trails or just tracks that don't have, you know, their rail all the way in lane 4 as well.
Sheasley, Santee, Abarici, Lana, Nicholson there in 5th, the 7th grader, trying to hang with the 8th graders. So they come through now into the bell lap. It's Sheasley and Santee shoulder to shoulder with each other. Santee to the lead now for the first time. Just slightly ahead of Sheasley now if we hit the back stretch. Sheasley trying to respond back to Santee's move at the bell lap as Santee takes a look over her right shoulder, looks at the clock. She sees Sheasley on her inside, trying to position herself and hold off here into the closing stretch.
Ladies and accelerating around the final turn.
Another look over left shoulder. As she looks around, and it's about 5 meters separating the two as they hit the final straightaway.
She's still accelerating.
And a move from the bell lap pays off. It will be Melina Santi from Tailwind finishing in 5:06.76. She moves into first, not only after winning Section 5, but overall with one more section remaining.
And we were speaking of these track club names. I think I'm going to add one to my favorites here with Tailwind. Melina Santi representing Tailwind Track Club. That was a great run from her with 5:06.76.
Especially after battling a tough headwind on the backstretch, was able to use that tailwind and prevail in the end, taking that win in that Section 5. There you see the results. Santi with the win, 5:06.76. Sheasley now moves to second overall after finishing second in that Section 5:07.45. Then Colby McCollum almost under 5:10 as well. She finishes third and then fourth overall. As the sixth and final section now out onto the track. And that meet record time remains at 5:01.5. Perhaps a couple of athletes within striking distance of that one. Julia Kelly, born right here in Philadelphia. Lifetime best in the 1600, 5:47. There's also Sydney Johnson from St. John's, Florida. Lifetime best in the mile, 5:02. Unlike our first 5 sections, this one is starting to set the tone from the beginning. It's Hosty with the early advantage. You look at the clock right there, just around 71, 72 seconds. It'll be about 74 seconds or so. About 440 yards to that first lap.
And of course the goal is to see a sub 5-minute mile here, which is definitely possible at a meet like this. We see athletes PR all the time, become the #1 in their state as well.
The only thing standing in their way is this headwind on the backstretch, and the wind keeps picking up here at Franklin Field. So they're all bunched up here, which is smart by all of them. Just remain in contact with one another and let whoever's out front do all the work. And then wait patiently to make that move the last 600, 500 meters or so. That first lap was 74:36. Again, as you heard, sub 5-minute pace. A lot of moving around here on this home straightaway. All racers still within winning. It's Remy Lotta, Sydney Johnson, 2:33.22 at the 800. Perhaps
Sydney
she's
Johnson
had
traveled from St. John's, Florida.
As I said on the last lap, someone had to have enough, and it seems like Sydney Johnson with the move here with 600 to go. Could it be too early? As you see the rest of the field hunt her down. Johnson all by herself with 9 other girls right there, single file, here on the penultimate 100 meters. Time to beat 5:06.76 by Tailwinds Melina Santi. And it's 3:48 at the bell lap. 3:49.13 for Johnson, 75.92. After opening up in a 74.84. He goes to the arms now as we hit the backstretch.
Now, Sydney Johnson, she's known for usually making late strides, but she has taken this one out pretty hard and relying on her speed to finish the rest. And she's usually very analytical with her races as well. You see the watch on her right wrist, but she has said to just go off of the way she feels, which is what a lot of distance runners do. You will see some of them taking peeks at their watch, not really sure about it on this level, so they're just going to go off of feelings only. You see her peeking over her left shoulder there.
One last look over her shoulder as we look at the clock. She's hit the home straightaway now, but the field is chasing her down here in the last straightaway. That's Alexandra Scapatici of Michigan trying to run down Johnson. Could we see our sub 5-minute mile? Will be close. It's not sub 5, but it is an overall win for Sydney Johnson. 5:02.60, 73.47 on that last 440 yards.
And her first time at New Balance Nationals is a win. 5:02.60. Julia Kelly of Pennsylvania.
She nearly matches her personal best there. She's really happy with the win. I mean, traveling all the way from Florida, it could be taxing on the athlete, but we have to keep in mind that these athletes are young. They're just going with the vibes here, Keenan.
Sydney Johnson, our overall champion of the middle school girls mile, running 5:02.60 and closing in 73.47. Alexandra Scapatici, 5:04.38, settles for second overall. And Julia Kelly, right here in Pennsylvania, 5:04.90 for third. And see their top 4 racers, and also the top 4 overall times out of Section 6. Johnson, your champion of the middle school girls mile.
Lining up now, the freshman 1 mile. Section 1.
See those results swinging right now from the middle school mile. Sydney Johnson got the win with 5:02.60. Looks like she's talking to possibly her coach there. At this level, sometimes their coach is their dad as well. But we're moving on to the freshman boys mile here at Franklin Field Stadium. You can see the start list, section 5 right there. We have Boston Schaefer, Alex Watts, Arunav Sarkar, Preston Neal, Sam Forjohn, McHugh, Elijah Bundaza, Gavin Quinn, Charlie Slenwinski, and Jack Mortimer. And this is a final, but you see these heat faster. So it's a little bit of pressure on these first couple of heats, especially for section 1, because you want your time to last at the top of the finals there, at the top of the results. but it can get pretty tough when you're not necessarily in the fastest heat. And that's Gavin Quinn out of Georgia. Comes around the 400, 66. Pretty moderate pace for them, but you see them hitting that headwind on the backstretch there.
Gavin Quinn, Alex Watts, Elijah Bodanza, Ruvna Sakar are all within striking distance of each other here early on. And as you said, 66.36 for that first quarter mile. Meet record in the freshman boys mile, 4:22.73 for Coleman Stevens.
Back on the track, that's the boys' freshman mile. Gavin Quinn of Georgia.
Gavin Quinn representing Fellowship out of Georgia. They've gone through the first 880 yards at around 2:18, 2:17. And it's 2:16.95 for Gavin Quinn. This is the first of 5 sections. And Charles Slawinski, without limits triangle, moves to the front now. And starts to create some separation here. Continues to look over his shoulder, and the definitive move that hopefully prevails in the end. It was 70 seconds on that last lap, and the pace ramped up there around 67.72 for Slawinski, just ahead of Gavin Quinn. As the second place man from Georgia tries to run down Slawinski here on this backstretch, but since that move was 600 to go, Charlie Slawinski all by himself. One last turn around the bend. As Slawinski trying to hang on here, but not look far behind in second. Looks like Alex Watts in second position. Slawinski trying to hang on here in the last 100 meters. Watts trying to chase him down. Takes one look over his shoulder. Charlie Slawinski hanging on. Takes section 1 here of this freshman boys mile. And actually that was Elijah Bodanza from New Hampshire in second. 65.97 for Slawinski, but it was Bodanza with the fastest last lap in 63.69. As will be Charlie Slawinski in section 1 of this freshman boys mile with the win in 4:31.01. Bodanza 4:31.60, 4:33.44 for Quinn. And then Abraham McHugh, 4:34.73 for fourth. And section 2 gets going now. You see Timothy
With these heats,
Klassen.
you want to make a commanding lead so that your time can just stand all the way through these heats, you know, you don't want to cross, and you're very happy with your time, of course, possibly even got the win, and then your time just slowly starts to go down in the results because these heats just continue to get faster and faster.
There you saw the athletes in this one. You see Jace Przinski of O'Connell Track Club. Excuse me, that's actually Jonah Montagnese from Quaker Valley, 66.86 through the first lap. Trying to match the pace from that first section. Montagnese, Merriam, Classens, Frey. All 10 competitors still in this one. On the outside now in second. And positioning himself into first. That is Classens out of Delaware with the North Face jersey. And through 880 yards. Right around 2:15:45. Evenly run 68:10 for Classens. As he's had enough here and takes over here in the second half of the race.
And his stride is just so long. Similar to a sprinter's, I will say. A little smile there from him. He sees that he's in the lead. Hopefully he can keep it up. Sometimes you don't know if it's a smile or a grunt because it's painful at this point.
See how it unfolds here in the last 500 meters. Classens by himself. As Quaker Valley's Montagnese try to chase him down. It's been all Classens here as we head into the bell lap. 65-55, his fastest split so far with a lap remaining. Hitting the backstretch now, Classens, and here comes Montagnese trying to regain his lead once more. Classens looking at the clock. He sees Montagnese now with 200 to go. And Montagnese turning on the kick here with less than 200 to go and surpasses Classens. Classens trying to fight back here. Into the final straightaway they go. Montagnese all by himself and patiently waited till the end to outkick Classens and take section 2 in 4:27:14, 63:02 on that last lap.
4:27:14 out of Leetsdale, Pennsylvania. So he's a native and he's really happy with that time, as he should be. Might be a PR for him.
Classens 4:29:07 for second. And still manages to close strong, 68:07 on that last lap, but not able to finish the job as Montagnese gets the win there in section 2. It is section 3 of 5. Now the time beat 4:27:14.
Section number 3, the boys freshman line. Gabe Williman of Tennessee. Of West Virginia. Lucas Aguilar of
So see Gabe Guillemongue out of Tennessee, Trevor George from West Virginia, Lucas Aguilar representing the Blue Dragons Track Club, Blake Kaluza of Michigan, Grayson Spiller for Virginia, Cole Kober for Huntington Lions Track Club, Memphis Martin out of Indiana, Grayson Dill from North Carolina, Ryan Sturm of Ohio, James Dempsey of Delaware, Justice Detter of Ohio, Luke Sudol of New Jersey, Preston Johnson from Iowa, Zach Davis from Washington, and then Jackson Gallagher to wrap it up out of the state of Texas. 65-71 for Aguilar, Blue Dragons Track Club. To settle things early, Grayson Dill there in second, and Memphis Martin in third. The group now almost 6 across here on the backstretch, with Aguilar, Dill, and Martin leading the way. And Dempsey on the outside, moving up into fourth.
And the strategy for the mile, set your position early with the first lap. If you can, obviously, you know, with the big group. Lap 2, you just want to maintain and start to push on the gas a little bit that last 100 of lap 2. Lap 3 is when you really start to progress so that you can set yourself up nicely for the bell lap. We see some of the athletes following that, some just kind of following each other.
For a lot of these young athletes, they struggle on this third lap, so if their coaches tell them they got to go hard here and hope for the best on that final lap. You see that with Dill, George, and Dempsey here on the backstretch. The trio separating from the chase pack.
26 points. An additional 879 points with that clearance.
Trevor George representing Big Ice out of West Virginia. Then Grayson Dill of North Carolina. So the pace was slower that second lap. It was 71-79, and these two have had enough here and ready to battle out here over the last lap. George just keying off of Dill right here at the bell lap. 67-16. And at this point, George just waiting for his move and waiting patiently as they head down to the backstretch to see if he can go around the turn and pass by Dill with less than 200 to go.
Seems like Grayson Dill pretty much forced Trevor George to take that backseat role as he was looking over his shoulder a little bit, because he started to move into the middle part of lane 1 for them, at least, lane 1.
Into that final straightaway now, Dill, George battling back and forth. It'll be Dill, though, with the slight advantage. And it's going to be Grayson Dill across the line first. It won't be faster than section 2, but it'll still be a good effort. As Dill will cross the line in first and take section 3, 4:30.89, 66.22 on that last lap.
Just want to reiterate, seeing these athletes come from all over the country to Pennsylvania to run at a meet like this, it's nationals. It's the fastest place on the planet, and you can see those results to the left there. But New Balance Nationals always brings out the best of the athletes. Like I was mentioning, just the vibes of the athletes, the atmosphere is great. It makes running fun for them again, because this is the level where it should be fun.
And seeing those PRs here at the end of the season, peak season as the athletes like to refer to as. And wrapping up for a lot of them that have been racing since March or even during the indoor season. This is their last hurrah before going into the summer, and then the shift focus to the cross-country season, at least from a distance perspective. Perhaps a lot of those sprinters, hurdlers, jumpers, they may be going towards volleyball or football, or whatever else their school provides in the fall sports season. So again, right here on the track one last time before entering that new school year. It looks we have a pair of teammates early on in the lead. That's Isaac Wharton and Elijah Wharton out of Alabama, representing Iron City.
Teammates, and it looks like they're brothers as well.
And also wearing sunglasses too, so it's really hard to tell between which one is Elijah and which one is Isaac. They're wearing the same exact uniform and shoe, well, not shoe combination, but the glasses as well. Perhaps they planned this out to confuse us, Serenity.
I think so too. I'm hoping that these younger athletes don't take to the likes of, Ry Benjamin boycotting the bib numbers there, because we would be struggling. They look like twins, and they're out there just commanding this lead so far.
It's a pair of freshmen from the state of Alabama. Around 65.49 for that first lap. They're on the outside wearing hip 11. We'll see right there at the bell lap. You see a lot of these athletes with names on their bibs, but sometimes numbers as well. So it sometimes makes it a little bit of a challenge for us to see who is who. There's 2:13.32 through the halfway mark as the Wharton brothers continue to lead here on the backstretch. And now our first lead is Benjamin Holach of the Chaplain Valley Track Club. Into first. The twins move back to third and fourth. But a response from one of the twins out of Alabama moves it out into lane 5, as well as his brother in 6. And they're out front, battling out with Ben Bohr of Illinois. It's the Wharton twins back out front into the bell lap now with less than 440 yards to go. That's Elijah Wharton into the lead. Yeah, that's Elijah Wharton into the lead here, followed by his brother Isaac, then Ben Bohr onto the backstretch here, less than 250 to go.
Looks like there's going to be a battle at home after this one for sure. But like I mentioned before, these distance runners, they love having running partners. But once you get into that race, it's all man for themselves.
Ben Bohr now into the lane, but not too far behind in fourth, trying to go to the arms and the legs. That is Brooks Mello. But Ben Bohr with the closing kick in the end. He'll cross the line with his arms up in the air, and he moves into first. Ben Bohr out of Illinois crosses the line. You can look at the time around 4:24, 4:25. As we await the results populating on our screen again, unofficial. And it's 4:23.98 for Ben Bohr, 62.89. That last lap, an impressive last 440 yards for the freshman from Illinois.
And Ben Bohr, he has that foot speed as well. He's been seen in the 400 and the 800. So definitely using that to your advantage. You don't usually think that sprints can help with distance things, but they can, especially with that kick at the end there.
$4:23.98 for Bohr. And then it was Elijah Wharton in second, 4:24.68. Samuel Baker, 4:24.95. With our fifth and final section out on the track now. Be the final middle school boys mile race of the day. And then we'll have three sections of the middle school girls mile before shifting gears to our first hurdle and sprint competitions of this weekend.
And if you're just now joining us on the broadcast, I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Keenan Gray. We're here at Franklin Field Stadium for the University of Pennsylvania as well, known for the infamous pin relays and now even New Balance Nationals outdoors, the fastest place on the planet. So many great events that we have seen already, so many more to come. We're going to be hearing from Carrie Tolfson and Tom Yair later on for some of the sprinting events as well.
It's Calvin Seitz out of Indiana, early out front. We're waiting for the splits to populate on our screen. Around 67-73 for our leaders. You see Campbell Coos out of North Carolina, Grant Kuntz of Colorado, and Seitz right in the middle between the three. Brock Yoder in position in the top five, along with Gavin Schmidt of Brothers Track Club. And now it's Tyler Tomlinson on the outside. And through 880 yards, around 216, 217. The lead continues to be for Seitz and Cuss, 218 at the halfway mark. A little bit slower than that first lap, and pace starting to ramp up between Seitz and Cuss. Their race starting to develop here with less than a lap and a half to go. Seitz and Cush now being challenged by Grant Kuntz out of Colorado, along with Tomlinson there in fourth position. As it's one last time around the Franklin Oval here in the middle school boys mile. Continues to be Calvin Seitz. Then Grant Kuntz of Colorado. And Tyler Tomlinson, the home state favorite, right there in third. 62:40 on that last lap. Becoming a kicker's race here with less than 200 to go.
And this is section 5 of 5, so we're looking to see something fast get dropped here today. Calvin Seitz has just had a commanding lead out of Jasper, Indiana.
Keep an eye on the clock. 4:22:73, the last meet record set back in 2022. And Seitz within striking distance. You're looking at a new meet record, folks. 4:20:85 for Calvin Seitz.
And from the very beginning, you don't want to, put any bad juju in the air or anything and always think that they might set a meet record. But this was definitely in Calvin Seitz' sights, really, the whole time in this race. He took it out strong, and he had an even better finish. And to beat the meet record, it was previously 4:22:73 held by Coleman Stevens in 2022 out of Pennsylvania, but it will now belong to Calvin Seitz out of Indiana.
The first of many hopeful records set here this weekend at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. Calvin Seitz setting the tone. 4:20:85 for the win, as you see the overall results from all 5 sections. Seitz there at the top of the list with that new meet record performance of 4:20:85. Tyler Tomlinson second out of that section as well, and then Will Pongonis in third from Wisconsin in 4:23:26. One more mile race remains here on the middle school side. This is the first of 3 sections in the girls portion. Meet record in this event, 5:01:14 by Peyton Meineke out of Colorado. See the athletes and their hip assignments on the list on the screen. Early lead developed right here. It's Katrina Munson of Spirit of Pre. 74:59 through the first 440 yards. And living up to her team name and trying to channel her inner Pre, just go from the start and lead wire to wire.
She definitely doesn't look uncomfortable as she's in that backstretch. She seems smooth. We see a lot of athletes take it out a little bit too hard, and by the second or third lap, they seem very uncomfortable, but not her. She seems very relaxed in it.
All by herself as the rest of the pack tries to key her down. Back there as well as Amelia Medlin of Cape Fear Flyers, Grace Kutowski of Hopkins AC, and then Daniela Hernandez of Coconut Grove Track Club.
The national champion is going to have fun, and he's going to try and win another national title.
Pace is slowed down here as Munson continues to look at her watch. 82:38. It's Reagan Leone of West Springfield Track Club into the lead for the first time as Munson falls to second, along with McKee Kent of Iron Sharpens Iron in third position.
What a track club name there. Once again, we're just going to keep adding to the list of our favorite track club names. And that is definitely on mine for sure.
What's the tally so far?
I still think, what's the one that we liked earlier? I'm Better Than That. I still think that that was my favorite.
We'll see the unique names throughout this entire meet, throughout this entire weekend here at Franklin Field. Of course, being a distance runner myself, my favorite so far is the Spirit of Pre. And there's a little bias right there. Just love watching Steve Prefontaine, even though I never got to watch him race in person, was not born during that era. But obviously watching YouTube videos is a great way of catching up on all of that.
And we mentioned earlier just the caliber of athletes that these young runners have to look up to. You know, we talked about Jakob Ingebrigtsen, the Josh Kerrs, the Yaret Nuguse, but now we're in the women, and they have amazing athletes to look up to as well. Elle St. Pierre, Laura Muir as well.
And talk about mom power. Elle St. Pierre just having a career year after having her son Ivan just a year ago, and has declared for the 1500 and 5000. We expect her to make both those teams for the Olympics in Paris this summer. Of course, just a couple weeks away from those Olympic trials in Tracktown, USA. So we shift back to Reagan Leone of West Springfield Track Club, trying to hold on here. Less than 200 to go, and fend off McKee Kent into the final straightaway. Get things going here in section one of this girls' freshman mile. And for section one, a very good time we see from our winner, Reagan Leone. 5:08.79 for the West Springfield Track Club athlete.
Reagan Leone, she actually got second at New Balance Nationals indoors. That was up in Boston, Massachusetts, in the mile. And she competed in the 800. She placed 6th in that. So she is no stranger to these caliber of meets. And you could see it in her running today. She did get passed by Kent in there a couple times, but she kept fighting back.
See the results. McKee Kent in second in 5:10.68. Grace Gutowski of Hopkins AC in third at 5:15.85. But Reagan Leone, the strong kick that last lap. And a negative split, went 2:37 through the first half of the race, and closes in 2:31 to run 5:08.79.
A little bit different from the boys. They had 5 sections. These girls, they only have 3, so they don't have to wait that long. And definitely hoping that their times don't drop down that far. And that was a commanding first heat.
Not as much competition to work around either, especially with those 3 sections. And it'll just, like you said, it's a blink of an eye, and there's another section done with and over with. And interesting enough, we talk about this one particular school having the sprint teams. Bullis, we see a presence here in the distance races for the first time. It's interesting. Of course, Joe Lee has done a phenomenal job with that program for so long. And, you know, the topic's always been Quincy Wilson and, you know, Masai Russell as well. But now we see some presence on the distance, so they're expanding a little bit at the Bullis school.
In Maryland, like you were saying, it's only a quick train ride down to Philly. But Bullis' presence at every New Balance Nationals meet just speaks volumes. And you see that there's a crowd now, and Bullets, they feed off of that crowd. And they always bring out so many parents and fans as well.
Of course, everyone waiting for the anticipation of Wilson perhaps running at the trials this summer, maybe perhaps has a legitimate chance to make the team at Paris this year. I mean, it's not our question based on how he's been running this year, especially since he clocked a 44.7, I believe, during the Penn relays. Thinking back-to-back 4x4s, he had prelims in the morning, then had to come back and run in another 44 seconds or so in the final, even though his team, Bolus, did not get the win. But it's shown that this young man, even at 16 years old, is a world-class athlete. And that, I don't know if that says a lot just about how Joe's been able to develop him, or it's just the characteristics that Quincy has built within himself.
And just for Bullish Track Club as well. Now every time Bullish steps on the track, people are thinking Quincy Wilson, Masai Russell, and what are these Bullish athletes going to bring to the table every single time? And they're very familiar with this track as well. They have some presence at Penn relays, so they don't get scared at all by the crowd, the atmosphere, or even the level of the national meet, such as today.
See Riley Towns of Huron Tigers through the first 2 laps. Led it from the gun. And a fall down right there. And we mentioned the Bullis athlete. She just fell right off the track right there on the inside. Don't know exactly what happened right back there. The race continues on. Towns. And right behind her in second is Jalen Ray of Jackalope Track Club. As well as Nia Stoyan, Barron's Track Club out of Maryland. And it's the first lead change coming up to the bell lap now. They approach 500 meters remaining in this section 2. And so many girls remaining here in this race, Serenity. Lots could happen here on the final lap. But maybe it's Ray that's starting to pull away and set the tone here as they head into the bell lap. That's Jalen Ray once again from Jackalope Track Club.
And it looks like Allie Horner from West Springfield Track Club. In that pink there, she just took the lead. She was on the outside, even pushing lane 3, and she just decided to cut in as soon as she hit that bell lap, which was pretty smart. She got into that lane 1 quickly, and doesn't look like she's giving it up right now.
Saw her teammate Reagan Leone win the first section. Can Allie Horner make it a sweep for West Springfield in back-to-back races? But the pressure is on now from Nia Stoyan of Barron's Track Club, along with Jalen Ray. There's a little bit of separation right there between Horner and second and third as she tries to hang on here with under 150 meters to go. Into the final straightaway they go. There's Ray now moving on to the outside in 2. A strong move for the Jackalopes Track Club athlete. And Horner tries to respond. It will be Ray across the line first to put an end to the West Springfield takeover in this girls' freshman mile.
Seeing sub 4 at this point so early in their running career is just so commendable from Riley Towns there.
I believe that's a miscalculation though on the screen. No high school girl has ever ran sub 4 before in their life.
You know, I was wondering I didn't want to knock it because there's amazing athletes, but 3:58, that's blazing.
I believe it was 3:58 with at the 1200 meter mark. You see the results just adjusted right there again. Jalen Ray, the winner of Section 2 in 5:10:45. It was passing by Allie Horner in 5:10:49. Still remains Reagan Leone from that first section as our overall first place athlete with one more section to go. The third and final section out on the track, ready to go. It's the last middle school distance race of the day. As the sprints and hurdles will follow. Boys 100 meter hurdle starting at around 11:55. Pacific time, 12:55 there in Philadelphia. More of a cross-country style race here early on as they're all bunched up through the first 220 yards. So these girls are trying to position themselves early on here. And some have to work their way out into lanes 3 and 4 to get into good position. See Stephanie DePaza in the lead early on, followed by Marley Klein out of Pennsylvania. And then Ashlyn Knows, another Pennsylvania athlete. .76.76 for DePaza on that first lap, with Klein, Nose, and then Eagle and Robinson. So 2 Pennsylvania athletes and 2 Michigan athletes sitting there in 2nd through 5th. Continues to be DePaza, Klein, Hawkins in 3rd, Scarlett Hawkins of BBN Knights. And through the halfway, 2:32.96. Time to beat 5:08.79. And that meet record still stands at 5:01.14. The line starts to spread now between the racers. They hit the home backstretch. Line continuing to key off of DePaza. Here on this penultimate lap. A 2-girl race out front, then 3 in the second pack and 4 in the third. It's less than 440 yards now for Dia Piazza and Klein.
Dia Piazza out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She's just pumping those arms. Coming around the first turn of the bell lap. I know she feels Klein to her right there. She is just fighting. You see the headwind from their hair on that backstretch there as well.
Trying to replicate a strong kick like a fellow Michigan athlete Seth Norder did yesterday at the Brooks PR Invitational to take that boys mile as she responds with Marley Klein's stride here with less than 200 meters to go. Klein, Dia Piazza, one final time into the home straightaway. Michigan versus Pennsylvania. Dia Piazza with the slight advantage. Sub 5 within range. Look at the clock, 4:57. And it'll be across the line. Close to a sub 5 performance. They're right around 5:01.66 for Stephanie Di Piazza. 72.32 on that last 440 yards. And was just a couple of tenths off of Peyton Meinecke's meet record of 5:01.14.
And I just have to keep giving credit to these young athletes because they look so strong, especially on a stage like this. It's intimidating. And like you were saying, you know, some of them are shaking on the line because the nerves, but Stephanie Di Piazza, you can see the final results there. 5:01.66. Almost under that 5-minute mark. I know she wanted it so bad. Sometimes when you are on this level, you just get stuck at that time. I remember when I just got stuck at 59 and I just could not break it. But plenty of years for that to happen, for sure.
The girls' mile freshman champion belongs to the Michigan native Di Piazza, 5:01.66, as she withstands Marley Klein's late kick from Pennsylvania, 5:03.17. You see the compiled results from all three sections. Again, Di Piazza, your girls' freshman mile champion. Klein in second, then Karina Bird in third. Just about 13 minutes away from the start of the boys' middle school 100-meter hurdles. Take a quick break, come back with more right here from Franklin Field. You've been watching the 2024 New Balance Nationals Outdoor right here on runnerspace.com.
Question.
girls mile champion, Stephanie DiPiazza.
All right, I'm here with Stephanie DiPiazza from Grand Rapids, Michigan, who was just a half a second off the meet record, running 5:01, a 72 close here at Franklin Field, and did an amazing job holding up the Pennsylvania home favorite during the last turn. Tell us a little bit about how the race felt. Is this your first time at New Balance Nationals, and what you have coming up left? And you are a national champion. How does that feel? All right, Stephanie, feeling good. She's got 2 more races, so we'll be rooting for her for the rest of the weekend. Congratulations.
It's the start of the boys 100-meter hurdles here on runnerspace.com from New Balance Nationals Outdoors. It's right there in lane 5 is James A. Hawkins Jr. of High Level Track Club, right here in PA, 12:94 for the 8th grader, as he just runs right off the track and doesn't look back and gets things going here in this middle school hurdles race. Keenan Gray alongside Serenity Douglas right here at Franklin Field on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania. And 12:94 just won that first section of the boys 100-meter hurdles middle school race. This is the first round. It'll be this top 8 times advancing on to the final. So it'll be a top 8 overall times, not based on how you do in the heats, but how you do overall throughout this competition. So this is the first of 6 sections. And you saw James Hawkins Jr., 12:94, and no surprises how fast that run was. It's already a meet record here in the preliminary round. And of course, the man he was chasing down was himself from last year. Ran 13:33 at this event and just crushes that time.
Way hurt. James, I mean, he's of Philadelphia, so I'm gonna be happy with that one. We go right off the track.
You see heat 2 of the preliminary rounds right here. Over the hurdles first, right there in lane 4 is Chase Bergston out of Ohio. And it's Chase Bergston across the line first. Or excuse me, that's actually Demetrius Jackson. Demetrius Jackson out of Maryland.
Again, the time should be 12:94, and that looks like that record might have been held by the same young man, James Hawkins, 13.
So a bit slower than that first section where we saw Hawkins set the meet record in 12:94. And at this point, Demetrius Jackson sits in 3rd. And then Jonathan Andrade, currently 8th, 15:36. That's the bubble time. That's the time to beat to get into the final.
It's always pretty tough to gauge how good young athletes will be on a collegiate level. It's the height of go actually, but this start getting the rhythm, getting the steps down, hopefully getting some PRs to just boost some confidence as well.
So section 3, or excuse me, heat 3 into the blocks. Heat 3 of 6. You see Cameron Glenn in 2, Alexander Gonzalez in 3, Neo Ure in 4, Raheem Robinson 5, Cannon Palmer in 6, Eddie Dry in 7, Lucan Fristap in 8, and then Aiden Epps in 9 on the outside.
In our third section underway.
Over the hurdles first, that's right there in lane 6 is Palmer of Ann Arbor Track Club.
All right, we got a clear front runner out there.
And well ahead of the rest of the field, it's Arbor by himself. Ann Arbor's Palmer all by himself, 13:77. And even with the tailwind, 1.3 meters per second, it's a legal run.
And again, our top,
And wins by almost 1.5 seconds there in Heat 3.
excuse me, you guys would love it if it was top 8 heats, right? Top 8 tires and the top 5 tires. First 3 heats of middle school winners underway.
That moves Palmer to 3rd overall through 3 heats, with James A. Hawkins Jr. still at the top in that meet record time of 12:94. You see the compiled standings so far, and that 8th position belongs to Isaac Richardson, 15:04. And it's the top 8 overall times advancing on to the final. It does not determine how you do in your race. If you win your race and you still run 15:05, you will not be moving on to the final of this event.
And you know, Keenan, it's not uncommon for these younger athletes to opt out of using the blocks. Might just be more comfortable for them. You don't want to try anything new on race day.
Pretty even through the first couple of hurdles. You see 3 athletes there on the inside, especially IMG Academy's Michael McKenzie. McKenzie trying to pull away. It looks like right on the outside, it was Tyron Brannick of Phoenix Track Club, 14:37. And had a little bit of help from that tailwind. It's not be a wind legal time. It was 3.1 meters per second, but still a good time, 14:37. That puts him to 5th overall, and then McKenzie sits in 6th overall. And then Jackie Hayden on the outside looking in. He's 9th overall after running 14:53 to finish 3rd in that heat.
Again, New Balance look like
Hunter Bachowski now the 8th and final person in that final potentially. 14:48 is the time to beat.
it is well worth it.
We'll look over at the University of Pennsylvania Hospital, just sitting on the side of Franklin Field here. Oh, it's been a really nice day in the city of brotherly love. Other than the wind, of course, it's been cloudy and the sun's been out, and temperatures are actually relatively warm. And what we saw from the distance races, Serenity, I was actually thoroughly impressed with how those athletes responded despite the humidity and the heat they had to deal with.
I was surprised as well, but you know, this is track and field, and this is New Balance Nationals. So these athletes are coming from around the world. We see lots of athletes from Florida, Texas. They are used to this heat. So hot in the air, hot on the track.
Our first fall start of the hurdles prelim. Belongs here in the middle school boys race. And see what the officials will dealt with, and it looks like they're going to pull out the green card. And for those that don't understand what the green card means, Serenity, what does that entail, and what does that mean for the athletes?
Means that all is well. Doesn't look like the problem was with any of the athletes. Everybody's good. You start to get worried when there is a red card. But these are middle schoolers, so hopefully these officials aren't too tedious. So hopefully going to get through these races clean for these athletes.
And if it's a yellow card, it's a mixed feelings of emotions.
Definitely.
And it looks like after the guy that got the green card, his day might come to a close. Or no, maybe it's a yellow card they're going to be pulling out. Nope, it will be the unfortunate red card. So that's Kenneth Harris on the outside. His day will come to a close, unfortunately. So let's make it third time now as the athletes are settled into their blocks. It was 8 athletes, now it's 7.
Looks like we have a clean start right here in heat 5, and we got
Over the first 3 hurdles, we see our athletes even with each other, but now emerging on the inside in 5 is JaVale Chandler. Or excuse me, that's Cyrus Martin out of Georgia. 1350.
Cyrus Martin out of Georgia, 1350.
And is win legal 2.0 meters per second.
1418, and Jonathan Lee.
That moves him to second overall.
And again, top 8.
There's actually Chandler that was second in 1418. He moves to 8th or 6th overall. And then Jonathan Lee finishing 3rd. He moves up to 7th for the Chelsea Greyhounds track. There are the compiled results with one more heat remaining here in the prelims. That time will be 14:37 to beat, held by Tyron Brannock in that 8th position.
A little bit of mixed emotion from Cyrus Martin there at the end. He was happy with the time, but I'm sure that he wasn't happy with how the race went. He hit the last hurdle there. Nearly fell, but he was able to take it through the line. But nonetheless, coming in with the second fastest seat time into the finals out of his heat. So hoping that that will last for him. He should be pretty comfortable, though, going into this final heat.
One last heat remains, and you got to think a lot of these athletes are a little nervous right now. They know the benchmark is 14:37, so you can hope for the best here as they get ready to go now for the 6th and final heat of this prelim round. Out of the gun strong, and a collapse of the hurdles after the first one. Right there in lane 4. And that's Marvin Prelims of Vass, 1377. Gavin Baxter, 1396. And we'll see those 2 athletes moving on to the finals. They crack that top 8. As it will be JaVale Chandler with that 8th and final spot out of Heat 5, running 14:18. As Marvin and Gavin prevail, moving on to the final as they finish 8th in the top 8. So there's your compiled results from the prelims round. The athletes moving on to those finals. Again, James A. Hawkins Jr. with the top time of 12:94, meet record, which he bested his own from last year in 13:33. And you'll see Hawkins Jr., Martin, French Jr., Prelims, Palmer, Baxter, Jackson, Chandler, all in that boys 100-meter hurdles middle school final.
Coming back for final. We're out where
It's about 9 minutes away from the start of our girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. That one will see 6 heats as well. And looking over at the Penn Medical Center here on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania on day 1 of competition here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. The hurdles are adjusted.
All right, those top 8 finalists will compete tonight to be a national champion.
You just heard that field of 8 competitors for that boys 100-meter hurdles in the middle school division. They'll race later on tonight. That race will take place at 5:40. And then the girls' 100 hurdle finals just 8 minutes beforehand. That will be at 5:30.
All right, we're looking forward to the girls' middle school.
So in terms of finishing top 8 overall, and usually when you're racing this prelims, if you win your heat, you're automatically through. In this case, however, it's the top times overall between the heats. Regardless if you win your heat, you move on. With that being said, how would you approach this if you're one of these athletes? And perhaps maybe you were in an instance where you had to be top 8 overall, and it wasn't based on how you finished in your race. It was just overall based on the compiled of heats.
Get knocked out just because you were in a slower heat. But when it's based on place, you know that you might just be a cushion. Get second or third, depending on what you need, the requirements for the finals. So it really all depends, but when it's on time, you really cannot get gas at all.
We're just getting warmed up today. The nation's best athletes will be here all weekend.
Like I said, a lot of these girls, they just have to go from the get-go. They can't worry about where they place during their race. If that means they finish 8th overall and they run the 8th fastest time out of their heat, that's perfect. However, if they won their heat but they were the 9th overall fastest time, sorry, out of luck, you're not able to move on to that final during this afternoon portion of competition. So there's different strategies involved, and obviously it's a short race. It's not like a mile race where you have 4 laps to make some decisions. You have 100 meters and, of course, barriers in the way too.
If you got a request, send it to your girl, Catch Candace. They're going to keep us right all
Absolutely.
weekend.
And to the boys division, we have the meet record holder from last year in the first heat, the girls division. Strong. We heard our track. She's running for Vash about a order.
So this first heat, we'll see Bailey Tinch Jacobs, Joey Christie Ward, Peyton Buchanan, Nia Armstrong, Imani Johnson, Kaya Charles, and then Myria Pender. Again, this race set to begin, or this preliminary round, I should say, start in about 5 minutes or so as the athletes getting ready with their final warm-ups here, last strides over the hurdles.
All right, so the meet record in this event is 14:20. All right, we got a white flag.
First heat ready to go as the white flag is up.
Give it one more time to get out the line.
For the girls' 100-meter hurdles, you see the athletes and their lane assignments for this first heat. And it's the top 8 overall times. Does not matter how you finish in your heat. Matters how you finish and run the fastest times to be in that top 8. And they're underway with Heat 1 on the inside. Nia Armstrong, the meet record holder in this event, setting the tone early on and trying to best her own time from last year of 14:22. And of course, well under that and into a nice headwind as well. Negative 0.9, 14:18. And it's just 0.04 under her meet record time from last year.
Miss Armstrong breaks her own record that was held by her. And again, we do have a final. You can't even Johnson finish right behind 15:04, 15:31. All right.
14:18 for Armstrong, and as I said, into a nice little headwind, negative 0.9 meters per second. And then Buchanan second, 15:04. Imani Johnson third, and 15:31. Here we have Heat 2. Athletes in their lanes. See no one in lane 9. Supposed to be Lillian Chittle from Up North Elite. Clean start from the beginning. Lanes 6, 5, and 4. Evenly turned. Now it's 5 and 6. That's Peyton G and Olivia Thomas. Jasmine Jackson of Winslow Elite. And after watching Nia Armstrong, she said, watch this, and lowers that meet record time to 14:14. So a little bit of competition we're seeing between Jackson and Armstrong, and could make for an interesting final later on this afternoon. Peyton G of Motor City Track Club, 14:29. Currently sitting in 3rd overall, but Jasmine Jackson lowers Armstrong's record that just lasted for about 3 minutes. And is so far into the lead through the prelims. No Emma Brightfeller of Pennsylvania in 7. Clean start. IMG Academy's Gabriella Smith on the outside in 6, being challenged by Ava Fanchi of Vass. Smith, Fanchi. It's going to be Smith across the line first. In 14:31. That puts her 4th overall.
Right now, 15-4 slides you into that final later this evening.
Gabrielle Smith, 14:31. Ava Fanchi, 14:43. And then Shyla Boatstun, 14:78 for sixth. The bubble time now at 15:31 through 3 heats. Belongs to Imani Johnson of Marietta Track Club. Long hold, but a clean start over the hurdles first. That's in lane 6. Rodaja Patillo. It's Rodaja Patillo, 14:88. That puts her 7th overall.
Again, top 8 will take us to a final at 5:30 this evening. That 14-14 is
We're going to heat 4 results. Rodaja Patillo, 14:88 with the win, and moves her to 7th overall. Jasmine Jackson, Leah Armstrong, Peyton G, Gabriella Smith, Ava Fanchi, Shyla Boydstun, Rodaja Patillo, and then Peyton Buchanan still that 8th and final spot. 15:04 that bubble time.
Again, 15:04 better slides you into that final later on this evening.
Reminder, this final to take place later on tonight at 5:30. So a quick 2-hour turnaround for these ladies in our championship portion of the competition later on this afternoon. Over the hurdles first, that's Jada Harper of Awesome Athletics.
Making something happen. I see that elbow shooting it back real quick. Your coach will be proud.
Harper, 14:17. And changes to 14:20 for third. So 3 girls, 14:20 or faster, as Harper now enters the conversation
Looks like Jada Harper, Awesome Athletics. She's worked her
as another athlete looking to grab that title later on in the middle school race.
Miss Boyd 15-17 and 16-16.
Brings us to our 6th and final heat. There you look at the first round standings. Again, the top 8 advanced on. Rodaja Patillo now in that 8th and final spot with 1 more heat remaining.
1488, 1488 slides you in to that final later today. Let's keep it nice and quiet. Give you a nice clean start.
So say Bree Hall, Alexis Miller, Elina Bradner, Lauren Lynch, Alicia Calhoun, Kaylee Grant, Lauren and Alyssa Palmer. And the sixth and final heat underway here in the girls' 100 hurdles preliminary round. Even with each other in lanes 5 and 6 is Lynch and Calhoun. One not giving in. It's Calhoun on the inside. Lynch in 5, 14:32. That puts her in 6th. And Calhoun, 14:38. That puts her into 7th. Those two will be moving on to the final. And we have our top 8 heading into that afternoon girls 100-meter hurdles middle school final. It was Lauren Lynch, 14:32 to take heat 6. There you see the results on your screen. Melnesia Calhoun, 14:38 for second. Both slip into the top 8 and will advance on to tonight's middle school final, going on at 5:30. There's a look at the qualifiers. Jasmine Jackson leads the way with her meet record time of 14:14. Then Armstrong, Harper, G, Smith, Lynch, Calhoun, and then Fanchi in that 8th and final spot, 14:43. The hurdle's been cleared off. We'll continue on the straightaway. It will be the first of 10 heats in the middle school boys. 14 heats in this middle school's boys 100-meter preliminary round. Again, it's the top 8 overall times advancing on, just like we saw in the 100 hurdles. Just saw a pair of meet records fall after those hurdles. Meet record for the boys middle school 100, 11:31 by Isaiah Vickers of Tallahassee, Zuma, Florida. Ready to go now here in our first section. The boys prelim hundreds in the middle school division. See Dallas Wilson, Vincent Min, Ben Hopner, Anderson Smith, Leighton Anderson, Demetrius Jackson, Ricardo Sinclair, and then Aiden Smith.
Nice clean form to get this boy 100 meters off. Nice form coming out in the middle.
Right there on the inside in 4.
Finish line. Good work with the dip.
Representing the Tigers is Ben Hopner, 11:45.
All right.
And he's happy with that result. Just a couple of tenths off the meet record of 11:31. Ben Hopner from Wisconsin takes heat 1 here in the middle school boys 100 prelims.
Mr. Anderson, 1161.
There's Leighton Anderson, 11:61.
Mr. Jackson was just in the hurdles, am I right?
11:61 for Anderson. It's 11:45, a great set, setting the tone at least in the boys middle school 100 Serenity. I mean, when you talk about 11:31 as the meet record, that's a great way to start things off there out of that first heat.
It absolutely is. What a way to put your mark down on the track. Gives you a little bit of confidence when you're headed back to the warm-up area like they are right now. You're feeling pretty good about your race. The nerves are finally out of your system as well. That's something that we have to bring light to. Once that race is over, the nerves are gone. So that's a very commanding lead so far.
Looking at heat 2. Couple of no-shows there in lanes 4 and 6. So there's 6 athletes. And out of the gun strong there in lane 5. Right there in the middle of your screen is Basil Oshigbo. 11:33. And that's just shy of Isaiah Vickers' meet records. Actually changes to 11:34 for Oshegbo as he cruises right out of the blocks and just dominates that heat 2.
They are gunning for this meet record for sure. I mean, we already saw a meet record go down in the boys 100 hurdles not too long ago, and it will for sure come down in the 100 as well.
And Oshigbo, 11:34. Blazing out of the blocks there and finishing strong within the last 30 meters. He moves up to first overall with a few more races remaining here in the prelims. There you see heat 3, the lane assignments. Pretty even there on the inside, but emerging from the middle in lane 5 is Talon Henderson. 11:40 for the Florida native. As he takes heat 3, 11:40. Caden Clark, 11:52. And then Elijah Baker, 11:74.
Now we're starting to see the transition into the warmer. You know, we were calling the mile earlier, and we saw a lot of athletes that were from Maine and Jersey. Now these athletes are from Florida, Georgia, and Texas. And there's those results from heat 3.
little bit of cloud cover now we have here at Franklin Field after what's been a really nice sunny day here for the majority of it. We've had some interesting weather throughout the day. The wind has been at the back stretch. It's been on the home stretch. The inside in 4 from IMG Academy, Winston Schroeder, 11:45. And then Tamario Head, 11:48. And then Malachi Jones on the outside looking in, finishing in 3rd, but he's 9th overall in 11:81.
While we 5 is setting their blocks. Again, thank you again for joining us at the Fast Hardy. We got middle school boys, 100 meters on the track. And we're going to be filming later on tonight. Top 8 times, punch in your ticket.
Yeah, I am, as long as they can hear me. Have you been able to hear me at all? Oh, okay. Moving on of the middle school 100 dash.
Thanks for keeping it fair and consistent. Next one will be red, so be patient. Week 5 of 14, getting in the blocks. Boys middle school 100 meters. Everybody stay in shape. All right, nice clean start, good drive phase. It looks like we got a race right in the middle of the track, and they are holding tight, toe for toe, even elbow to elbow.
Nice push, fellas. It says Maurice Brown, 11:38. Safar Bolden, 11:41. And Kenneth Adams, 11:56. Looks like he's excited about that performance. Save that energy for the finals later, Mr. Brown. All right, 11:52 will slide you into that top 8. 11:34 is still holding tight. Looks like we have a clean start. Totten, Iden, Black, Kozlowski, Banks, Thomas, and Lee pulling through at 80 meters with the dip at the finish. Let's take a peek at that scoreboard. Dominic Kozlowski, 11:51. Banks, 11:70, and Black, 11:72. Dominic looks like she's got that 8th spot right now. We are coming up on Heat 7 of the middle school's boy 100 meters. Again, it's your girl, Catch Candace on the mic. I am so excited to be with you all weekend, naming All-Americans, national champions, seeing records be broken. Major shout out to the parents. These kids would not be here without you and their coach. Looks like we got a movement in the blocks. They're gonna let him
Currently the bubble time right now at 11:51 for Dominic Kozlowski of 16 ways track. It's still Oshigbo out front 11:34, and just saw Maurice Brown run 11:38 as well. So a couple of very competitive races here in the prelims, setting up for what should be a very good final later on.
All right, we got a nice clean start. Good drive, Faith, fellas.
On the inside, that's 5. It's Sean Grady.
Looks like that might have been out of lane 5.
Excuse me, Raymond Maldonado, 11:71. So he takes
Red Lion Christian Academy.
Heat
Melando.
7 as we've reached the halfway point here.
11:71. James Wolo, 11:94, and Sean Grady, 12:09. Heat 8 on the track, 11:51. We'll slide you into that final later on this evening. Let's get some nice, good drive phases.
So Heat 8 right there. Antonio Jeter, Matthew Davis Spencer, Wesley DePerio, Isaiah Christian, Arden Bell, Caden Garvin, James Gambone, and Antonio Mills. There are 8 racers here in Heat 8.
And they are moving
They're off
quick
and running.
Speedy.
They're on the inside and 5.
bit of
On
a
the
pack.
outside and 7 is Caden Garvin.
Caden Garvin out of South Carolina.
Our first surprise here in
11:47.
the hundreds. Belongs to
Slid into that
Caden
number
Garvin on
7
the
spot to
outside
get into the
in lane
final.
7, and
Isaiah
fitting enough,
Christian,
it puts him to
11:53,
7th
and
overall
Wesley
through 8
Demperiano,
heats to this point.
11:64.
Isaiah Christian, 11:53 for second. And Wesley DePerio, 11:64 for third. But as Caden Garvin on the outside in 7, he moves up into the top 8. There you look at the updated list. Garvin into that 7th position. A little bit of flinch there, right there. You see in lane 5 is Quentin Grimes of Georgia. His green card for all the athletes. There you see the start list for Heat 9. Jonathan Hawk Jr., Spencer Long, Quintez Grimes, Adam Mauricio Forte, Elijah Jones, and Logan Gary on the outside in 8. Great start right there from lane 6 is Brea Forte, but now the inside in 5 is Quentin Grimes. And 11:23, that's a meet record for Quentin Grimes out of Georgia. Des Grimes, the 8th grader. Ran so fast he had to take his shoes off because they're on fire right now after racing that 11:23. And is well ahead of the rest of the field now, as that moves him to number 1 overall.
I just logged in.
Previous meet record was 11:31 by Isaiah Vickers. And a flinch right there in 5. Kobe Martin of Winslow Elite. Solomon Cobbs, Alexander Adelier, Nate Moore, Jacoby Martin, Keon Ali, Mason Chadwick, and then Fareed Yakinney. 7 racers here in Heat 10. There in the middle, you see Jacoby Martin of Winslow Elite, 11:44. And then into the headwind, negative 2.9 meters per second. Moved him to 6th overall after taking Heat 10 with 4 more races remaining. You see the results. Martin gets the win, 11:44. Keon Ali, 11:58 for 2nd. And Dele, 11:99 for 3rd.
this afternoon in the final.
The updated standings. Ben Hopner is the bubble time right now at 11:45. Got Moses Kim, Axel Asaro, Jeremiah Davis, Trey Page, Bennett Lynn Reagan, Brock Newcomb, and Henry Capure in Heat 11.
Heat 11 and 14. Clean start for Kim, Asaro, Davis, Page, Reagan, Newcomb, and Cap.
In lane 5, that's Trey Page just ahead of Jeremiah Davis, and it's Trey Page across the line. 11:65. Also battling a headwind, negative 1.7 meters per second. That puts him 20th overall, so we'll not see him in the final later tonight. Jeremiah Davis, 11:83 for second. See the rest of the results on your screen.
In the prelim, Ashabonatsubar behind 11:34, Maurice Brown 11:38, Henderson 11:45 for Bennett, slides you into that final. Later this evening, 11:45. Clean start. Jackson Montero forward, now Victor's.
Even with each other now through 50 meters, lanes 5 and 6, it will be lane 5. It's Isaiah Vickers, who last year set the meet record in this event and just saw his time drop. And the meet record holder will not find his way into tonight's final, as his 11:68 puts him 21st overall. So this year will crown a new champion. In the middle school boys 100 meter.
Fellas will slide you into that final tonight. Top 8 times.
And no movement for Ben Hopner. 11:45, he's still in 8th.
Clean start for Thomas Harvard, Proctor, Bailey, and
Great start there in lane 4, but emerging in 6. It'll actually be lane 4 in the end. Timar Brickus over Mason Proctor. He'll take the win here in Heat 13. One more heat remain to determine our top 8 finalists. Racing later on this evening. That race set to take place at 6 o'clock. So just a little over 2 hours from the start of that middle school boys 100 final.
Middle school 100. 11:45, fellas, is 11:45 is what you're going to need to slide into that final later on today. DJ, keep me turned up.
And a look at our 14th and final heat of the boys 100 prelims at the middle school level. There's 6 athletes here. No Kai Saputo or Jordan Rosso. We see one more athlete vying for a spot in that top 8.
Please start for our final heat in the boys middle school 100. Brothers.
Lane 4, Brian Colmer out of Pennsylvania. And it's 11:63 for Colmer out of Pennsylvania. Does not crack the top 8, but does crack the top 20 with his effort there to take home the win in Heat 14. So no athletes out of that heat. Moving on to tonight's final, which means we have our 8 competitors set to race tonight. As we see the little cues that all those top 8 athletes were able to get: Grimes, Oshigbo, Brown, Henderson, Bolden, Martin, Schroeder, Hoepner, all headlined by Grimes' meet record time of 11:23. And that race set to take place at 6 o'clock this evening. Now it's the girls' turns. There'll be 10 heats. Again, the top 8 overall times advance on. Their final is set to take place also this evening at 6:05. In lane 5 is Ella Petrosky. 12:32 for the Hempfield Middle School athlete. She dominates Heat 1. They get things going here on the girls' side of the competition. Meet record in this one belongs to Skylar Cunningham of ATL Zoom. Ran 11:97 in this event last year.
Looks like we have 10 heats of the middle school girls 100 meters. 10 heats, that was our first heat. 9 to go.
Through the first heat, Ella Petrosky out front early, 12:32.
Trying to claim that All-American status and crowned a national champion. He too is on the track.
Seven athletes in the blocks now here for Heat 2. So I'll stand up, the official with the green card walking around. And in lane 4 is Ainsley Lister, but on the outside now in 7 is Stephanie Todd of DF3 Stars. Or excuse me, that's actually Francesca Justin of Providence Cobras. 12:69. Namara Traham, 12:82. Ainsley Lister, 13:06. As Justin takes heat 2, 12:69. Which currently sits third, just right behind Bilodeau and Petrosky. We will see Gabrielle Parker, Stella Trombetta, Ariana Ramsey, Anaya Walker, Luciana Damiano, Catherine Okonkwo, Felicity Joseph, and then Alana Latore. A little bit of slip up right there in lane 5, but trying to make up ground is Anaya Walker. After a slow start out of the blocks, she runs 12:73 to win heat 3. And that puts her 4th overall now. Just right behind her, Luciana Damiano, 12:78. And now Gabrielle Parker is the bubble time at 12:90.
Looks like 1290 will slide you into the final as of right now. Again, thanks for coming to New Balance. See you only after national.
Out strong out of the blocks there in lane 4 is Kaylin Jackson, starting to pull away from the field. It's Kaylin Jackson all by herself, the Maryland athlete, 12:51. That puts her 2nd overall now, just right behind Petrosky. Oh, a nice little tailwind, 5.3 meters per second, not a wind legal time. But that doesn't matter. She still puts herself in second overall and is in prime position to move on to tonight's final. Sadia Gibson, 1272. That puts her at fifth overall. Then Sienna Cunningham, 1296 for 12th overall. And Petrosky, top of the list at 1232. Now it's Traham, 1282 in that eighth and final spot.
Smith back for Ronald Thomas, a Captain Rollins.
8-5, that's lane 6. Olivia Akpen. And a new leader emerges there in Heat 5. That's Olivia Akpen of Maximum Speed Track Club, 1229. Ahead of Dylan Thomas, 1281.
Olivia, you're our new front runner, 1229. Impressive. Wave to your coaches.
Now it's Damiano in 8th, 1278, that bubble time. After Olivia Akpon ran 1229. Really strong start there from a bolus athlete. That's Parker Coase. 1194. No more Skylar Cunningham. This is the Parker Coase show now in the middle school girls 100. No surprise coming from the great program, the Bolus School. And dips under 12 seconds. Besting Cunningham's time of 11:97 from last year as she crushes the field in 11:94. And Malia Dwyer had herself a great race as well, 12:45. Now that puts Sadia Gibson in that eighth and final spot, 12:72.
You hear me? 12:72 helps you punch a ticket to the finals tonight.
Heat 7, Sophia DeVentis, Rachel Stepp, Melissa Gobeck, Caden Flowers, Eve Liberty, Erin Scott, Lily Spafford, and then Kaylin Dawson. All 8 lanes occupied here. Flowers in the middle out of Maryland. 12:37. Hurts to 12:42 for Flowers.
Liberty, 12:56. Spot 13.
And then it's Eve Liberty, 12:55 for second. So both those girls now into the top 8, which puts Bilodeau now in the 8th and final spot, 12:69.
All right, heat 8 of 10. Heat 8 of 10. 12:69, ladies. 12:69 or better gets you in. So push off the block, keep that broad base, come up and get that lead 5 and pretty.
Heat 8, 3 more races remain, including this one right here. Time to crack the top 8, 12:69. Anything faster than that gets you into the final, perhaps.
All right, nice lead start for heat 8 of our middle school goal 100. Again, another
Very close race there between lanes 5 and 6, but it'll be lane 5. That's Cameron Daly, 12:51. Then Zoe Orlando, 12:59. So one athlete's in the top 8, the other just on the outside. One spot out. Daly, 12:51, moves her to 7th overall. Orlando, 9th overall. Moves Eve Liberty now in that 8th spot, 12:55.
Again, she broke the meet record in the Prelims. We got a 12:29 Miss Olivia.
Recall hero, the second gun goes off. Just green card all around. Nobody disqualified from this one.
Nicely served. And a good drive. And these pump into the check.
And cruising her way across the line is Parium. There's Jordan Parham, 12:37. One more heat remain. Jordan Parham moves herself into the top 4. She's right behind Petrosky, Akpin, and Coase. Now the bubble time with one race remaining, Cameron Daly of Raleigh's Wildcats at 12:51. Reminder, just later on tonight, Kerry Tollefson and Tom Fuhrer will be on the call for all the championship portions of tonight. Lots of finals to come, the middle school finals and the 400, the 100 hurdles, and the 100, and then the 4x miles and the 5,000s on both the boys and girls high school side. Lots of action to come. Again, Tom Fuhrer and Kerry Tollefson will have the call for that one. Tenth and final heat of this girls' preliminary middle school 100. 12:51 to get into the top 8 or faster. That's lane 5. And it's Shyla Bodestun, and she punches her ticket to the final 12:42. That moves her to 6th overall, and she'll be racing in tonight's final. Gabrielle Monroe second in Heat 10, 13:10, but it's Shyla Bodestun coming up clutch and finishing 6th overall and advances on to tonight's final.
Congratulations, Sheila. You made it to the finals. Yeah, you seem excited. We'll save the energy for the finals.
There you see Shyla Bodestun wins the 10th and final heat of the middle school girls 100 preliminary round. 12:42 for the win. That moves her to 6th overall as she joins the company of 7 other girls. As we look at the overall results now, and Parker Coast with that meet record 11:94. And then Olivia Akpan 12:29, Lelia Petrosky 12:32, Parham 12:37, Flowers 12:42. You just saw Boydston 12:42, Malia Dwyer 12:45, and then Kaylin Jackson 12:51 for that 8th and final spot into the final.
So congratulations, ladies. Making it to the final.
That concludes the girls' middle school 100-meter prelims. Again, the final will take place later on tonight at 3 o'clock. More to come here on day 1 of competition. Again, Tom Fuhrer and Kerry Tollefson will have the call for the rest of the evening here from Franklin Field. This is Keenan Gray saying so long. We'll be back for tomorrow with Serenity Douglas on the call for the morning session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a peek on the track. Heptathlon 200 meters is about to get us going. Sarah Dumas with 2,244 points. I will mess up that last name. IMG, you're going to have to keep me honest. 2219. Those are our current leaders. Again, we have a Heptathlon 200 meters on that track. These are some beastful ladies. The Asia Duncan, Chloe Sarga, Felicia Smith, Julia Del Toronto, and Yula Masculia on the IMG Academy. All right, you guys all already completed events. 100 meter hurdles, high jump, shot put, and you're coming up on the 200 meter medal. This Heptathlon takes a whole new beast and requires a beast of an athlete. So let's take our attention to the 200 meters Heptathlon. Clean Star, Duncan, Sargon, Marilla, O.A., Kenny, and Moose. All right, let's clear the for these ladies. They're coming up on their fourth event of this Heptathlon. We got Laura Duncan. With 25.72 and David Duncan with 25.75. Look at those cameras sorting out. Nice work, ladies. All right, we got our second heat on the track. Emily Brown, Sam Machini, Avery Miller, Ellen Agagan, Daniel Moore, Sarah Dumas, Alina Neckley. looks like we got a new movement. Brown and chin again, this is four. All right, and we're gonna off 19 starts. That was Amy Whitmer. She was your winner. $24.95. Bullseye running. That's a fun name. Sarah Dooley was $25.57. And Dana scored 26.1. All right, I'm sure they'll be updating those overall points very shortly. Congratulations on your there you go. Congratulations. And our audio service has just let me know. Take a peek over there on the scoreboard. Here, Heptathlon. Our current service is Duma. And between our services. Take a peek at the board. Take a picture, video, send it to someone. Halfway through.
Flash, 1, 2, 3.
gentlemen, go stand in the shade, please. Go stand in the shade. Off on the turn.
All right, we're gearing up for our middle school boys 400 meters. So we got about 18 heats. So we'll try to keep it fun. The DJ is going to keep us lit over here. Again, New Balance Nationals, the only outdoor nationals that you can get crowned a New Balance with a crown and a nice medal, and even access to the All-American shop. All right, we're going to take it down to Michael Twist for a sideline interview. You're on, Mike.
Here with Sarah Dumas of Franklin Track, who's leading our girls heptathlon after day number 1. Sarah, you got off to a really quick start, 14:37 in the 100-meter hurdles, worth 927 points. Talk to me, what kind of confidence did that give you coming into the rest of the events today?
Yeah, I consider the hurdles to be probably my strongest event. So it does give me a little bit of a confidence boost at the beginning of a pentathlon or heptathlon to have that, point boost at the beginning.
Now, did you expect yourself to be leading at the end of day number 1 here at New Balance Nationals?
Not at all. Coming here, I really didn't think that I would be leading by the end of today, and we'll see what happens tomorrow, but makes me feel good about what's to come.
And now you're going to be an athlete here at Penn next year. What does it mean to compete here coming into next year?
Yeah, I've been competing on this track at New Balance Nationals since sophomore year. I mean, it's always been kind of a dream to go here, and I never thought that that would be possible. But thankfully, I got really lucky, and I'll be here next year as a Penn athlete.
Absolutely. Good luck with day number 2.
But you're supposed to cut it. parents. All right, we're back here on the backstretch, trying to hold on strong. And let's see if we get some movement here on the stagger. I think that's lane 8. And I was right, 56:43, Adrian Harris, Dale City Lightning. He takes the leading time, 56:43. Noah Pizzarusso, 56:95. Again, there is no final later on today. 400-meter boys, this is your final. So you got to give it everything that you got. Parents, we got to hear you in the stands. Again, we have 18 heats of the middle school boys 400. All right, looks like we got a clean start. Section 2-3 of our middle school boys 400 meters. Parents, they're gonna need to hear you to cheer you on. These are little legs running around this track. There we go. Looks like there's a little bit of movement, a little bit of a push right there between 6 and 7. Logan Gray and Tyler Robinson. It's the last stretch, so we got to bring them in. Let's bring them home over there on that home stretch. I can hear you. Final push through the finish line. Thanks for bringing them home. And that was Tyler Robinson, 56.95, out of Dale City Lightning. His teammate earlier, Tyler Robinson, took a heat, 56.95. We got Logan Gary out of the District of Columbia, 57.63. And Robert Tibbs, 57.91. Nice work, fellas. Adrian Harris out of Dale City Lightning with the 56.73 is our leading time. Again, fellas, this is your final. Go crazy. Clean start to section 4 of 18. Jones wearing Harris, Anuez Bread, Dio Panky, and Melanin. All right. All right, parents, you'll have to clap it up. This is their final. They're gonna need all the push you can give them. I think that's John Burge out of Michigan. Again, those lanes are hard to see from up here. Looks like we got a tight pack pushing towards his finish. Tell him to move those arms and get them knees up. That monkey is jumping on the back. And we got some movement right out that pack through the finish. Good dip. All right. I got to give them some love. Your girls from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Go ahead, John Berg out of Michigan. 55.72. That's moving. Well done. That was a fast heat. John, go ahead and look at the camera. It's behind you. Wave to your mom or your dad. Yeah, out of Michigan. Okay. Ooh, nice work. 55.72. That means business. John takes our overall lead with 55.72. Leonardus Anzos. Nice clean start. Jones, Dempsey, Anuez, Neely, Patel, Corn and Gray, Fitzgerald, and Perry. All right, looks like we're strong back here on this backstretch. Again, parents, you paid that New Balance fee for them to be here, so let me hear you. We'll see the leader coming off this stagger. I think that's Dylan Fitzgerald out in front. Moving them elbows, getting them knees moving. It looks like the pack is making some movement in a final push. New Balance, let me hear you. There we go. That's a big lap for some little legs. All right, Dylan Fitzgerald, 55.18. We got a new leader, Dylan Fitzgerald in 55.18. John Berg still holding on tight with that 55.72. Rishi Patel, 56.16. Jaheim Neatley, 56.55. You guys deserve it. Go ahead and lay down. But get up before your coach gets to you. Congratulations, Mr. Fitzgerald. That is blazing. Out there in lane 8. There is no such thing as a bad lane. Clean start. Section 6 of 18, Abbott, Smith, Eldemeyer, Gould, Critchenberg, Onji, Nicholson, and Talent Jr. All right, fellas, good work back here on this backstretch. Keep those arms moving and keep that chin tucked. All right, we got some front runners out here in the outside lanes. Looks like Talent Jr. and Nicholson. Is that Aiden Anji Obi Wave Runners? And we're getting some final kick right here at the finish line. Way to keep it interesting, fellas. Hey, home stretch, I'm gonna need you to clap them in. Running the 400 is no joke. All the way through the finish. Pushing it through with the fancy Hawaiian shorts. Jackson Gould, 55.32. Woo! It had to be the shorts. Had to be the shorts. Congratulations. Nice run. Heat 7 of 18 on the track. Thanks for staying engaged and bearing with us. These middle school boys 400 meters are blazing. We love to clean the scene start. Moore, Areño, Jones, Hamsla, Gardner, Whalen, Fitch, and Tanner. I like those arms out there in the outside lane. They moving real good. Who's coming through here in the purple? Different Gardner. All right, you lean locked in and focused. Good push, fellas. All right, it looks like we got a little bit of a challenge on the inside. I'm liking how them arms are moving. All right, on that home stretch, everyone knows how that feels. We are neck and neck with the push, and it looks like there's an outside, right to the finish. I saw his arms coming out. He meant business. Colton Chandler, 55.05 out of Wild TC. Woo, woo! Well done. Your arms look good from the gate. Congratulations. That was a fast heat, 55.43, 55.75. Those times jump into our top 8. Clean start. I hear Coach yelling, move. Cobbs, Houston, Baker, Lawson, Martin, Carter, Gradnan, Lee. All right, Kendall Gadna out there in lane 9. Not afraid to take the lead out there. Aja Breaker on the side, bringing a little bit of heat. I hear the coaches yelling, move. I think it's time to move. All right, looks like we got a little bit of a race here on our hands with the final kick. Keep them knees in front and pumping those elbows. Wow. 54-55 from your boy, Kendall Gratton. I see his coach over here talking about move. Kendall, say something to the camera. Hey, light work. Standing on business out here. Kendall Gratton, 54-55. And not too bad right behind Mr. Baker, 54-66. Moving heat. Way to go. Clap that up, New Balance. That's fast for some high school kids. We see you down there, Coach. You were right on time with the move. All them long hours and no pay paid off, huh? All right, heat 9 of our middle school boys, 400 meters. We are halfway through. Kendall, your coach sees you. All right. I'm loving this action out here in lane 9, not being afraid to take the lead. It's tough when you're out there, you can't see anybody behind you. Nice work, young man. Let's keep them shoulders moving, arms swinging, and we're coming up on our last 200 of the 4. We should start to see things even out with this stagger. I believe that's lane 4 out there. Pump right through the finish, fellas. Nice work. Xavier on 54, 54. Sebastian not too far behind with that 55.43. And Brock Newcomb 55.49. Nice work, fellas. You're on camera. You can wave to your coach. That's out of Delaware Elite. He takes over with that 54.54. That is a new leading time. Delaware Elite. Xavier, go ahead and clap that up. You made that look easy, bruh. I'm not in charge, but I say yes. Give me some insight. All right, section 10 of 18. Middle school bowl is 400 meters. Baloo Slater, Tashina McGee, Mazan, LeMay, Jarvis, and Hardwick. All right, we're pushing that pace, coming up on that 200 meters. They got Drizzy Drakes on, so you got to make something shake. All right, doesn't look like that rail is slowing you down on the inside. Is that Danielle Slater Jaguar track? Sheesh! 53.83 on the board, and that is not a typo. Daniel Slater out of Jaguar track. He's standing on straight business. Jacob LeMay, 54.89 out of Michigan. Shout out Michigan. Hey, Daniel, you on camera? Wave to your coach or your mama. Hey, light work. It's light work, huh, Daniel? Impressive, 53.87. Gotta clap that up. Again, welcome to the New Balance Nationals. This is the fastest party on the planet and the only place you can be crowned a true New Balance champion. All right, it looks like heat 11. We just got over that halfway point. Wade, Mathis, Jacob, Chichuchi, Rocher, Miller, and Sylvania. All right, I love this brave act out here in lane 9. You can't see him behind you, so you just gotta get out and go. We just finished our last 200. Coach, he hears you. You said move. All right, we're coming off this stagger and things look like they might even up. All right, we got a little bit of a fight. All right, fellas, let's bring it on home. Drop them chins and run through the finish. Clap them up, home stretch. Clap them up, home stretch. Ah. Okay, okay. 53.96 for your boy, Taylor Mathis. Hey, put the ski on. We see you. Tyler Mathis, 53.96. He must play a little football. Daniel Slater still holding tight with that 53.87. Tyler Mathis, that was your second overall time, 53.96. And in that heat, I think it was Bryson Savalian, 54 flat. All right. 53.76. Whew. I guess that's why they call this the fastest party on the planet. All right, heat 12 of 18. Harlow, Karn, Redmond, Outland, Jordan, Grady, Clark, and Williams. All right. Looks like we got some Uli push right there by the rail. Again, lane 9, they out there going brave. All right. Lane 4 and 6, making something happen. I believe that's Oliver Redmond with the pack chasing him. Okay, looks like we got some movement with the kick. Right through the finish, and he's accelerating through that finish line. OMG. Hey, you just saw your new leader, Caden Clark, out of lane 8, 53.61. James Jordan, 55.05, and Oliver Redmond, 55.14. Hey, clap it up for Caden Clark, 53.61, out there in lane 8. No such thing as a bad lane. My coach used to tell me, no lane is the bad lane. Well done out there in lane 8. Caden Clark, you are our leader with 53.61. Heat 13 of 18. Go ahead with that M&M, Detroit. Shout out to Michigan. Middle school boys, 400 meters. All right, all right, all right. Looking strong coming up on this 200. I believe that's Caden Page. He's got the pack behind him. You can't be afraid of this 400 because there's nothing else like it. All right, looks like we got a little pressure. Is that Trevor White? All right, we're pushing. Oh, you're holding strong. It looks like there's some quickness right in the inside. Ah, to the finish, to the finish, to the finish. Woo-woo. Okay. Okay. Layton, you didn't come to play. 53.94. Caden Page, 54.06. And Cash, Money White, 54.7. All right, Layton, with that 53.94, we see you. That puts you number 3 overall. Ohio, shout out to the Midwest. We won in the rain, the snow, and everything. Hey, where's that drip? Ah, lightweight, light work. All right, New Balance, stay with me. We got Heat 14, Heat 14. All right, clean start, Heat 14. Cohen, Yang, Skinner, Cameron, Pratt, and more. They got some times to compete with that 53.61 is holding strong. And looks like there's no fear right here. Love to see something like that, Mr. Pratt. Go ahead, Zachary. Oh, we're still watching the middle school boys 400 because these boys are bringing the heat. Let's see what kind of push we get here at the finish. Oh, looks like there might be a little bit of a race. You know how them legs are feeling. Cement blocks. push it right through the finish. Isaiah Cameron, 53.84. Isaiah, you're our new number 2 out of Wizard CC. Caden Clark, you still hold tight with that 53.61, but Isaiah, 53.83, congrats. Wizard TC, that's moving. That was heat 14, hit 15 on the track. We're almost there, folks, heat 15. Again, clean start. Eden the third, Brian, Pierre, Gavin, Hopner, Bryce, Arsaro, and Chadwick. All right, coming through on this 200. All right, looks like we got some fight right here at the end. Pushing it right through the finish, fellas. Okay, 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 Caden, Gavin, we see you. 51.99, go ahead and clap that up. The fastest party on the planet. Caden, way to make it happen. Hey, then we see you with that 52.23. I don't have it in front of me, but these gotta be some PRs for these guys. And coaches, I can hear you, so yell it out if it is. 51.99, middle school boys, 400, getting it turned and standing on business. Love to see it. Caden, you're our new leader, 51.99. And Ben, you're right behind him.
I understand that.
52.23. Nice heat, fellas. Good work. Way to push it through the finish. All right, looks like we got a clean start. All right, middle school boys, 400 meters on the track. Heat 16 of 18. All right, fellas, 51.99 is the time to beat. It looks like we are making a push at that 120 mark. Let's see what kind of kick work we got. Let's see what we got. Oh my, to the wire. Keep that chin down and that head still and pushing it right through the finish. Oh, we're gonna let the camera sort that out. I don't even want, oh. 53.35, Brian Carmore, 53.38, Amos Payne, 53.78, Yonder Anthony, round out our top three. Good work, fellas. Gave us a great show. All right, we're coming up on heat 17 of 18. Again, your boy Caden Garvin, 51.99. That's South Carolina. 51.99. I'm a high school coach, and some of my high school boys ain't putting that down. Nice clean start. This is heat 17. Again, that 51.99 is the time to beat. And looks like out here in 7 and 8, we're moving nice and strong. I think that's Mr. Russell of Iconic Force. All right, things will start to even out, or they won't. Okay, this is the final push. Oh no, oh. Go ahead and get up and finish if you can. There you go. Oh, good work getting up and finish. That's how life is. It knocks you down, you gotta get back up. Good work. Ooh, ooh, Joseph Russell, what's up? 51-57, that's how you doing it? 51-57, coach, where you at? Mr. Roberts not too far behind with that 52-21. It sounds like that 51-57 is the new meet record. And you saw it right here. Congratulations, Mr. Russell. We got one heat to go. So let's see what they talking about. But that's tough to beat. Congratulations. One more heat to go. Heat 18, 51-57. Gotta be your PR. Heat 18, our final heat of the middle school boys, 400 meters. Our final heat, heat 18 of the middle school boys, 400 meters. Whiteside, Meyer, McKinley, Cookton, Tubman, Swanson, Huff, and Ashibio. That's our hurdler. All right, let's see what you got. All right, looks like we got some fire right here in the middle of the track. And they are hitting that kick early. We hear you, coaches. This is our final heat of 18, and they coming for that 51-57. Let's see what we got. Oh, my goodness. Michael Swanson, 49.60. That is your new meet record. Way to go and get that. Daniel Huff, 50.14, not bad at all. And Mr. Myers with the 51.18. We see you. 49.60. Go ahead and clap that up. Out of Alabama, Mr. Swanson, what you gonna say to the camera? Hey, you a national champion. Do something. Congratulations, Mr. Michael Swanson is your New Balance national champion, 49.60 in the boys middle school 400 meters. Go ahead and clap that up. I need to hear you, New Balance. We sat through 18 heats so we could see that. Congratulations, Coach. That is an impressive performance. $49.60. You saw it. That's the meet record, middle school boys, 400 meters. And there is no need for a final. Congratulations, Michael Swanson out of Alabama. Your coach, your parents, anyone that supported your journey to get here to make you the New Balance national champion, middle school boys, 400 meters. Thanks for the show. All right, we'll change it up a little bit. You got the Decathlon boys 400 meters. Okay, he's not afraid of that rail on the inside. We got Dean, Helen Fritsch, Messina Pratt, Benson, Foster, and Lathrop. All right, let's clap it up. If I'm right, Decathlon is 10 events. All right, they're coming here on the home stretch. I think that's Sean French. Again, it's hard for me to see over there. Good push through the line. Oh, I was wrong. Colton Dean, 50.89. Brody Foster, 52.21. Son 52.72. Looks like Colton, that's US #1 with that 50.89. Go ahead and take a peek at the scoreboard. That's something to be proud of. Out of Stallions TC. Well done, US #1 in the Decathlon boys 400 meters. All right, the second heat of our Decathlon 400 meters is on the track. right, this is our final heat of the men's decathlon, 400 meters. McNeil, Strokin, Brown, Brass, Fedler, McKinney, and Lipka. All right, 50:89 was the time. Colton Dean, U.S. #1 out of Stallions TC in that previous heat. And lane 8 and 9 going out at it. It's hard to see on this stagger. You can't be afraid of it. Good work, fellas. All right, we're coming up on that home stretch. A little less than 100 meters to go. Good push, good push. Right through the finish, fellas. We got a new U.S. #1, Garrick McNeil out of Texas, 50:71. Colton Dean still right there behind, 50:89. And we're gonna toss down to our middle school 400-meter champion. I think that's Michael Swanson right down there with Mike. Let's go.
I'm here with Michael Swanson, our middle school boys 400-meter champion. Ran 49:60. Michael, you had to watch a lot of heats go off before. Were you a little nervous seeing those guys run 51 and take down the previous meet record?
No, sir, because I knew what I could do. Because I've been running 49s for like 6 weeks now. So I knew that if I just did what I needed to do, I'd break it.
Now, this is your second national championship title this weekend. I mean, what spike did you run in?
New Balance.
Talk to me. You like that spike?
Yes, sir.
What's next for you?
I think AAU, Junior Olympics, and that's it.
Good luck with the rest of your season. Your middle school national champion and your meet record holder, Michael Swanson.
All right. All right, go ahead and take a peek at the championships boys' current compiled standings at the scoreboard. Colton Dean leading 37.95, Jay Brown 35.52, and Garrick McNeil 35.31 round out your top three. All right, our middle school girls 400 meters underway. We are in heat 1. Bullard, Elberg, McKee, Ranger, Latour Morales, and Sharon. Okay, we're gonna get this going in heat 1. All right, we only have 8 heats of this middle school 400 meters. I believe that's Zion Bullard out of lane 4 TC. I was right. My eyes aren't as bad as I thought. That's Zion Bullard out of lane 4 TC, 59.10. Way to get it started. All right, Zion, we see you. All right, heat 2. Todd, Yasmin, Elijah, Maddox, Whitehead, and Palmer. All right, that 59:10 is our current leading time. And we only got 8 heats. Out here in lane 9, Miss Kayla Whitehead out of Maryland. Gotta be brave out there in lane 9 or 8. All right, looks like it's getting interesting right here on the home stretch. Here's that final push. From start to finish. That's Kayla Whitehead with 59:43. Zion Buller still taking that top spot with 59:10. Kayla Whitehead slides into number 2 with that 59:43. Layla Elijah, 1:67, and Stephanie Todd, 1:01:18. Congratulations, Kayla, you're on the big screen. Go ahead and wave. All right, we're coming up on heat 3 of 8. And we are off our middle school girls 400 meters, heat 3. We hear you, family and coaches. Bring them through. Coming up on the first 200. 59:10 is the time to beat. All right, we are finishing up on the last 120. Let's hear you, coaches. They need to hear you, parents, on that home stretch. Looks like we got some movement back there in the back, but we got a front runner coming right through the finish line. Good push. All right, Daphne, 59:73. That throws you into third out of Team Accelerators of Accelerate Maryland. Congratulations, Daphne. You can wave to the camera. Daphne Obispo out of Team Accelerate Maryland, 59:73. That's your heat winner. Zion Bullard out of lane 4 TC is still holding on with that 59:10, and Miss Whitehead out of Maryland with that 59:43. Heat 4, we are halfway through the middle school goals 400. Lee, Tannenham, Goring, Exdell, Richardson, Henry, Smith, and Langston. All right, again, there is no final. This is the final, ladies. Again, lane 9's got to get out there and be by themselves. You're brave. Coming up on the 200. Is that Ariana Henry out here? All right, we got a new leader. Go ahead and move those arms. I see you back here. All right, ladies, fight right through that finish. Oh. Amaria Tranenham, a minute 36 out of New Haven. Savannah Izell, Winslow Elite 101.24, round out your top two. Zion Bullard still holding strong with that 59.10. Kayla Whitehead right behind, 59.43. And Daphne Obispo, 59.73. These ladies are already under a minute. And we're early in New Balance. All right, and we are out early and smoking. Fifth heat of our middle school goals, 400 meters. Lane 5 out strong. Lane 7 out strong. Lane 8 out strong. Coming up on our first 200. All right, the last 120. Home stretch, they need to hear you. This is heat 5. I hear the coaches yelling, move. I hear the coaches yelling, move. That's Jordan Parham out of S&E. 59.70. Nice work. That 59.70 slid you right into the third place. Again, there is no final. This is their final. Good work. All right, we are underway, heat 6, 2 heats to go. Middle school girls, 400 meters. That 59.10 by Zion Bullard is still holding on strong. All right, we're out strong. I believe that's lane 8, Motor City. Detroit, we see you. That's Brooke Petaway. I hear you, coach, saying move, and they're moving all on the inside. The last 80 meters of this 400. We're seeing that hill work from the fall. Finishing right through the finish lines. Casey Carney, woo! That was a fast heat, 58.42. Melania Jackson, 59.10, and Brooke Petaway out of Detroit, Michigan, Motor City Track Club, we see you, 59.28. Yeah, go ahead and scream that at 58.42 for a middle schooler. Welcome to the fastest party on the planet. And that's only heat 6. We got 2 heats to go. Congratulations, Miss Casey out of Lakeland, TC. You got the #1 spot, 58:42. All right. Yeah, turn that Chris Brown up. Hey, I was at 11-11 tour. Okay, we see you in the green. Hey, let's clap it up for these ladies. This is heat 7. They're gunning for this 58:42. Lane 6, 8, and 9 out there moving. We see you. All right, looks like we got a final push on our last 80 meters of this 400. Heat 7, they got this 58:42 they gotta beat. I see you right here in the middle, from the start to the finish, all the way. Woo! 57:18, Abigail Rivitsky, we see you. Hey. Chris Brown says you can run it. Go ahead, Abigail. You ran that 57:18. We got another 57:44, Trinity Payne. That heat was smoking, 58:39. Abigail, 58:84. And Aaron Chisholm, 58:96. Abigail, do something for the camera. Let's see something. Oh, I love to see that sportsmanship. There we go. 57:18. I take that any day. All right, we're in our final heat of the girls' middle school 400 meters, and Chris Brown is tearing this up and keeping us energized. Go ahead, DJ, we see you. We out here in lane 7. Jada Harper making something happen. Get it out early, not afraid to jump on it. Let's go, let's go. All right, ladies. This is our final heat, heat 8 of the middle school girls 400, and it looks like we see some quick feet on the inside of the track as well. This one's coming right down to the line. I don't want to be at that finish line. We're gonna, oh. Okay, okay, we see you. Trezelle Campbell, 55:75 with the meet record. Acceleration Nation, and they spelled that acceleration with an X because they mean business. Jade Harper, 56:03, and Malin Abram, 57:07. Go ahead with the New Balance. Hey, you deserve that. We got a meet record right here. This is why you are at the fastest party on the planet. Look at that middle school girls 400 meters, blazing. New Balance Nationals, congratulations. You are a New Balance national champion.
Live from iconic and historic Franklin Field on the eastern edge of the campus of the University of Pennsylvania, one of the elite academic institutions in the country, located in Philadelphia, one of the nation's great cities, Runner Space presents the evening session of day one of the New Balance Outdoor Nationals. A very hearty welcome to you, wherever you may be. I am Tom Fewer, your host. I am joined by Carrie Tollefson, the pride of Dawson, Minnesota, the 2004 United States Olympic Trial 1,500-meter champion, a four-time individual and an NC2A team titleist in cross country while competing at Villanova University, just 11 miles from the stadium here at Franklin Field. So what's on the menu for tonight? We have some middle school sprint and hurdle finals, as well as championships in the 4x-mile for boys and girls, as well as the boys and girls 5,000-meter championships. Typical late spring conditions in Philly, mid to high 80s and some wind gusts up to 15 miles per hour. Over the course of these 4 days, we will get to see some of the biggest names and brightest stars in high school track and field, including national 2-mile high school record holder Allie Zealand, who is scheduled to face off head-to-head in a much-anticipated mile against Sadie Hanglehart, the great Floridian Christian Miller plying his craft in the 100, as well as the 200, the indoor 200-meter standard bearer Adasia Hodge, and the newly minted 5,000-meter record holder Danny Simmons. Certainly, high school athlete of the year honors could be decided here in Franklin Field. And anytime you get a chance to watch sophomore Quincy Wilson of Bullis, the indoor 400-meter record holder in a specialist race or a relay, it is something to behold indeed. Bringing in Carrie, you've had a taste of competing here. What's it like for these young athletes toeing the line?
Oh, it is so much fun being in Franklin Field when you drive into downtown Philly and you just know that magic can happen there. It is going to be a fun day for them and they will not forget it. And if they've come back, you know, they had it here last year and this might be another time that they've been here at New Balance Nationals. It's the nerves that you get, the butterflies that you get when you head into the stadium. And here we are going to see the second, now the final of the girls 100-meter hurdles. And you know they are so excited that they've got a race already.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, in the previous race, the 400, Jada Harper had the second fastest time of the day, and she's still scheduled to run in this particular final in lane number 4. So it'll be interesting to see if indeed she does do that. That's pretty wild. She just ran 56 seconds for the 400. So among the top competitors here, Jasmine Jackson in lane number 5 broke the meet record in the heats, 14.14 with a plus 1.4 meter per second wind. Nia Armstrong, the former meet record holder, she's in lane 6. She ran 14.18, but she ran into a 0.9 wind meters per second wind. And then you've got Jada Harper in lane number 4. So the action is going to be in 4, 5, and 6, Carrie. And you've got 3 young ladies all within 6/100ths of a second. And of course, Harper having just run the 400. It should be a very interesting race.
Yeah, you know, Jada Harper's been having a great year. She set a PR in June running 14:63. And I think that the big thing for these athletes is they might not have the time in between these races, Jada for sure, going back to back, but also just being able to focus on 1, maybe 2 races. You know, a lot of times they're running different relays and maybe doing field events and things like that. So when they come to a national meet like this, they have the opportunity to really hone in. And Jada is now the only one here in this race that will be doubling back. But all the others maybe just can focus and just pour all their eggs into one basket.
Well, you said that her PR coming into the meet was 14:60, and she ran 14:20 earlier today. So that's a real big improvement. And this young lady is certainly somebody to watch out for. Just an 8th grader. She's there in lane number 4 in the all red. Jasmine Jackson, the fastest qualifier, next to her in the white in lane number 5, and then Nia Armstrong to her outside in 6. 4, 5, and 6. That's what we're really looking at here. Meet record 14:14. Now, the meet's only been here for a couple years, so we're going to get a lot of meet records, but we're ready for the start. Harper in 4, Jackson in 5, Armstrong in 6. And in lane 6, it is Armstrong with a slight lead over Jackson in lane 5. It's very close between the two of them. And at the lean, it's going to be Armstrong in a meet record 13.99, under 14 seconds for the first time ever at this meet. Wind just 0.1 meters per second.
Well, you know, Nia Armstrong really played the first round well. I mean, she went for it, but she might have just saved just a little bit more. She's won indoors for New Balance this last year in 2023, so you know that she wants another title under her belt, and she looked smooth. She looked like she really got out well, but closed super hard.
And Jackson also under the old meet record that she had set earlier today at 14.14, and not surprisingly, Harper finished last. That's an awfully tough double back-to-back. She had a late heat in the 400, and to have to come back-to-back on that that's inhumane, actually. And she did a good job just getting to the start line. But now we're ready for the boys'
You think of all the colleges
school.
that a lot of the college coaches are probably thinking the strength, the mental capacity to do that. They're definitely looking at her already.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. So now we're ready for the boys' middle school. Same drill. They ran heats in the morning. James Hawkins Jr., who's running in lane number 5, he had the fastest time by far, 12.94 meet record. This is over the 30-inch hurdles. This is, of course, 100-meter hurdles, not the 110-meter hurdles. And he should be the prohibitive favorite. I'm sorry, this is over the 33-inch hurdles, excuse me. But over only 100 meters, not 110. And Hawkins is in lane number 5. And he's there against the back fence now, making his way over. Oh, no. Yep, making his way over. He's got the black and yellow. But that young man had the fastest time by 56 hundredths of a second of anybody in the heats. So the second fastest time was turned in by Cyrus Martin, who's next to him in lane number 6. And Cyrus Martin from Georgia. But everybody is going to have a task ahead of them trying to compete with this young man in lane number 5.
Well, they know that Hawkins is coming back. He's the defending champion from last year. You know, he wants to run well and he wants to put on a show. And he already did that in the first round today, setting that new meet record. But like we just saw in the girls' race, you know, you wonder if they really know how to race already at this young age where they kind of just can ease off just a little bit on those last 2 hurdles.
Yeah, and you know, the conditions are a little windy, although that last race, very, very little wind, but supposed to pick up. But 86 degrees, and that's just about perfect for hurdling when you're going a short distance like this. And there we're seeing, you can see the gusts there. I'm a little surprised, quite frankly, that the wind reading on that last race is 0.1 meter per second. And you can see on the graphic here, wind 11 miles per hour. I'm not sure what happened that last race, but maybe they caught the one time when the...
At this stadium, you know, it's kind of a little bit of like a coliseum. Like you think of being in Rome, and when I used to race internationally as a pro athlete, there are some stadiums where you do get a bit of a wind block, and you know, they're lucky at when we watch the Penn relays, for instance, they'll flop back and forth and they give the sprinters, you know, the best opportunity to run fast. So there might just be a little bit of block for them down there.
Well, that's a very good point. You know, you're in a bowl. By the way, this stadium named after Penn's founder, Benjamin Franklin, and is the home stadium for the Penn relays and the university's venue for football, track and field, and lacrosse. By the way, Carrie, Franklin Field is the oldest stadium still operating for football. It was the first college stadium in the United States with a scoreboard and the second with an upper deck of seats. And we're looking now at the field as we do the what I call the Vegas walk across the starting line. That's Shannon Palmer. And then this, this is John Arthur French Jr., who is next to our big favorite, James A. Hawkins Jr. There he is, strapping young lad, only an 8th grader. And to Hawkins' right, if he's not going to win this race, then we might expect this young man from Georgia, Cyrus Martin, looking very pensive getting ready for the start. And then Marvin Pirellis. And to his outside, Gavin Baxter. And Javelle Chandler will be on the very outside. You know, what's nice about this stadium is you're right up against the stands when you're in that outside lane. Now, it may not be so great for the sprints because of maybe some noise, especially if it's a race with a Jamaican in it. There might be quite a bit of noise, but it's a great historic facility. Wind seems to be dying down. I'm dying to see what the wind reading will actually be. And there you see the start line. You know, Carrie, I became a big fan of track and field because of one race that took place in the stadium, and that was Marty LaCouri going up against Jim Ryan in the Dream Mile on ABC's Wide World of Sports in 1971, and that made me a big fan. Then I got to work this meet for many years, but quiet for the start. And we're off and running, and Hawkins off to a very good start there in lane 5 in the yellow-black, just really focusing and just taking this field to the woodshed as we expected off that prelim run of 12:94. Oh, and he betters that. 12:91, another meet record for James A. Hawkins Jr.
Yeah, exciting to see him run. He had such great rhythm. It was almost like pa-pow, 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 pa-pow. You know, he just had a really good rhythm for a young man like that, and he really got out of the blocks, and he went for it from the gun and just didn't even take a little glance over his shoulder. He knew he had it, and so did we. He had a little bit of distance in between that second place, and he went for it. So, yeah, 2 records for him today. He's got to be excited.
Indeed, and he won by 69 hundredths of a second. So when you say he didn't look to his right or his left, well, he wouldn't have seen anything if he did.
Exactly.
Because nobody was in the picture. That's
a
great
full-on
race
look back.
Yeah, so the wind on that plus 0.5 meters per second. So again, it shows you the difference between what is on the outside of the stadium and what the bowl has in terms of the wind reading. What was your favorite race here at the Penn Relays, most memorable for you in your career?
Oh, you know, I loved running the DMR, but I also loved the 4x15, you know, 4 by mile, watching all those races. I mean, it was just such great events, but I have to say my favorite was probably the 4x4. I mean, whether I was calling the race as a commentator or being right there watching, I never ran it, but man, it was so fun, especially when the Jamaicans would come and they would just get so loud and they do their whoop whoops when people were getting walked down. I mean, if you've never been to the Penn Relays, you have to go. If you've never been to the New Balance Outdoor Nationals, you have to go, because it is a historic place, like you said, but the history of track and field there, you know, you could talk to anyone, especially some of the officials that are there. They have seen some of the best races we've ever seen in this sport.
Very well put. So in this race, this is the middle school boys 100-meter final. The favorite in the middle of the track, out of Georgia, Quintez Grimes. He ran 11:23, and we're going to be saying meet record a lot because this is the 3rd year of the meet here. Basilius Oshegbo of Owings Mills, which is a powerhouse in Maryland track club. He had the 2nd fastest qualifying time, and Oshegbo will be next to Grimes in lane number 6. So if we're looking for a couple favorites, that's where they are. Interestingly enough, Maurice Brown, who will be running in lane number 4, he's just a 7th grader, and but I'll tell you this, Quintez Grimes, he is a big lad there. He's in the all black right there in lane 5, lane 1 being open. So if he can unfurl that very large body of his, he's going to be he's going to be a sprinter to behold. So this is Saphir Bolden from Drexel Hill, Mississippi. Nice smile for him. Maurice Brown, the 7th grader that we were talking about, right there in lane number 4. This is Quintez Grimes, a tall drink of water indeed. And if he can get those legs moving, he's going to obviously be a big factor here to win this race. Basilius Shegbu from Owings Mills, Maryland, out there in lane 6, an 8th grader. Talon Henderson from Florida in lane number 7. Next to him will be Jacoby Martin from Winslow Elite in lane number 8. And then on the very outside, right next to those stands, Wisconsin's finest, Ben Hopner He doesn't seem to be nervous at all. He's having a good time, and good for him.
Yeah, they
So
all
this is
seem to
the-
be, they have their own look, right? They all want to look into the camera and do
Yes.
something different.
Yes. I would before I would run, I'd be so nervous I couldn't even, I wouldn't even be able to, if there was any cameras out there, you know, we were using a wire and a couple of Campbell soup cans to do any kind of broadcasting, but
Stop it. But, you know, Grimes reminds me of an Usain Bolt. You know, he's playing it up when the camera's there. He's tall like Usain was. He's super fast. So, or a Noah Lyles, who always loves a camera as well. We just saw Noah Lyles on Jimmy Fallon, and he was having fun on there. So we'll have to see if he can run Grimes just as fast as he likes to smile.
Grimes in 5. And of course, in high school, like in the pros, one false start and you're out. Grimes has a little bit of kinesio tape on the back of his right hamstring. So you wonder if that's just precautionary. We've got the yellow card, which means nobody will be given a false start. Hopefully the blocks are better than what we saw in New York over the weekend. And let's get set again in 2, Winston Schroeder. In 3, Saphir Bolden. In 4, Maurice Brown, the only 7th grader in the field. 5, Quintez Grimes. 6, Basilius Ashegbu. 7, Talon Henderson. 8, Jacoby Martin. 9, Ben Hepner. Middle school 100-meter final. And out well is the 7th grader, Brown, in lane 4. Grimes trying to get it unfurled here. And here comes Grimes with those long strides, and Grimes just misses 11:01. It is a meet record. Jacoby Martin in 2nd at 11:11. And Basilius Oshegbu 3rd, 11:22. Wind into a slight one, minus 0.5. It took him a while, Carrie, to get unfurled, but once he did, it was over.
Yeah, he looked good, and you could see that. Grimes just was like, I don't know if he was rowing the boat. I mean, I'm from Minnesota, so I want to say he's rowing the boat, but he was turning something there before it even started, and he's excited. But you did say he does have quite a big wrap on his right leg, and when they did stand up that first part of the race, you wondered if something was up with him too. But he looked good, setting another meet record today. And just in 8th grade, my goodness, he looks like he should be at least a senior in high school.
Yeah, they make him bigger and
it's
stronger.
on his left leg, actually, Tom. It's a left leg that he's got wrapped there.
Didn't I say that? I thought I said that.
You probably did. I just looked wrong.
So we move inexorably forward on this 4-day celebration of middle school and high school track put on by New Balance, the great shoe company out of the Boston area. So great what they do for these kids. Give them these wonderful opportunities to compete at a very high level. So as we get prepared for the, go ahead.
I was just to say it's phenomenal that they have all these, postseason races for athletes. We didn't have that many. We had a few, but we didn't have that many when we were younger. But to see the opportunities these kids have to not only race but also put themselves in situations where they get to meet professional athletes or high school athletes that they've looked up to, or some collegiate athletes that they've looked up to, it really is a great experience.
Well put. Okay, so we are getting ready for the middle school girls 100. Now it looks like we may have an empty lane. Lane number 6 was supposed to have been Olivia Akpan, a 7th grader, but it looks like she's not there. So from the inside, it's Malia Dwyer of Owings Mills Track Club. She qualified in 12:45. Then it's Caden Flowers of Maryland next to her in lane number 3. 12:42 qualifier. Ella Petrosky from Mississippi in lane 4. She qualified in 12:32. Parker Coes, Fastest qualifier with the meet record 11:94, and that is hoofing it for an 8th grader. She's in lane 5. Okpan out. Jordan Parham in lane number 7. She's a 7th grader, 12:37. In lane 8, Shyla Boydston from San Antonio, 12:42 in the qualifying. And in lane number 9, Jackson from Maryland, 12:51. And now we're getting the Vegas walk. There's Caden Flowers and Ella Petrosky. And from that powerhouse Bullis contingent is Parker Coase. Oh, there's Olivia Akpon. I didn't see her before. Sorry about that, Olivia. Out there in lane number 6, the second fastest qualifier at 12:29 as a 7th grader. She disappeared on me. Shyla Boydston in lane 8. And then on the very outside, Kaylin Jackson. So, like with everything else where we have heats, the top competitors will be in the middle of the track. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on Ella Petrosky in 4, Parker Coase in 5, and Olivia Akpon in lane number 6. The middle school girls 100-meter final. That meet record of Parker Coase from Maryland in lane 5, 11:94 may be in serious jeopardy.
Always the hardest part of the race, I think, right here. Just getting set right at the start line, calming your nerves, making sure you've told yourself a number of times that you can do it. You got to believe in yourself.
And we're away cleanly in lane 5. Parker Coase got out to a very nice start. Coase is in the all blue, and Coase coming in, and it's a runaway. Parker Coase, meet record 11:87. Olivia Akpon second in 12:12. And Bullis does it again.
Well, these kids really know how to live it up and to show the camera how excited they are. I love it at this young age. They're not afraid. You know, cameras are in your face a lot more than they used to be. And it was so fun to see Parker Coase get out of the blocks hard and just charging. You know, so much power goes into that start. And if you get a good one, you got to go with it. And she has had a phenomenal weekend already and just an awesome race there.
And she's so well coached, obviously, with these Bullis athletes. And we're going to go down now to Kate Van Buskirk, and she's going to be speaking with our boys 100-meter winner. Kate?
In your prelim, come back and run 11:01 for another meet record in the final. Talk to me. How do you deal with the pressure running the meet record in the prelim, knowing all eyes are on you in this final?
I just focused on myself and focused on my race and don't worry about nothing. Don't worry about nobody else.
Absolutely. Now, what's next for you?
My 200 tomorrow.
You ready for it?
Yeah.
Good luck in the 200. Congratulations, your national champion and meet record holder, Quintez Grimes, 11:01.
Thank you, Michael Twist. Sorry to call you Kate Van Buskirk, but it'll be good to see Grimes come back in the 200, where he'll probably do significantly better, provided that left hammy is okay, with those long strides and the start not being as critical a component. We'll have to see how he runs the turn. But a great job, as you can see, by him into a 0.5 meter per second wind. Just want to point out about Bullis, Carrie. You know, they've had so many great athletes that have come through that program, and it's not a coincidence. It's not just about the talent that they have to draw from. The coaching is magnificent there, and we're going to get a chance to see Quincy Wilson, perhaps the poster child of the Bullis program, later in the program, of course.
For sure. I mean, surrounding yourself with great athletes and coaches and that community, which oftentimes becomes your family.
Okay, well, we've got an interview with our young lady from Bullis down there with Michael Twiss.
I'm here with Parker. I'm here with Parker Coase of Maryland, who ran 11:94 for a meet record in the prelim and 11:87 for another meet record in the final. Parker, talk to me. What is it like to run for such a historic sprint program?
So I like to say we're not just a team, we're a family. And even though we work so hard on the track, we do other things outside of track that make us closer and also push us to be better.
Absolutely. The team is the family. What's it mean to become national champion and meet record holder?
So many of you might not know, but last year I got third. And I really love winning and hate losing. So to come in first, PR, and get a new meet record, I mean, who doesn't want that?
Absolutely. Your national champion and meet record holder, Parker Coase, 11:87.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Parker. Very mature young lady, and I think she makes a very good point that what helps to drive a lot of these Bullis athletes is not just having the competition and camaraderie on the track, but also what happens off the track, Carrie. And you can speak to that from your days probably at Villanova.
For sure. I mean, even when I grew up in Dawson, like you mentioned, 3 hours west of the Twin Cities, way out in farm country, you know, your teams do become something that you look up to, like people that you look up to, people you want to be with. You want to surround yourself with like-minded, goal-driven people. And so I 100% agree with her. You know, it's fun to be able to compete and to train together, but also just to have fun outside of track or cross country or whatever you're doing. So find yourself a good team, athletes. You know, in high school, you're kind of given your team. But when you go on to college, you get to pick. And I always say it's great to love the facilities and to love, you know, the school, but you have to love your team. And so to really get to know them and your coaches, because that's where you're going to spend a good amount of your young years.
Yeah, and it's always great when a meet runs on time, and that is what we have right now. So the previously scheduled Heptathlon 200 meters is complete, and so the next event on the track will be the boys 4x-mile, and that'll take place at 3:12 p.m., and we'll have 3 heats. Perhaps the most interesting heat will be that third. They're seated according to time, and the Brothers Track Club from Christian Brothers, New Jersey, will be the favorites. They'll be anchored, at least on paper, by Wyatt Felkowski, a superb miler. And perhaps, Carrie, an even more interesting race, or at least in my book, definitely a more interesting race, will be that girls' championship mile, where we get to see one of the top 800-meter runners in the country, Paige Shepard, for Union Catholic Track Club. She's going to be competing for them. And then for Purple Track Club, anchored by Rachel Forsyth, who had a non-perennial cross-country campaign this past fall, breaking records everywhere she went. And ironically, she went to Ann Arbor High School, but she's going to go to Michigan State for college. You just don't do that. You're from the womb of the University of Michigan, and you're ending up going to Michigan State. That takes some chutzpah for sure.
Well, you know, like I said, they had to figure out which team fit them. And so, yeah, that's kind of exciting. It's fun. And you always got to keep people on your toes, Tom. You can't always just do what everyone thinks you're going to do.
Well put. Well put. So in this 4x-mile, we're going to have 2 heats for the boys. Or excuse me, 3 heats for the boys and 2 heats for the girls. As I said, they, on paper, will get progressively faster. And it looks like they have Heat 1 on the track. What's always been really unusual, which makes this track, it's a record tan surface and has been for many, many years, obviously resurfaced over the years, but it is record tan, which you don't see too much anymore. But that curb in the middle of the track always used to get me. The fact that they had that there, and Carrie, perhaps you can explain you know, the purpose of that and why it's there?
I do not even know, Tom. You know, this is the funny thing. When I used to run, I would be told what to do, what my job was, and that's what I did. So if you ask me even where to line these kids up on this track right here at Penn Relays, I don't know that because I was told where to go, and that's what I did.
Well,
So I can't
it's
even
a
answer your question.
well, it's a configuration. It's very interesting. They did a uh, configuration of the stadium back in 2017, but they still kept that kind of uh, running surface the way they did, in the sense that they have that curb there in the middle of the track, because you are around a football field, and so it's not your typical track stadium where the turns are very robust and wide. The straightaways are a little bit shorter. And but the first time I ever saw a meet at Franklin Field, you know, watching it on television in 1971, I always wondered what was that darn thing there in the middle. So anyway, enough of that. Let's talk about who's in this race. We've got Oceanside Track Club, Mendham, Union Catholic, Randolph, Ocean City, not to be confused with Oceanside, West Springfield Track Club, Danbury Track Club, and our Danbury Track Club is scratched. Let me start over again. We have Top of the Hill, Warrior Track Club, Manhasset, Quakers, Cumberland, Grand Street, Baldwinsville, Comic, Fidelis, North Rockland, Portland, and Warriors TNF. Again, it's 86 degrees out, so I imagine that the pacing will be a bit conservative here. And going to the early lead, that is the Quakers, the hometown team, competing here at Franklin Field.
Yeah, and it can feel really hot out here when it is this warm, 86 degrees. You know, a lot of us haven't seen real warm days yet. Even though a lot of the country had mild winters, we haven't had those real hot summer days. So, you know, a lot of these athletes are figuring that out. They've been sitting around maybe watching. I sort of forget it's a Thursday. I think it's a Saturday. But, you know, athletes maybe are finishing up with school or just into their first week of summer. My kids just finished in Minnesota on Monday. So, you know, there's just a lot of different factors. It is a warm day out there, though, but they do get a little reprieve when they go into that shade.
Yeah, the shaded area here on the home stretch is kind of a big boon. We'll see what they pass, a rough 880 yards, but it is the Quakers. And I'm not going to say who the name of the athlete is because there's no guarantee that that we will have that right, given the fact that so many schools change their personnel on the fly. And especially in a race like this, where you don't have to practice handoffs per se, you know, it's not so much of a big deal.
Well, and you know, there were times when I ran on this track where we're running these longer races and, you know, you're switching up even at times, and even in the paddock area, which is the area that they stage the athletes before they go,
Yes.
a coach could come over and say, hey, you Tullifson, you're going to run third quick. You know, like they do switch it up before they get out onto the track at times. And yeah, so I think you're smart not to necessarily say a name unless you really know the athlete.
Yes, and I misspoke there. Of course, the shaded side is on the backstretch. They came by the 880 yards in about 2:16, according to my very unscientific eyeball, which is a reasonable pace. You know, that's a 4:32-mile pace, and that's probably what you want to do here on this opening leg. And they
It's kind
finish
of nice
up
being
here.
in the opening leg. When you're the first leg of this type of relay, it's sort of like just race your leg, right? I mean, every leg has to race their leg, but this right here is just get to the first position and get your baton to your runner in first if you can. That's what I really loved about being the first runner. Second runner sometimes has to close or try to not get a gap. Third runner has to close it up, and fourth runner has to try to win. So there's, you know, a lot of pressure on each leg.
North Rockland has now gone into the lead with Grand Street Track Club, so they're running 1 and 2, and we anticipate that we will probably, at least in this section, have a few lead changes. And now we've got a movement here on the backstretch of the fourth lap here, and that is Warrior Track Club. In the Bumblebee, yellow and black, but holding off all comers still is the North Rockland Track Club. And so they're coming into turn number 4. Soon we will see the outbound runners for the second leg. And North Rockland doing a nice job here. One of the most exciting things to see in the sport of track and field is that scrum as they get the handoffs. 4:26.80 for North Rockland. That's a very nice opening leg. Portland Track Club made a nice move into second at 4:27.02. And now we have a little bit of a breakaway of the top 5 here. But again, we don't know which schools are going to put their best runners on which legs. And to your point, Carrie, you know, sometimes coaches will make an evaluation and say, you know what, my guy is good from running behind, or my guy loves the challenge of having the pressure of anchor legs. So it'll be interesting to see the machinations here as we move forward in this race.
Yeah, it's so interesting. That's one of the fun parts about being a coach, but I also think one of the hardest parts about being a coach when you're doing these long relays, or any relay in that matter, where you know if you have a closer, or you know if you have somebody that can shrink a gap or get a lead, and you hate to, you know, gamble sometimes and put them in an earlier leg when you know they could maybe run so fast on the anchor leg. But that's kind of the fun about it, is not knowing where these athletes are going to be and what their job is. And now we see a different change in lead.
Yeah, so first of all, the pack bunched up quite a bit there, and that's Grand Street Track Club that has now gone into the lead. But look at this. This is a bit surprising. We are, you know, 5 laps through a race like this, and it is very, very competitive with about 15 teams still in the mix here.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, when you have 3 heats of a 4x1, it's really kind of fun to see how many teams can actually put together really good relays in this long of a distance. You know, there's a lot of milers around, but not a lot of high schools have 4 great ones or 5 great ones. So it's kind of cool.
Very well put. And I do think it kind of exemplifies the robustness of a lot of these programs these days. There's the greater participation. High school track, I think from a participatory standpoint, is the #1 sport in the country. And it's really nice to see. Now, Grand Street Track Club still holding the fort, but there are a lot of pursuers. And that's Fidelis Track Club also very much in the mix. But for a school,
right now,
if they can have
race.
Oh yeah, if a school can have 4 milers under 4:30, that's really impressive.
It's super impressive. I mean, just to look across the board how fast these athletes are getting. You know, it used to be that we only had a number of athletes that could run under a 4:10 mile in high school or under a 4:20. And now there's just such masses, and it's great for us, right? Like, our sport is growing so much, and you know, I think that they're learning more about how to train, and obviously the gear is different, so the shoes and everything else is helping these athletes. But it's really fun to see how far our sport has come.
Carrie, I've noticed in the lead pack, the Union Catholic B team is in the lead pack here. Of course, the Union Catholic A team is the favorite for this entire thing, but the Union Catholic B team is right in the mix. And now we've had a big breakaway here and some separation. This is a really interesting move being made. All of a sudden, just a huge spurt. Hard to tell who is in the lead, but we go to that nice shaded backstretch.
Well, he is totally going for it, and you could almost see that he just was relaxing the first couple laps. But this might have been his job, was to sit, relax, run the race, and then blow it open and give his third runner a little bit of space to work with, and then try to get that last leg to you know, the baton first to see if they can hold on.
That's more than a little bit of space. He's got plenty of, and that is Fidelis Track Club that is in the lead. And I want to ask you a question. I've always wondered about this. So when you get the baton and you have nobody around you, but yet your next runner, the anchor leg, may not be as good a runner. How do you pace yourself, because there's nobody around you? There's nobody around you. You don't know if somebody's coming up. You're not certain what the other anchor legs are like. So even if you get the baton to your guy, you know, 20, 30 meters in front, you're not sure that that's enough of a gap. How do you pace yourself in a race like this when you are that far in front?
It's really hard. You know, this is where you almost get yelled at by your coaches. Quit looking back, because you do. You want to look back so much to make sure that you're not losing that lead, or that you're timing your kick. You know, a lot of times there will be runners that are way out in front and the pack will catch them, but then they have saved enough to outkick them. You know, I don't know if you remember the great Ed Cheserek, who ran that awesome leg here at the Penn Relays. Well, he let everyone back in the race, but he had enough to outkick them. So that strategy worked for him. However, it doesn't always work for everyone. So I would say I like what this runner's doing right here. He's keeping the pressure on a little bit, but that pack, they can work together. That's like that big peloton, right? When you're watching, whether it's the car races or the bike races or track races, the peloton can work together. This group behind him starting to slowly catch him.
Yeah, so this is Fidelis, and they are currently being chased by Randolph and by Oceanside. And the lead has moved back and forth quite a bit. But Fidelis still having a pretty sizable gap there. And this young man, who's the penultimate runner, that's exactly what I was going to say. The penultimate runner here is doing a very good job of holding his own, but he does look to be tiring up a bit.
Yeah, his stride is shortening up, and then we can really see, yes, the second pack is starting to catch him. He's got to sort of get back on this train here now, though, even though he is starting to tie up a little bit. As these athletes start to close in on him, if he can just take that momentum, go with them just a little bit, just almost a few choppy steps, wake back up. You know, sometimes you fall asleep out there, and that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to go with them, but they look like they have a little bit more in them, and this is a good way to go. Slingshot off the turn here, get that momentum going, and now again, race as hard as you can until you get to your handoff.
And a terrific leg here by the third runner for Baldwinsville Harriers, and also the man on his shoulder, the third leg runner for North Rockland. And here we go down that backstretch for the final time here for this leg. And the anchor leg will be coming up here, and we've got at least 5 teams right now that we can see that are in the hunt. And a few not too far back. So we come around the turn here. We should be handing off probably in the neighborhood of about 13:30. Into the sun as they go into the home stretch. Very good finishing speed here. And a very nice leg run by the Baldwinsville Harriers. (13:33.26) through 3 miles, so an average of 4:31 or so a mile for the Baldwinsville Harriers. But you can't be too cautious and careful here because there are pursuers, and these are the anchor legs. They had a 3.5 second cushion after the end of that third leg that has now been whittled away. And chasing them
so much
in
can
second.
happen on this leg, Tom. There's so much that, you know, all the work that was done in the first 3 legs can sometimes go way out the door. And everything comes down to this final leg, this final race within the race.
That's right. And North Rockland, second behind Baldwinsville. And in third, moving up very quickly, is Grand Street Track Club. And in fourth, side by side with Grand Street, is Portland Track Club. And as you pointed out, Carrie, yes, this is the first of 3 races. Yes, this is on paper the slowest heat, but you never know what kind of anchor leg any one of these schools may have. And we're seeing some movement here behind these top 2. And again, things are tightening up a bit. And if that happens,
a lot of
and you better
pride.
make sure you, yeah, if that happens, you better make sure you got a good kick, because right now, theoretically, you got 7 teams in the hunt, any one of which could win this if they've got an anchor leg that's got some good finishing speed.
Yeah, and they've all been working hard. All the athletes out here today have been working hard, but now it comes down to relaxing and just remembering how to race the mile, you know. And yes, you have a baton in your hand, but you can't forget that. You can't get overly excited because you are in a relay. You can't sort of fall asleep because you have 3 other guys that are depending on you. There's a lot of factors in this race.
And I think you make a very good point. You know, there's the weight of the world on your shoulders when you're running the anchor leg on something like this. You don't want to let your teammates down. And so we got a bit of cat and mouse here. And going back into the lead here is North Rockland. They're in the white. And then closely behind them is Portland. They're in the blue. And then on their shoulder, that is, I believe, Baldwinsville. And those 3 have a little bit of separation now. And all 3 of those runners look pretty good. So I think we're going to be down to these 3 teams.
You see a hard run for it by our 4th runner here, and I can't quite see
Yes.
who that is. He's going hard, but those 3 up front are, you know, they're moving.
And now a little bit of separation here coming from North Rockland. This young man doesn't want to leave anything to chance. And now here we make our move. You know, we're down here for the final lap. Can North Rockland hang on here? I think he looks comfortable enough, Carrie, where there's a good chance he can.
I don't know. They're starting to move, though, in second there. I think that's Portland, as you were saying. They're starting to close a little bit. But Cherry, it's Claudel Cherry, I believe. I've read his name on his bib. He's looked really smooth. He hasn't taken a look back, and now look, there is definitely some space.
And North Rockland is going to win a very well-timed anchor by North Rockland, 17:57.70. So they averaged about a 4:29 per mile, and that anchor leg did a nice job. Claudel Cherry, the anchor leg for North Rockland. Baldwinsville Harriers in second. Portland Track Club in third. Randolph finishes fourth. Grand Street Track Club in fifth. So North Rockland gets under 18 minutes at 17:57.70.
Portland
Pretty
Track
good
Club's
time
anchor had
considering
a pretty
the
good.
heat.
Oh, very good. I was just saying Portland Track Club's anchor, who on paper says it's Nathan Blades, he ran a 4:21. So he closed hard.
Boy, I'll say. And as one might expect, some of the data that comes through with so many teams out on the track, we would love to give you the Claudel Cherry split, but so far do not have that data. Understandably so, because there is a lot of moving pieces in these races. Just so everyone knows, the meet record is 17:12:34, and as we get down to the third of the 3 heats, we might see something approaching that sort of time.
I think Jerry was close
And
to
of
about
course,
a
we are
4:33. If I'm reading that right.
Good math by you.
Think,
no, it's
is
423.
It? Oh, 423.
Yeah, 423.5. Yeah, 423.5 for Claudel Cherry.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was trying hard, peeps. It's hard to see all those numbers, but 423, that sounds way better for him.
Yeah, and makes sense too if Blades, if he was indeed the anchor in a 421.
Yeah.
So now the time to beat 17:57.70 as we move to the second of 3 sections here in the 4x mile. Of course, you are watching the New Balance Outdoor Nationals on runnerspace.com. It's a pleasure to be bringing you this wonderful national championship competition, and I get to work with the great Carrie Tollefson. My name is Tom Fewer, and we're getting ready for 2 of 3. We have the Minneapolis Track Club, Hudson Track Club, the Tsunami Track Club, Black Point Track Club, Guilderland Track Club, Hudson Raiders, Hunter Track Club, Mountaineer Track Club, Olentangy, Liberty, Canton Track, Edison Eagles, Winchester Brothers, Ridgefield, Black Knight Elite, Parkland, Adrenaline, Algonquin, Jerry Hill East, and Wellesley. So 20 teams in all, and here we go.
Ooh, they had to get out, and to stay up in this big pack was quite the feat, and they all did.
Yeah, it's so interesting to me that, you know, it always catches me, Carrie, when I see the start of a race like this in lane 4. Going back to that curb thing that has been always there at Franklin Field. It's such a distinguishing characteristic of this track.
It is, and you know, to sit there and watch runners and officials and people trip over that every single time a new race starts, because you're not used to it. You know, it's almost scary. And even when you're racing that's a hard railing. So if you step on it, things can happen. So you do have to get used to it.
Carrie, the Penn Relays were featured in the very first Wide World of Sports on April 29th, 1961. The Penn and Drake Relays, both live, which was very unusual at that time to have 2 live events in one show, but it was the debut of Wide World of Sports, which really was the kind of the program that people of a certain generation grew up watching on ABC, and that's how important track and field was back in the day when those 2 events were the showcase events of the very first Wide World of Sports. And of course, Penn Relays have been around since 1895, and the longest running event of its kind. Now, in the early lead here, this is the Hunter Track Club.
Well, we know the city of Philadelphia has such great history in itself, but just to know that the sports that have come out of here, whether it's rowing or football or, you know, baseball, hockey, whatever it is, track and field is big out here, you know, and that's why New Balance wants to have a huge meet like this here. A lot of people love to read about it. They love to come out and watch it, and they love to hear about it. It was fun to be a Villanova Wildcat because everybody loved the sport.
And Villanova, of course, took home a number of those Penn Relay wheels during the. Those are impressive. I don't know what you call them. They're not a trophy. They're not a plaque. They're just a. You call it a wheel,
wooden
right?
wheel. Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
And they are. You would think they were heavier than they actually are. You know, you hold it up with your teammates, and it's not as heavy as you would think. We would always get watches as well, and yeah, at
Yes.
Villanova, and not that we're talking about Villanova too much, but where I went to school, it is just splattered with the wheels, and it is such a cool Hall of Fame to go down and just to see how old and how long that history is.
Well, even at a school like Texas A&M, they have the wheels prominently displayed outside their press box at their new stadium, E.B. Cushing Field. And we got another leadership change here. This is the Brothers Track Club. Now, this is the Brothers Track Club B. We know we're going to see the Brothers Track Club A in the next race, but some fine running being done here as we go down the back stretch here and get ready for what will be our first handoff in about 45 seconds or so as the shade descends on this great stadium, Franklin Field. And they're hoofing it pretty well there. The team number 6, that's the Hudson Raiders. But Brothers is really moving. And again, this is only their B team.
Yeah, he put a hard move here, but they are starting to close in on him just a little bit. But I like that he went for it. He might have gone just a little early, but he's going. They're starting to close in on him just a tad bit. Ooh.
Hudson Raiders and the Hunter Track Club all in contention, as well as the Algonquin Track Club. So 4 of them there at the front. 4:21.12 for the Hudson Raiders. Brothers 4:21.15. Hunter 4:21.39. That's really some nice running in a B heat on the first leg of a 4-mile.
And one thing, if I could tell anyone watching, when you are running a distance event like this, whether it's the DMR, the 4x8, the 4x4 even, hold your own. Unless the officials are asking you to switch and file in differently, you need to hold your own on that handoff, because as much as it doesn't seem like handoffs are that important in a race like this, you know, 4x1, 4x2, they're super important. We don't want to have falls, or we don't want to be mixed up. You want to have a nice, clean handoff. So you got to hold your own, stay in the position that you're in. Wave your hand, get big, just like you'd get big down below a basket. Get big, let them know that you're ready for it.
Well, and I think also you got to know the rules. I mean, the U.S. 4x400 meter relay got disqualified in the Bahamas from the heats because Champion Allison didn't know that he had to keep the position the way it was. The officials made a determination, according to the rule book, that once you are positioned in 200 meters, you have to hold that no matter what your team does.
Yep.
And so knowing those rules ahead of time is critically important for all the athletes. Know the rules. So here's where we're at. Hudson Raiders, Brothers Track Club. And as far as I can tell, this is Mountaineer Track Club that's also in the mix. Or maybe not. Nope, I'm sorry. It is Algonquin. So it is Hudson Raiders, Brothers, Algonquin. 1, 2, 3.
Having a trio like this up front is really nice to have, you know, when they can get in there and just sort of race. I mean, I was always so nervous running the relays. There's a little bit of a different pressure on you knowing that you're running for your team and not just for yourself, even though a lot of times our points obviously, you know, collect and that's for your team. But having other people in your race is so nerve-wracking, but it's so fun at the same time. So you know they're getting excited. They can hear their teammates on the track. You can pick out their voices, and you know this is what they're all excited for, setting themselves up for a good final lap of this 4x1.
Indeed, and Canton Track is starting to make a move in as well. They're currently in 4th place. Brothers in the blue dropping back just a hair. Algonquin right on the shoulder of the Hudson Raiders. The Hudson Raiders in black, Algonquin in the maroon/red, brothers in the blue, and Algonquin's runner has done a really fine job. And we should be, there he is, moving into the lead there, Algonquin, the Titans. But all three runners running very well.
Looks like this is Joseph
But Algonquin opening it
Lamburn.
up. And Joseph Lamburn is doing a fine job here.
Has a nice stride, really opening up his stride here on the final 300 meters of this leg for him.
Yep, this group running the backstretch for the final time on this second leg. And Lamburn is going to have a very, very outstanding split. Algonquin's first runner ran 4:21, and he's going to be pretty close to that as well, Carrie. Because the
do you really want me to do the math again, Tom?
No, I'll do the math. It's almost going to be like 4:22, 4:23 for that second leg for Algonquin. 4:23.06.
4:23, good job. That last lap for him had to have been fast. He really took off and opened it up there.
He really did, but as we know from the prior race, doesn't mean anything. We're only halfway through this bad boy, and we know what can happen, and we saw it in the last race.
But this is where this third leg from Algonquin needs to kind of keep that in mind. You know, his Joseph Lamburn really put on a good bit in that last lap, and if he can just kind of maintain, he doesn't have to do anything crazy, he doesn't have to go out super hard, just maintain. Yes, they might close this gap up a little bit, but if he has anything in that last quarter for him to try to get to his fourth leg, that he will feel good about.
And he looks full of run. He looks just very comfortable out there. We could kind of tell in that last race when that third runner was kind of struggling. This young man seems to be confident, collected, full of run.
Well, Aiden Ruiz is this young man's name, and you said it. I mean, staying collected and calm, confident. But lactic acid is a real thing, and we all know that. You know, running the mile is hard. I was just having this conversation with my daughter. Running the mile is not the same feeling of running a 2 mile. In the 2 mile, you have that opportunity to sort of settle in and maybe think a little bit more than you do in the mile. In the mile, it's almost like an extended 800 now. It's a long sprint, so it has to be uncomfortable the entire way.
Well, and it's like that, you know, uneasy is the, you know, the mantle of the crown of thorns, because you're out there by yourself and you have no idea where anybody else is. And you don't want to look behind, as you pointed out. If you're looking behind, somebody's gaining on you. So, yeah, it's tricky. It's very tricky. So essentially, we should be seeing the here we look a little bit at the back of the pack. Should be probably seeing something in the neighborhood of 13:20 for the handoff here.
Starting to hurt just a little bit is Ruiz, but as
And
I
here
said, if you
yeah.
can just keep it together here. But they're closing
And it looks
hard,
like
Tom.
They are indeed. And this is how quickly you can fall apart, Carrie. And there's a young man here in fourth that is absolutely flying, and things have really tightened up. And this is taking on a story arc similar to the last race we saw. And Algonquin's lead now completely gone. Meanwhile, the young man in fourth has really run a heck of a leg. That's Hunter back into the mix. Boy, Hunter was there in the first leg with a 4:21. Then they had a 4:37 semi-disaster, and now Hunter back in it. And also up there is Wellesley, which went through they had a 425, 427. And this young man will also run probably somewhere in that 430 or so range. Expecting something on the handoff on the order of about
Algonquin is
13,
making his way
20.
back.
He is. He's got some fight in him.
He tried to get up around him, yep, and then he had a little bit of a stumble there, and now he's losing that momentum. But yeah, give it up to, I believe it's Henry Koki Sierra of Hunter Track Club that is out in the lead right now.
And look at the finishing speed this young man has. He ran a tremendous leg. And he's going to hand off. That was a 4:18.30. And Wellesley's been very consistent, Carrie. Wellesley's had carries of 425, 427, and 425. Ridgefield, who's currently in fourth, another consistent, 428, 428, and 426. So when you can have that many fast milers on your team, that's pretty special.
Well, the camaraderie on a team and the excitement when one athlete is doing well, when you have a number of athletes, it is just like, it spreads like wildfire. You know, everyone wants to be able to hang in the workouts and be able to hang in the long runs. And it is really fun to see, and especially for them to be able to end their seasons on a great note and be able to run in a relay like this, which doesn't happen very often.
So we could see a time here under possibly around 17:35 or even a little bit better, which is pretty good. The first section was a 17:57.70. Keep in mind it's mid-80s temperatures here. And Hunter, who's had legs of 421, 437, and 418. It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what this young man can do. It's supposed to be Shane Murphy. And Algonquin, a rangy fellow behind him there for Algonquin, supposed to be Christopher Cardos. And now, Hunter,
like we talked about, sometimes coaches put their big legs in their third leg, close things up, or try to get a lead. So it's just interesting. And maybe, I don't know if Shane Murphy has run much faster than 14, but maybe he's just the guy to hold it. You know, he's the strong guy that you can depend on and go for it.
So he passed through his leg of the 880 yards at about 2:13, according to my very unofficial look. Of course, it's a meter track and you're doing yards. Algonquin still in second behind Hunter. But beyond those two, there's a pretty good battle for third. The question is, can any of those four teams just behind them make up any sort of distance here?
We'll never say never. This is a long race, the 4x-mile. Anything can happen.
This, to me, Carrie, is the loneliness of the middle distance runner. You've been given a big lead. You're on the anchor leg. The three previous runners in your entire track club pinning your hopes on you, and you do not want to let them down. And down the backstretch for the penultimate time here. And I don't see any signs of distress yet, Carrie, do you?
No, he looks good, actually. He's opening up. He's, you know, using those arms. He isn't looking back. If he does, it's on that turn, which we haven't seen him do yet. And I think he can hear that crowd. He feels it. This would be fun for them to be able to get this win, and they've been working hard.
And boy, do we have a terrific race for second. You can see four teams now in the hunt there for second place. So here we go into the last portion, and he's going to the arms now. This is Shane Murphy. Great job on the anchor leg, coming into the home straight here at the New Balance Nationals, leading Hunter Track Club to a convincing win, 17:36.57, 4:19.60. So Hunter had 4:21, 4:37, 4:18, and 4:19.60. Very impressive.
Man.
And into second, the
is
Hudson
awesome.
Raiders. Yeah, the Hudson Raiders anchor 4:19.75. So they took over Ridgefield in third, Black Point in fourth. Algonquin, who had been in the mix in the first two legs, fell back to fifth. 17:36.57 now the time to meet. The meet record is 17:12.34. And the next section will be the big boys. So 83 degrees here at the New Balance Outdoors, and some pretty impressive times for these milers. 17:36.57 for the Hunter Track Club. And we'll move inexorably forward to heat number 3, where we have a pretty big favorite, and that's the group right there that's the big favorite, Brothers Track Club. And their top runner, Wyatt Falkowski, will be running on the second leg in their familiar light blue singlet. The Boston Jesuit Eagles, Seamus Larnard, John Wilson, Greg McGrath, Chris Larnard. They're in the white there. Buffalo Road Track Club. They have Jack Flory, Owen Wolf, Josh Mulhan, and Max DeRoche. And they're doing a little football formation there. Well, I guess if you're from Buffalo, you're probably a Bills fan. Next up is the Coltnex Track Club. Jay Adamala, John Shapiro, Jacob McNamara, Hunter Selcuppa. Again, I can't guarantee that these athletes are actually going to be on the starting line in that order, but we'll do our best. South Farms Track Club, John Larkin, Owen Martin, Cameron Nephew, and Jack Willett. And Jack Willett's a good one, by the way. Brooklyn Tech, Travis Wolf Thompson, Alexander Jones, Amos Press, and Elijah Gentry. Pencrest Track Club, Brendan Hefferin, Edomius Mulugeta, Nick Fante, and Rowan Carr. That's the Pencrest Track Club. And now coming up is, well, it is Westfield. It looks like a CC Track Club has withdrawn. So Westfield, Tej Maida, Caleb Stokeman, Graham Corrins, Eamon Mason. And the A2 Track Club, Eric Overdyer, Kamari Ronfelt, Beckett Crooks, Vince Peterson Sand. That is the A2s in the purple. The Natick Track Club, Boston Marathon Course. That's what that city is very well known for. Sean Fleming, John Bianchi, Stephen D'Alessandro, and Nicholas Bianchi. The brothers Bianchi leading that team. The Nittany Track and Field Club, Owen Coughlin, Isaac Opperman, Samuel Andres, and Neil McGuire. The EO Panthers coming out now. They have Spencer Slayton, Gabrielle Montoya, Brendan Cook, and Jack Mattingly. We're going to have 14 on the start line. By the way, we're introducing now the 13th team, which is the Burnt Hills Track Club. Matthew Windecker, Ben Smith, Brian Hughes, and Caden Robleno. And finally, we have the Marlington Dukes Running Club. And this group is Logan Satino, Mike Nichols, Luke Ryan, and Colin Cernaski. So there we go. That's the section number 3. The meet record, 17:12.34. The fastest time of the day so far, 17:36:57. And we'll have to see. The meet record, by the way, set by Union Catholic 2 years ago. And a big favorite this year will be Christian Brothers there in the light blue. Should be a good one, Carrie.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. You know, the athletes that you have mentioned, the teams, there are teams that we've seen before, we've heard before, and this is exciting for them to be back here racing at New Balance.
Well, if we've seen anything from the first two races, it's that third leg has been a challenge for some of the teams that that run. It's hard to put together 4 good ones, and it seems like most of the top teams early on kind of buried their weakest leg on the third leg, which makes sense because your anchor leg then can make up for any, sort of difficulties.
But then
Christian
we just
Brothers,
saw in
by
that
the way.
Oops, sorry, Tom. Just in that last race, we just saw, they made it their last 2 legs were heavy. Or the big shots, maybe. I don't know what the right word is there, but they had their 2 fastest guys go 3 and 4.
Yes. And the second leg was the one that was the difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and anyone can have a good day or an off day too, but it is just, again, interesting to see how people decide, how coaches, how teams decide to make up that squad. Some people put a real, superstar up front and try to blow it open. Some people wait to that third leg. The sleeper leg is the third leg. A lot of people think, oh, we're going to wait to put our rock star on the anchor, but a lot of times in these longer races, they need to either close up a gap or they need to blow it open, and that's what you do on that third leg.
The brothers team has 2 very good runners, Connor Clifford, who's a 4:11 miler, and Wyatt Felkowski. And when you have 2 runners at that caliber, that makes you the favorite. And if you can put 2 other legs together, pretty decent runners. The hard part, of course, with all this, Carrie, is that the schools have been through their state championships, their districts, their regionals, their masters meets, whatever you want to call them. And this is postseason, so whether these athletes can carry their fitness level, their peaking level, through another couple weeks of the season, that also has to be factored into, how the race calculus goes as well.
You said it. I mean, sometimes mentally everyone is just checked out, especially if they are trying to get to that state meet or, they're just sort of ready for a fun summer. I mean, I loved having my summer. I went from running track to playing basketball. My summer was full of basketball, and I wanted to kind of get away from the sport a little bit. So some athletes are just hanging on by a thread, and it's also a good experience, when you're running the Olympic trials or the NCAAs. A lot of the athletes are just so ready to run, get that race done, but also their bodies are talking to them. Even when I was at the Olympic Games, there were more of us in the training room than we were outside the training room. Everyone is a little bang tired, and so, yeah, you never know how these athletes are feeling.
Yeah, so it's the Boston Jesuit Eagles on the first leg. We assume that's Seamus Larnard. Brothers, the team that we've been talking about, is in third. The young man with the blonde hair. In fourth, that is Colt's Neck. And single file they go.
Well, Tom, on paper, if it is Lannard who is running for Boston Jesuit off the first leg here, I have it, I can't quite see. Yeah, it is. He is the fastest on this team. He's a 4:09 guy, and they put him on that first leg.
And to a large degree, maybe you do that because you want to get out of traffic too, and have somebody that can get you going, keep you apart from the masses that are behind you. Number 7, that's Pencrest Track Club. That's the gentleman on the right. Presumably that is Brendan Heffernan, who's also running very well. Colt's Neck has Jay Adamala. Colt's Neck is in third. And these guys are hoofing it. Coming up now pretty soon to the exchange for the second leg runner. And Larnard is going to come in and probably hand off here first. And he does indeed. Now, it's supposed to be John Wilson, and Larnard ran 4:16.73. Colt's Neck, Jay Adamala, 4:18.51. Pencrest, Brendan Heffernan, 4:18.71. Brothers hanging in there. That's all they really have to do because they have those two great legs. And on paper, Wyatt Felkowski is supposed to be running this particular leg for Brothers, and that should get them back into it. And there he is, I think, in the light blue, Felkowski moving his way up for Brothers. He's got some work to do, but definitely, and you can see those splits that I just gave you verbally, they're on the screen. Wilson of Jesuit, Boston Jesuit, looks very comfortable, and a nice pack of 6 right there within hovering distance, Carrie.
Boston Jesuit's Wilson, as you're talking about him, he is a 4:19 guy on paper. But yeah, I mean, anything can happen. He looks smooth, not really losing any ground, actually gaining as in that first lap he did. So we'll have to see if this pack can close it up just a little bit.
And now South Farms Track Club making a strong move to get into the mix of this race. Fascinating race so far, absolutely fascinating. South Farms and Brothers in third. You can still see Colt's Neck in the mix, as is Pencrest. And now South Farms, presumably this is Owen Martin really narrowing the gap. And it's Boston Jesuit and South Farms, 1-2, a little separation there. Looking for something around 8:40 probably at the handoff. Going to be very tough to break this meet record of 17:12, but it's also 83 degrees out.
Well, 17:12 is a 4:17 pace per mile. You know, if you average it out, it's about a 4:17. And right now, you know, looking at South Farms, they ran such a great leg. It was a really nice, even leg. It looked like he just slowly wound it up, tried to reel in Wilson. He's looking really smooth here with, 200 to go.
A little jostling for 4, 5, and 6 there. Again, probably looking at a handoff here at about 8:35 or so. And things are really tightening up. A lot of movement in the back of that pack, or in the middle of the pack, I should say. And Buffalo Road is now moving up. Wow, that was a stunning move. Stunning move. That young man is really moving. And we're going to come up here. That was a good piece of running there by Wolf, Owen Wolf of Buffalo Road. Now the question is, did he make his move a little bit too soon? He's got his head down a little bit, but he's still hanging in there, Carrie, and he's just got to go, 2/3 of a home stretch here.
Trying to close hard in second place there, but I think that our leaders have a pretty good lead here, and now we'll have to see again now what happens on the third leg. 4:16.
Oh, a drop baton. A drop baton. Wow, bad drop baton there. We had South Farms is in second and Brothers in third. That was a ghastly drop baton because he dropped it a couple times after it was mishandled in the first place. You got to be really careful. It's a 4-mile race, for Pete's sake. You got to slow down, take that baton, and make sure you have it. And that was an absolute downright disaster. And now it's Buffalo Road, South Farms, and here comes Brothers Track Club, the team we were looking at from the start.
Well, this is why we run. All these exciting things happen, especially in these these relays where, you know, we saw even Sadie Engelhardt just a couple weeks ago run in her state meet, I believe, where they dropped the baton. She actually tried to get it, dropped it again, dropped it twice, and had to close really hard to win. So, you know, some of the best, if the best, even drop.
And that's right, and to win in a 4x8 in a one division California state championship, one division, I want to emphasize that. To do that, that Ventura team is a special team beyond just Sadie Engelhardt.
Right.
All right, Brothers is now inexorably moving forward. Buffalo Farms, Brothers, ahead of South Farms. And I'll tell you what, Brothers looks awfully smooth. And that's Ryan Schmidt of Brothers. Boy, he's out of central casting for how a middle distance runner should look and run, isn't he? Boy, just so smooth there. Tall drink of water, thin, nice long strides.
Well, he's a 4:15, 4:16 runner as well. So Brothers Track Club has had some great consistency here.
And it really boils down to the type of program and culture you develop. And now getting back into the mix is the Boston Jesuit Eagles. That young man in third is running a great leg. Great third leg for the Jesuit Eagles. But now we got a little cat and mouse here between Brothers and Buffalo Road. And the Jesuit Eagles in third, and a huge pack carry. We got 6 teams not too far off the pace here.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Have to kind of be careful. There's still some racing left to be done, and there is a huge pack working together to close in on those top 3.
Yeah. And now Schmidt really starting to stride out a bit. He looks so comfortable out there. Brooklyn Tech making a big move on the outside. You can kind of feel the buzz in the crowd here.
Yeah, you can hear them. You know, this is what happens sometimes in these long relays, though. You start to forget about everyone behind you when you're racing another team. You just start thinking about each other when you forget that there's actually 5, 6 other teams that are trying really hard to close that gap. It looks like the Brothers team has now started to go. I believe that's Ryan Schmidt. He's starting to move a little bit now. He's pouring on a little distance, but they're still coming hard from behind.
They are. And you've got to remember that the anchor leg for Brothers is Connor Clifford, a 4:11 miler. That's going to be a tough nut to crack for any one of these teams. And Schmidt just looks so smooth and relaxed. He's running a superior leg, looks behind him there one time. And Brothers is loaded for bear, a terrific leg run by Colt's Neck. 4:18.57 for Jacob McNamara of Colt's Neck. And Schmidt running pretty well within himself, 4:20.73. Just to give you an idea, Brothers went 4:19, 4:22, 4:20. That's what kind of a program they run over there. Connor Clifford can't be too cute here, though, because you got a lot of good anchor legs behind you. So
you definitely have to keep the pressure on when that is your leg, when you have a little bit of space. But like I said, you know, sometimes a look back is okay in a race where you have a big lead like that, just to see where you're at. But he has all eyes in front right now. he does seem like he's got that pressure on. When he knows he's got one of the best PBs in the field, 4:11 is what Connor Clifford has run before. He knows that he has the confidence and he can run with anybody.
And the young man has terrific turnover. But in all likelihood, he's going to have a challenge here before this 1 mile leg is going to be done. Somebody's going to go after him, I would think.
It's how they get to him.
Right, and it would only be natural for him to take the foot off the gas a little bit. This is probably not his only race here at this meet.
Yeah, you said it. Sometimes these athletes have multiple races, and having a little bit left in the tank for an individual event or another relay is important. And so they're dealing with some big life decisions in these races.
They really are. And coming up very quickly is Chris Larnard from Boston Jesuit Eagles. The Eagles ran Seamus Larnard on the first leg and brother Chris Larnard on the last leg. And here comes Chris. And as I said, you're going to have company in a race like this if you try to get a little too conservative.
Connor Clifford, the future University of Georgia runner, takes a big look behind, senses the danger.
And now it's really starting to tighten up.
That danger is coming from Chris Larnard.
We're looking at something around 17:10, I think, Carrie, which would get us under the meet record. It's possible. If I've done my math correctly, which is never a given.
Well, clearly mine isn't. But Larnard now starting to make a little bit of move going around. And I kind of liked how he timed that pass. He waited until he got to the backstretch. He didn't need to go out on the turn. He was trying to just get back to the straightaway where he could just move out a little bit and then slowly move back in. It was a smart move and a smart pass. And he is starting to put a little bit of pressure on. But the brothers team is definitely tucking back in and trying to keep that distance down. But look at the pack coming behind him.
Indeed, there's 5 teams behind, and this is a classic case of Clifford being a 4:11 miler who maybe just, is burned out from the season, who maybe just doesn't have it today. But here comes the pack. This is going to be an extraordinary finish.
Yeah, the pack has had to move hard. With about 500 to go, you could really see them starting to move. And now they're going to get up on him. We're going to have to see what Larnard has left in him. Can he outkick? Is he waiting for them to come? Has he been driving and running the kick out of them? We'll have to see.
And South Farms has now moved into second. Or actually, no, it's Brothers. Brothers is back into second, pardon me. And I think Clifford has saved a little bit of something here. Here comes Connor Clifford, and it's going to be a doozy down the stretch here. Brothers. And it's not going to be Clifford just gets gassed at the end, and it's Boston Jesuit and Chris Larnard, 4:10, 46 on the anchor. Brothers, 4:14.05. Clifford, a 4:14. Brooklyn Tech, a huge anchor by Elijah Gentry, 4:12.70. Final time 17:15.79. So as usual, my math was off. South Farms Track Club with Jack Willett running a 4:13.61, 17:20.31. I'll tell you what, very, very good running. 6 teams under 17:21. 6 teams within 6 seconds of one another.
Well, on paper it says that Chris Larnard has a 4:20 and Seamus Larnard has a 4:09. I kind of wonder if there was maybe a swap there. And so, looking at that, Chris Larnard has run 4:10 for that anchor leg, and he looked so smooth.
I think your detective skills are actually probably correct. But whatever, the Larnard brothers did a nice job for the Boston Jesuit Eagles.
Yep.
And they proudly wear the colors of Boston College University. And they have a lot to be proud of. This is a very tough field, a very tough race in 83-degree conditions, and it shows the strength of a program. And those young men should be really, really proud of themselves. And I'll tell you what, Brothers Track Club, they came in as the favorites. Still a nice job done by Connor Clifford there on the anchor. He gave it his all, as you could tell. And this meet is run like clockwork, which we love. And the girls, the girls the girls championship 4 by mile on the track. We are with 2 heats. I will tell you that Union Catholic are the favorites for the overall title, but the Purple Track Club with Rachel Forsyth on the anchor will have something to say about that. In this first heat, we have Brooklyn Speed and Power, Top of the Hill, Severna Park Track Club, Princeton Cranberry Track Club, Haddonfield Running Club, Connetquot TC, Pope John the 23rd, Weymouth Youth, Spirit of Pre, gotta love that one, Shoveltown, and Corning. Shoveltown's a pretty good name too.
Yeah, it is.
And we're off and running, so there are 11 teams in this heat. There are 14 teams in the next heat. The meet record is 20:05.91 by the Carolina Cavaliers. Again, the meet in its current configuration with New Balance as the sponsor. This is only the 3rd year, so. But that's still hoofing it, Carrie, because you're still running 5:01 a mile.
Yep. To think you have 4 of them that can do that. But it just is amazing how many athletes are running so fast. We just saw Allie Zeeland run 4:30, and then, 10 minutes later, Sadie Engelhart runs a 4:28. And, just we're seeing so many sub 440s at the top of this high school list.
There's single file now. Temperature has dropped a degree to 82. Still pretty hot for a mile.
It is hot. You can see that. And, when they are out there in that sun like that, it's beating down. But I'm sure some of the athletes have poured some water over their head. They might even be lucky enough to have, the cooling vests that we, only dreamed of having back in the day. There's a lot of new gear out there, and a lot of athletes are now coaches. Former athletes are now coaches that have used some of these things, so they've incorporated that into their programs.
Connetquot is the early leader, Spirit of Pre in second. They're all pretty much single file. Actually, that's not Spirit of Pre, it's Weymouth Youth. So Connetquot, Weymouth Youth.
The bus leaders coming off good, so I just jumped to the lead and didn't really look back from there. Trying to lead it as much as I could.
Absolutely. You get the tons.
So it's Connetquot, Weymouth Youth. And behind those top 3, there are a number of teams in contention. Connetquot continues to expand on their lead. Some shifting sands behind them, to be sure.
I like how
This is,
she's tried to
section
push
number
here,
one
though, in
of
this first
2.
leg.
And we have just a cast of thousands here as we come up for the last lap of this first leg. And Weymouth Youth back into second. And in contention, Brooklyn Speed and Power and Corning TC, also in that lead group. Boy, it's anybody's race here as we get down to the final stages of this first leg. Now it looks like Weymouth Youth into the lead there. Conequat giving up the lead for the first time in this entire race. Seven teams in that lead group. And when they straighten out, you'll see the outgoing runners and Conequat making a little bit of an extra effort here. Conequat and Weymouth Youth are going to hand off virtually together. And waiting on the split there, somewhere I think around 5:15 maybe, but waiting that. So Conequat, Weymouth Youth, 1-2, and they've really separated. Section 1 of 2, 4 by mile. Weymouth Youth 5:12.73, Conequat 5:12.80, Shoveltown 5:14.75, Brooklyn Speed and Power 5:15.02. But now it is Conequat and Weymouth further opening that gap a bit. As we're into leg number 2, Weymouth seemingly getting keyed up to pass here. And for Weymouth, that's Ella Bates who has gone into the lead. They're in the aqua, or light blue. Conequat in second. Again, that first leg in 5:12. In third place, that's Shoveltown. And Weymouth really moving and opening up a pretty good gap. Conequat now back and forth. Should be seeing a pass off somewhere around the 10:25 to 10:28 range. So Weymouth Youth with Ella Bates. And now a good second leg. A very good second leg. I believe that is Pope John 23rd and Caitlin Nolan. believe that is Pope John the third, and Nolan's starting to really move up now on Weymouth. Terrific leg for Pope John the 23rd.
So Elevates continues to lead.
And Nolan really moving.
Taking over, we're on hip number 7 for
Terrific leg by Caitlin Nolan, and now she's in the lead. Weymouth and Ella Bates trying to hang with her. And now look at this. Ella Bates goes wide. So very good back and forth battle here between Nolan and Bates.
We are almost at the halfway point in this relay.
Boy, Nolan just so smooth. And now Nolan just really picked it up. Wow. There was a surge there. And Caitlin Nolan will now get ready to hand off for Pope John 23rd, who were in 5th place coming into that leg. And now Gwendolyn O'Hearn will take the baton for Nolan. 5:10.32 on that second leg, 10:25.75 through the 2-mile mark.
Well, lots of action out there, Tom. This is always so exciting to see the girls get on the track and to be able to get out there and see a little bit of a change of lead and all that fun stuff in these long relays.
So Pope John 23 went from 5th to 1st on that second leg. Weymouth's still in the picture. Weymouth's third leg, Kate Carnes. And she's starting to try to chisel into that lead of Pope John the 23rd.
Well, sometimes you just want to get into the heads of a coach, right? Like whether it's in a football game, basketball game, a track race, why do they do the things they do? And sometimes it works brilliantly. Sometimes it doesn't, but it looks right now like, you know, letting Pope John have that second leg that was so big, go after it, run that 5:10. They might close in just a little bit, but it might have given them enough. We'll
and
have
Weymouth
to
is
see.
really Weymouth is really starting to cut into that lead now. That should be Katie Carnes, and it is. So Katie Carnes now bringing Weymouth back into the lead. Katie Carnes, the third leg. Should be around 15:05 or so after we get done with this. I'm sorry, 15:35. So Weymouth, Pope John 23rd. Believe that is Shoveltown still in third, and then a very, very tight pack behind those three. And Kate Carnes is giving no quarter here for Weymouth. But her lead is not so great that A, Pope John 23 can't make it up, and B, that their anchor leg may not be able to make it up. That's a great shot of the differentiating gap between first and second. Not much change here. And Weymouth, a bit of a, actually maybe a slight increase in the lead on Pope John 23rd as Kate Carnes has opened it up, and now Pope John 23rd may get passed here by what I believe is Shoveltown. As we come up to the anchor legs. And actually, if that is indeed Shoveltown, they're making a move even on Weymouth. This leg will be the slowest of the legs that we have had so far. And a very, very well-timed and well-paced pass at just the appropriate moment. And so 5:26 for Shoveltown. That was really a pretty slow third leg by all parties, with the exception of Corning Track Club's Olivia Martinek, who ran 5:17.99 and got her team into third. But Pope John, who had a 5:15 and a 5:10, had a pretty bad third leg, 5:40, and that moved them all the way back down to fourth. So Shoveltown, really congratulations to Hannah Dupil, who, although the time doesn't sound that fast, 5:26.43, ran a really solidly paced race to give her team quite an extended lead over Weymouth Youth in second. And now the anchor leg for Shoveltown, Katie Sobaraj, also opening it up considerably. Again, this is section number 1 of 2. The speed merchants will be in the next section. Good battle for third. Lots of teams in it for that third position. Katie Sobaraj really running smooth here for Shoveltown. So Sobiraj just looking so smooth. And Weymouth, who's always been in the top 2 of this race, currently in second. but have a lot of ground to make up. This race is probably going to be around a 21:05 or so clocking. Meet record, as mentioned, 20:05.91, but we are in the slower of the two sections, and it is 82 degrees out. But Soberaj doing a very good job of running by herself, and I mean by herself. And perhaps we can get a relationship shot once again just to see the gap between her and the rest of the field. Fine runner space crew down at Franklin Field in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And we are coming up to the last lap here for Katie Soberaj and Shoveltown. And meanwhile, the battle for second is a really good one. And maybe even, it seems like that gap may be too much, but there's a heck of an anchor leg being run by the second place runner. Can't pick up the bib number. Perhaps Soberaj senses that. Oh yeah, she's coming. And this is going to be a white knuckler, I think. Yeah, this gap has significantly tightened. Soberaj has got about 200 to go. Can she hang on? It looks like she will. It looks like she will. There was a great amount of real estate made up in that last leg. But Soberaj now going to the wheels here at the end, and Shoveltown is going to win it. And a terrific anchor there for second place. Soberaj, 5:17.78. Haddonfield, that was Anna Stolaric, 5:14.31 on the anchor. Brooklyn Speed and Power, Isabella Layton, 5:14.75 on the anchor. Total time, 21:18.48.
So Shoveltown gets the win, 21:18.48, the 5:17 anchor by Katie. Haddonfield in second place, 21:22.19. Brooklyn Speed and Power third, 21:25.77. The Raymond, our elevators, round up fourth, 21:13.14. Our rounding top five was Corning, clocking 21:31.31. All right, folks. Next up is our fastest section of the championship girls 4x1 mile relay. Wearing hip number 1, represented by Kayla Devine, Sophia Thompson, Kaylee Kaiser, and Paige Shepard, Union Catholic Track Club.
And now getting ready for the intros here of the Premier Heat. And Purple Track Club, the co-favorites, Rachel Forsyth, you can see her on the left. One of the top middle distance runners in the country, heading to Michigan State. Robinson Track Club. The Bird sisters, Alexandra and Karina on that team. Raleigh Catholic, Maggie Whittam, Lucia West, Addie Mitchell, and the great Hannah Ray Schaefer. Hannah Ray Schaefer is the meet record holder here in the 5,000 meters. Short Track Club, Helen Sachs, Ava Porras, Emma Gunnett, Lila Dowling. Falcons Track Club, Vivian Ostfield, Ella Etzel, Madeline Braun, and Talia Mamaski. Clarksville Track Club, Lauren Vermani, Nikita Mohan, Alyssa Mattis, Morella Vermani. The Bobcats, Neely Roy, Mackenzie Cook, Madeline Cook, Ailey Kavanaugh. Match Tub Gator, Carrie O'Day, Alyssa Soriano, Madeline Mader, Megan Niglio, Pingree coming out. Great private school from New Jersey, Olivia Murray, Kayla Kerr, Sari Berman, Lucy Ambrogio. Cal Harbor, Jane Tucker, Mia Wickard, Finley Wickard, Ella Cancrow. Falcons Track Club coming up next. And the Falcons Track Club, Eliza Dickey, Sophia Wanaseto, Fiona Littman, Aoife Shoblin. West Springfield Track Club, Marie Campbell, Allison Hall, Madeline McCroskey, Addison Mao. And last but not least, the 14th team, the 14th entry, the Legacy Track Club, Anna McGaffin, Layla Boozry, Riley Lynch, Courtney Krawiecki. So here we go. This is the fast section, 4 by mile. First section, 1 in 21:18:48. It'll be very exciting to see a couple of the top middle distance runners in the country here. Paige Shepard for Union Catholic, Rachel Forsyth for Purple Track Club, Hannah Ray Schaefer for Raleigh Catholic. Those are a couple of really, really dynamite anchor legs. This one's going to be really exciting. And Hannah Ray Schaefer opting out of running the 5K. As I mentioned, she is the meet record holder. The 5Ks are the next event on the track. Opting to be with her teammates here. She set the meet record of 16:37.73 last year in that 5K. And so we'll really be keeping our eye on Union Catholic and Purple. That anchor leg will really be spectacular, to say the least, when you got Rachel Forsyth going head-to-head with Paige Shepard.
All right, here we go. Nice clean start. So we have 13 teams looking at this championship girls 4x1 mile relay, 16 laps of historic Franklin Field.
So we got more shadows descending across the track here. Going right to the lead. Clarksville Track Club going out rather aggressively. Clarksville, Lauren Vermani. And really for Union Catholic and Purple, it's all about just keeping it as close as they can until the anchor legs come up. Rachel Forsyth for Purple, Union Catholic's Paige Shepard. And Purple moving into second. You kind of like it when the teams name themselves after the colors that they're wearing. You know, Purple Track Club is indeed in purple and currently in second. So we're looking at times we'd love to see the meet record at 20:05.91. So we'd like to see as many legs as possible close to that 5-minute mark. Single file they go. kind of get a guesstimate here at their 880-yard split. Should be somewhere in that 230 range. About 230 indeed, right at that 880 mark. Nice job by our director there to cut right to that line. So the other contenders, Raleigh Catholic with Maggie Whittam and Falcons Track Club with Vivian Ostfeld. They're the 4 that have pulled away. And Raleigh Catholic starting to move into that number 2 position. Purple now number 1. You always wonder about an athlete running in lane 2, especially in a race like this that's long. You want to just not have to work any harder than you already have to. But Raleigh Catholic really chomping at the bit here. That's Maggie Whittam. And Falcons hanging in there as well in the white. There you can see across the track, those 4 teams, although Falcons is starting to fall back just a hair. So it's purple from Ann Arbor, Clarksville, Raleigh Catholic, and Falcons. And the question is, where is Union Catholic? May have some work to do. They have the horses to do the work. And also running wide a lot of the time here has been Clarksville. Not necessary to do so. And when they come into the home stretch, we're going to be ready for the pass off here. And these 4 have just been taking it from the get-go, and a nice move made by the Falcons Track Club. Purple's going to hand off first. 5:04 for Sylvia Sanic Dufalo of Purple. 5:04.13 Falcons Vivian Ostfeld. 5:04.67 Raleigh Catholic Maggie Whittam. 5:05 Clarksville Lauren Vermonti ran 5:05.57. Down to Union Catholic, currently in 5th. Kayla Devine, 5:09.50. So Union Catholic 4 seconds back. Definitely not out of contention whatsoever. Not with the kind of anchor that they have. But the Ann Arbor group from Purple in front. Clarksville tucked into 2nd. Raleigh Catholic from North Carolina in 3rd. Or excuse me, Falcons Track Club in 3rd, and Raleigh Catholic now in 4th. And actually Falcons has now moved into 2nd. Good leg being run by Ella Atzel. And Union Catholic is going to really have to start moving. Sophia Thompson running for Union Catholic. They're in the pink. Also in the mix, another club with the same name, Falcons Track Club. This one with a small F as opposed to the big F team, which is in 2nd. Pingree running well as well. As the 7:43 Eastern time, starting to get a lot more shade here. One of the most famous stadiums in the entire world. First televised football game, 1939, was held here at Franklin Field. So it's Purple and Falcons 1 and 2. Raleigh Catholic in 3. And Falcons with the big F have fallen back. And now a big group starting to present themselves. Purple has just been so consistent here, right at the front. Falcons right there in the white and purple. So you got purple in first, white and purple in second. Purple definitely seems to be the leitmotif in this race. And then you've got what looks to be at least 5 teams all battling there for third. Union Catholic starting to move up on the outside. The one in the pink spikes is the Union Catholic runner, which is Sophia Thompson. We're keeping our eye on them. Again, a lot of these athletes doubling back in other events, some individual, some relay. So these outfits, and of just the length of the season itself. And now we see some big movement here. And a stunning move. That was a big move. A little bit hard to tell with the light. Looking for the pass at about 10 minutes. And this is just a sensational leg. Hard to read the hip number as it's flying around there. But just a terrific leg. I think it's Mia Wickard of Cal Harbor that is running this brilliant leg with purple in second. And what an absolutely stunning leg by Mia Wickard of Cal Harbor. We'll go to the third runners now. Try to get a split on the Wickard. So Wickard ran 5:00.94. Lydia Bowman 5:09.47 for purple. And Union Catholic, Sophia Thompson got them right back in the game at 5:06.12. And yet the fastest split run by Legacy's Layla Bouzri, 4:59.59. So they were hoofing it. We're a little bit off meet record pace. Let's see what happens on these next 2 legs. For Cal Harbor, if you think you're seeing double, well, it's true. It's Finley Wickard, Mia Wickard's sister, running for them. Purple has Natalie Mello. Union Catholic running Kaylee Kaiser. Got some definite separation here with Cal Harbor and Purple Track Club. By the way, Cal Harbor's first leg, Jane Tucker ran a 5:12, and then Mia Wickard coming in with that 5. Just to give you a perspective, the 5:12 put Cal Harbor in 10th place, so Mia Wickard went from 10th to 1st. And that's Union Catholic there, stalking in 3rd. Kaylee Kaiser running for Union Catholic. And again, they have Paige Shepard on the anchor leg. And Paige Shepard's one of the finest middle distance runners in the country. And if my
continues to lead. Purple Track Club out of Michigan, still occupying second. And then it's Union Catholic from Scotts Plains, New Jersey, currently in the bronze medal position.
Paige Shepard ran 2:07.97 in this meet last year in the 800. She ran very well in cross country, but I don't see any track results for her so far in the 2024 outdoor season. Meanwhile, Cal Harbor, the Wickard sisters are just absolutely going nuts here. Finley Wickard running a terrific third leg.
It's Finley Wickard of Cal Harbor.
Just a brilliant performance by Cal Harbor. Cal Harbor in New York. And they are just doing a number on this entire field. Somewhat unexpected. But again, expectancy at this time of year in the postseason with a lot of competitions under the belts of these athletes. There's a good move being made in fourth there. Meanwhile, Purple's lurking. Remember, Rachel Forsyth is on the anchor for Purple. And when you're talking about Rachel Forsyth, you're talking about one of the finest middle distance runners in the country. She comes off a 2:03.87 for 800 just 5 days ago. Okay, 2:03.87. And that's smoking fast. She's run 4:38.28 for 1600 this year. And that's who Purple, who's currently in second, has anchor legs. So no lead is safe when you have the talent of a Rachel Forsyth on the anchor. And then the question is, of course, what kind of shape will Paige Shepard bring to the party here? Have not seen a result for her outdoors for 2024 or even indoors. But we know she's a superior talent. And now here comes Purple with a nice kick. Natalie Mello and Rachel Forsyth is going to end up getting probably the lead. And when you've got Rachel Forsyth with this kind of lead, it's going to be tough for anybody to catch her. 5:08.31 for Natalie Mello. Robinson Track Club with Karina Bird running a 5:04.61 in second. Now Paige Shepard takes the baton for Union Catholic. Keep in mind, Paige Shepard does not have any marks for the 2024 track season. She's primarily an 800 runner, but our leader, Rachel Forsyth, coming off a 2:03.800. So you have two of the best 800 runners in the country going at it in the mile. Remember, Rachel Forsyth won like 13 cross-country races this year, only lost once. And broke course records just about everywhere she went. The question is, does Paige Shepard, in what appears to be her first outdoor race this year, want to take a whack at this lead that Forsyth has? And this is going to be certainly an interesting situation. Rachel Forsyth looking so smooth and relaxed on her way to Michigan State University after just a stellar high school career. Shepard running very nicely there in second. Paige is just a ninth grader, so think about this. Paige is a ninth grader. She ran 2:07 last year as an eighth grader, okay? You talk about a major talent. You know, you never want to say on the Thing Mo level, but my God, when you run 2:07, that's, hey, listen, 2:07 for an eighth grader boy is a heck of a time. So Rachel Forsyth comfortably in the lead. Paige Shepard in second. Look at the turnover on Rachel Forsyth. Just brilliant, brilliant running mechanics. So well coached. Just a joy to watch. Shepard holding her own. Now she's got a little bit of company there. Obviously, Shepard not wanting to speculate, but maybe a little short on fitness. And Rachel Forsyth just looks like she's going out for a Sunday jog. She's got a 100-meter lead, and Paige Shepard may lose second here fairly soon. Boy, that is just a very, very solid tempo that Rachel Forsyth is throwing out there today. So smooth, so relaxed. Purple's first three legs, 5:04, 5:09, 5:08. So the announcer said the meet record was 20:04, but actually the meet record is 20:05.91 according to my data here. Paige Shepard still hanging in there for Union Catholic in second.
Rachel Forsyth and the Purple Track Club have about 300 meters separating themselves.
Yeah, 20:05.91, the meet record. Just a superb talent. The fact that she's a 2:03 800-meter runner and can scale to winning major cross-country races at 3 miles or 5,000 meters just shows you the level of the talent this young lady possesses.
Here she comes, folks. Let's bring her home.
So we're coming into the home straight now. As mentioned, 20:05.91 is the meet record. She's got a good shot at that. Very good shot at it. And she's going to get it. Rachel Forsyth leading purple, 4:41.93. Running solo, 4:41.93 on the anchor. Running by herself, Paige Shepard, great finish for her, 4:53.31. That's the race's second fastest split. And 20:03.82 for the Purple Track Club. Great battle coming up here for third. Anybody's race. And on the outside, wow, what a finish. Falcons Track Club, the small F Falcons Track Club, 20:42.76. Raleigh Catholic with Hannah Ray Schaefer running the anchor leg in 4:58.74, finishes fourth. And Robinson Track Club finishes fifth. So some scintillating performance by Rachel Forsyth. 4:41 by herself. And Paige Shepard, 4:53 on her anchor leg. The second fastest split of the day for the ninth grader. Yes, ninth grader, whom I think that's the first race that she has run this track season. Wow.
57.81. Those are your All-American teams. But your winner, Purple Track Club, 20:03.82. All right, we're going to get ready to throw it down to Michael Twist, who's down there on infield with our new champions in the girls 4x1 mile relay, the Purple Track Club.
I'm here with the Purple Track Club, where they just set the meet record and the 6th fastest time in history. Sylvia, tell me, the gun goes off. What's going through your mind?
I just wanted to get into like a good position to start. I didn't really know how the leg was gonna go, but I just wanted to get my team like in the best position possible.
Absolutely. Now you're in first, you get the baton. What kind of pressure does that put on you?
I didn't really think about it. I was just really excited.
Now you're in second when you get the baton. And now you know that you have a very talented field racing with you. How do you get back to first?
Just try to stick like as close as I can to the person in front of me, and then just try to kick the last lap.
Now coming into the final leg, you have a 4-second lead. What's the strategy when you have a 4-second lead over such a talented field? How do you decide whether or not to go for it or kind of sit and save it for the kick?
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting. I was pleasantly surprised that my team got us in first. So keeping my spot was definitely the goal. And then on the last lap, I heard what I had to run to like get the record for our team. So then I tried to do that.
Congratulations, a new meet record and the 6th fastest time in history. Congratulations, Purple Track Club.
All right, folks, we've got a little more distance action coming your way. We've got the first of 2 heats of the Boys Championship 5,000 meters. Next on tap. All right, here we go. The first of 2 heats of the Boys Championship 5,000 meters. So our leaders running through 800 meters in a very swift 2:20. 14:35 pace. Jonas Tina and Van Furman leading the way right now. Trent Tebow and Ty McCullough. And Hudson Haley also in that lead pack of 5. So coming up to 1,200 meters, still Jonas Tina and Van Furman leading the way. Ty McCullough and Hudson Haley, the training buddies, running side by side in 3 and 4. And then Trent Tebow occupying 5th place right now.
Ten laps to go in the championship boys 5,000 meter heat number 1 of 2. And we've got a spirited battle here at the front. And the early leader is Kai McCullough. Now, Kai McCullough has run 14:49.84 this year, which is 15th on the U.S. list. And he's got an early lead over Jonas Teeter, Van Furman, Hudson Haley, and Trent Thiebel. Bringing back in my partner, Carrie Tollefson. What have you seen so far that you like, Carrie?
Oh, I love that we're seeing a little bit of reprieve from the sun, and it looks like the athletes get a little bit of a cooler 5K versus some of those 4 by mile. But yeah, I mean, just nice that there's some company up front. You know, this is a long race, and it's always nice to have people around there. One of the things that I love about these national meets is some of these athletes are used to running in states where they don't find a lot of competition, or they're doing a lot of races on their own, and especially in the 5K, which we don't run a ton on the track, it's nice to have bodies around you, at least for part of it.
Yeah, and through 1,000 meters, a little pedestrian, 109.09. So they're running very conservatively. I'm sorry, through 1,000 meters, 255.67. Running a little bit conservatively. That last lap was 109.09. And the 2 young men from Austin, Texas are 1-2 right now. Kai McCullough and Hudson Haley. And tucked in right behind them is Jonas Teeter. They've slowed down from 69-second laps to 70 and 71-second laps. And McCullough, a 14:49.84 5K man, a 9:21.58 3,000 meter runner. These two know each other well. Van Furman also up there from Tri-Valley. And we have 8 laps to go on this Recordtan surface. I don't get to say Recordtan too much.
I've heard it a couple times tonight.
Yes, a surface used, I think, first at the 1972 Olympics in Munich, if I'm not mistaken, or at least one of the first times. So Teeter, Jonas Teeter from New Hampshire, there in 3rd, behind the 2 Texas kids. That last lap really slowed Carey down to 73-second laps, so they've gone from 69s to 73s.
Well, these are those middle laps, right, of the 5,000 where it does get a little bit taxing mentally. You know, physically you're starting to feel it as well, but mentally you have to almost break up a 5K and think of that second half as almost a different race. You know, I used to try to turn my mind off for at least 5, 6, 7 laps if I could, and then really attack. A little bit over a mile to go.
So running about 14:40 pace, which is not awful, of course, but not what we're going to see in the second section.
But
which
1440 for a lot of these guys would be new PRs, and that is what you want when you're coming
absolutely
to these kind of races. So they're definitely, we don't have a 1440 guy on paper. We have a 1447, Joseph Ryan. He has the fastest on the heat sheets, and that's 447.92.
And my always caveat is that those heat sheets, the times that are listed are not necessarily always correct. Some of them are projected times. I saw some people with 1420 times in the 5,000 that have not come close to that. But at any rate, the two Texans at the front here, running very solidly. That last lap in 73.9. So there's really Haley, McCullough, Teeter, and Furman, and behind Furman, Thibault. And that last lap, again, 73.90. We're being given splits, of course, from the common start-finish line, so having to do a little bit of math to equate everything, which I can't stand.
But, locking into this kind of pace, will slow for them. And that's the thing about a 5,000 is if you lock into a pace, it's just a tiny bit off of what you want to be at. You see time really come on. And so they've gone through the last 3 laps at 70.
Yeah, and they're about now, and of course we're not taking into account a kick, but right now they're on just under 15-minute pace.
Yep.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's about the win anyway. It's about who's going to win this race. And so, and it's hot. I mean, even though we are in the shade, it's still 79 degrees there. There's a little bit of humidity. 60% humidity, feels like 81. Running a 5K in the equivalent of 81 degrees is awfully tough.
Yeah, humidity too. I mean, at this point of the season, they're really starting to, it gets thick on the East Coast, and you can definitely feel it. If you're coming in from other states that you're not used to the humidity yet, that is one of the hardest things to get through. It's like, what do they say, the poor man's altitude, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is not a dry heat, to be sure, when you're in this part of the country. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, of course, is what we're talking about. So Hudson Haley has a slight lead over his teammate Kai McCullough. Jonas Teeter continues to hold down third. He's in a little bit of no man's land, which you never really want to be in. The first two are a little bit too far in front, and the pursuers are a little bit further back, so there's really no one for Teeter to kind of run with, so to speak. Those 3 pursuers are Trent Thibault, Van Furman, and Joseph Ryan, who made a big move to get in with that group. Ryan ran a 73.6 after running a 72.6. So Ryan running kind of a more even pace. But I will say this, that both Haley and McCullough look very good. And we have less than 4 minutes left in this race.
Well, it always feels good when you are running with a teammate. You know what they breathe like. You hear their breath almost, or their rhythm. You are used to them in practice and in other races. And there's nothing more comforting than having a teammate, a brother, whoever it is, with you out there on the track.
And Haley opening it up just slightly here.
A little bit of a dip in the chin with McCullough there back there. You can see him, he's trying really hard to hang on, and he's getting a little bit of distance though between him and Haley, who's leading right now. But you can see that, when you start to look down on the track, things start to tighten up, your shoulders tighten up, and you do start to lose focus on what you're trying to do, and that is to stay with the top guy or to go for that win. And we really can see Hudson Haley is starting to put on some distance.
Yeah, and Haley ran a 9:08.77 at the Running Lane Track Championships on May 25th, so he's an in-form runner. and seems to not be bothered. And if you're from Austin, there's a fair amount of humidity there, so this is really nothing new for them. And he really is starting to open a gap. We've got less than 3 laps to go here. And he's opening up a gap, Kerry, without really increasing the tempo. He's run his last 5 out of 6 laps have all been in the 73-second range, with 1 lap in the 74-second range. And the question is McCullough? The question is McCullough going to slow down so much that maybe that pack behind him catches him? And that's the question, I think, at this point.
Yeah, less than 600 to go. I mean, this is where a lot of times in the 5,000 meters, those athletes that are better at longer distances start to, show their kick a little bit. And that's what we can see with Hudson Haley right now. He really is starting to quicken his stride. He looks like he's almost trying to go a little bit, run the kick out of these guys. He is a great 2-miler. But I think this is where he shines over 5,000 meters.
Yeah, 1 lap to go now. Haley and McCullough and that very strong group of 3 runners that are coming up. McCullough really slowed down. 75 seconds on that lap. It's Joseph Ryan from Lexington Elite who's moving up. Hudson Haley threw in a 71 there, which is a really impressive performance in your penultimate lap. Hudson Haley, as far as I can tell, has never run a 5,000. This is his debut. As mentioned, he's a 9:16, 24, 3,200 man, 421 miler, 159, 800 guy, and he's cruising along in his first effort. And actually, 9:08 is his 3,200 best, but looking so smooth. Question is, can he break 15?
6:20 running. It's going to be very close to 15 minutes. 4, 55, 56, 57.
Looks like he's going to get it. Nice job. And McCullough hangs on for second, so it's an Austin, Texas 1-2, 14:57.64. Hudson Haley runs a 65.9 last lap. McCullough turned it up after a 74.9 and a 75.4. McCullough runs a 69.47 and finishes second, 10 seconds back of his Austin Vandergrift teammate. Van Furman in third, Joseph Ryan in fourth, Trent Thiebel in fifth.
Wow, I mean, they really did. Everybody picked it up that last lap, but you got to give it up to Hudson Haley. He really, like you said, didn't really do much. He just kind of kept his pace. He didn't press too hard. He ran 73, 72, 73, back and forth, and then dropped it down from a 71 to a 65. So he's got to be pleased with that. He looked like he was pleased with it, and it has been a long season, as we've been talking about tonight. Some of them coming off of state or even just that championship season in the regular season, and now they're seeing new distances and seeing how they can keep it together.
Yeah, and Hudson Haley, for debut 5,000, he really did a nice job in pacing that effort and throwing in a 65-second last lap. Okay, so here's the top section coming up, and this is Doug Cornfield Jr. from the Corning Track Club, a senior. Alex Jordan from Virginia will be next up. Also a senior. Eli Ilg will be the third of the 16 runners here from Jackson Track and Field. Christopher Tardugno from New York, or Tardugno, I should say. And then Joey Carroll from Hebron. Sixth runner, Nolan Sutter from Kerry Tollefson's home state of Minnesota. Andrew Wilcox from Ohio, a senior. Jackson Hogshead from Longhorn Track Club. One of our top athletes here, Matthew Giardina, the junior from Massachusetts. Noah Bontrager from Indiana, sophomore. Jackson Shodell from Pennsylvania, the junior. Grady Lynn, a sophomore from Wisconsin. A number of underclassmen in this race. Colin Whitaker from Pennsylvania, the senior. Fine cross-country runner coming up next, if he's there. Yeah, so Gogarty's scratch, so Adam Kingston, Pennsylvania, the junior. And then this is Adam Balowitz, an 8:56.95 2-miler. He was first in the Massachusetts Meet of Champion 2 miles. And so Adam Balowitz would be the nominal favorite here. Those intros, you gotta do a little extra work carry and run all the way across to the other side. And they're all waiting on Balowitz. Balowitz is sprinting across the field.
Get one last wind sprint in.
Boy, you're at a deficit if you're the guy that's introduced last. Don't be that guy. So, as you mentioned, Carrie, we don't get a lot of 5,000s run in the U.S., but Danny Simmons in Portland last weekend blasted a high school record by almost 9 seconds, running 13:25.86. We'll see him in a couple races this weekend. To give you an idea of how good that is, Tavon Kitchen has the second fastest time in the country this year at 14:24.05. So basically a minute back of Danny Simmons.
Well, and as you said it, we don't run a lot of 5,000 meters. We run a little bit indoors, and then we'll have a couple of these outdoor meets. So yes, he ran super fast, but I think we're going to see some fast times tonight.
Riley Huff is the meet record holder from Fenton, Michigan, 14:21.81. 2022 was when he set that mark. And our favorite, Balowitz, currently in fourth with the headband. Jackson Shodell of Pennsylvania is the early leader.
Well, Jackson is coming off of winning that 3,200 at the Pennsylvania State Outdoor Champs. He's also the defending state cross-country champ, so you know that he's got some good strength, he's got that endurance, but also has some speed from being on the track. So that mixture is always such a great thing to have. He talked a lot about in cross-country, learning how to control himself, like having enough confidence to be able to go with the leaders or to actually push the pace like he is here. So trying to run different ways in his cross-country season seems to be helping, and you know, I'm sure he's a little bit surprised to not have the entire group or a couple guys with him.
So 69 seconds for the first 400 after running 32 for the first 200. So he has slowed it down. A little bit of excitement, I guess, probably did that. Through 600 meters in 1:42. So right now that would give them a 5,000 meter pace of about 14:10, which of course would be well within the meet record and would be the second fastest time in the country this year. But we know that the pace will probably significantly slow down a bit. There's Balowitz in second. He would be the favorite in my book to win this race.
Well, Balowitz is running very well, but so is Adam Kinston. He is a guy that we have to talk about. I mean, he's from Pennsylvania as well, and he gets to run against some pretty well-known guys in the state of Pennsylvania. You know, Drew Griffith we saw race last night, but we also saw him race last weekend and weekends before that, where he's just run so well, and Pajak right there with him. So there's a lot of guys in Pennsylvania that are just crushing it, and Adam Kinsley might be that, or Kinston, excuse me, might be the new name.
Also, let's not sleep on Matthew Giardina. Giardina, the New Hampshire state champion at 3,200 meters. He's run 9:04.12 this year. He's another guy that could factor into this race. Balowitz looks comfortable taking on the pace-setting duties.
running 2 and 3.
Colin Whitaker, I got to meet a little bit during the cross country season. He was 37th in December in San Diego, and he said one of his toughest workouts that he really likes is he'll do a mile and then he finishes up with 6 by 800. So he likes to run a hard mile and then to come back and still get another, which a lot of us have done just 6 by a mile for a workout. And he likes to do that. He says that's one of his hard ones. A couple other fun tidbits. He likes baked ziti. He wants to meet Eliud Kipchoge. He also just loves to spend time outside and obviously loves to run.
We're running about 14:30 pace as the pace has dropped down. First couple laps in 70 seconds. This most recent lap in 71. Shodell, your Pennsylvania crew, running 2, 3, and 4. Whitaker, Shodell, and Kingston. Giardina, gentleman we mentioned, currently in 5th. Joey Carroll of Hebron in 6th. Grady Len, the 10th grader from Wisconsin, in 7th. But it's a very comfortable pace. And you can tell because there's a number of people that are up near the front. You can always tell if the pace is fast if everybody's running single file or if there is separation. But in this particular case, just about everybody that started this race is in that lead pack.
Well, and a lot of these athletes, like we've said, don't get to run the 5,000 very often. So it always is fun to see what kind of times and who gets a PR next to their name because they don't see it all the time. But we're looking at Adam Kinston. We've been talking a little bit about him. He's the guy in those pink arm sleeves. And I guess they're becoming now his new lucky thing. Like, it's not cold out tonight. He doesn't need those arm sleeves, but those are his new superstition. Or his new superstition. And so he's loving that. He said he liked the way they look, and now they become his good luck charm.
Well, and Simeon Birnbaum would sport that, sported that look as well in high school. That's Giardina, by the way, with the headband running on the outside. As I kind of mentioned in the last race, I don't know why anybody wants to run lane 2 in any sort of distance race. There's plenty of room to tuck in and not have to run that extra distance. But, you know, we see it time and time again.
I often wonder, though, if a lot of these younger athletes, and even as a pro, I didn't like to be kind of stuck in there. I got antsy. It almost made me a little bit more nervous. But again, a lot of these athletes don't run this race, but they also don't run in these huge packs. So they're nervous about that. They don't want to fall. They don't like hearing people breathe, you know. So I just wonder if it's just learning how to race. And that's what this race does for athletes. You get them out there and they experience different types of racing.
That's very true. I lament the NCAA where we have all of these races that are time trials and not real competition. This is a real competition. There's no rabbits. A national championship means something. And so to have the strategic wherewithal, like you watched how Elliott Cook ran the 1,500 meters at both the Pac-12 championships and the NCAAs. That's a guy that's got a strategic brain, and Joe Wascom as well. It's not about the fast times. It's about running the smart race. And at that level, everybody can run fast times, but can you run a smart race? So we're going to find out who the smart racers are in this one. And Balowicz just kind of comfortable, just kind of gliding along. He's run 3 laps at 70, 2 laps at 71, running that 14:30 tempo. Again, for a guy who's never run a 5K before, it seems to know what he's doing. At last lap, another 71. Shodell in 2nd. Andrew Wilcox from Ohio, who we haven't mentioned, the senior, he's in 3rd. Colin Whitaker in 4th. Grady Len, the 10th grader from Wisconsin, in 5th. Joey Carroll from Hebron in 6th. Giardina with the headband in 7th. And a lot of lane 2 runners.
Yeah, and looking at Adam Balowitz's, you know, some of his stats from the year, he really didn't start racing until May. He had a bit, it almost looks like maybe he had a little something going on indoors. All of his results come from May. There's nothing in April, there's nothing in March. So he's coming into shape in the right time. He just ran 8:56.95 for 2 miles on May 30th, so that's pretty awesome.
Well, in that last race, too, the 9th grader, Paige Shepard, that was her first race as anchor leg and ran a 4:53. The second fastest split behind Rachel Forsythe's 4:41. We know Paige Shepard is a huge talent, and it's nice to see her back on the track. And there does seem to be a little bit of separation. Again, not through an increase in tempo, but now Wilcox goes into the lead. Balowitz doesn't seem the worse for wear. Looks like Alex Jordan from Virginia also moving up, and we've got an injection of tempo. This is the first major break of the race. And Wilcox really going for it. Balowitz looks comfortable in second. Curious to see what this lap ends up being.
Well, it's always interesting to see when an athlete wants to just get out and just kind of get into that rhythm. You know, sometimes if you're holding back, it almost is harder to run. It tires you out a little bit more. And this looks like he feels a little bit more efficient here. His stride looks a little bit better, but did he go a little too soon? I don't know. We still have quite a bit of running to go.
Yeah, I concur. Now, he has a 5,000 from last year, which he ran in 15:38.94. But he struggled at his state meet. He was only 17th, the Ohio State meet. After winning his region in 9:06, he ran 9:28.74 at his state meet. So that could have been a tempo miscalculation as well. But he looks pretty good here. And that last lap that he threw in, 67.5, that's pretty swift, to say the least. That's the fastest lap by 3 seconds, and he did it with 1,600 meters or a mile to go. So to your point, Carrie, was it too much too soon?
Well, the pack is now reacting, and they are starting to close in a little bit on him. They let him go for just a little bit, which is smart. You know, they didn't panic, but now they're starting to close back in, and we'll have to see if Wilcox can regroup. I think that's the hardest thing as an athlete, is to regroup when you have a pack come back on you. And when you can mentally get through and have those kind of breakthroughs, they are so good for you to be able to continue moving up in the sport, to see that you can handle the adversity out on the track while the race is still going.
So 3 laps to go. That lap slowed down to a 72, which meant he ran the fastest lap of the fastest leader lap and the slowest leader lap on back-to-back laps. So he went from 67 to 72. Prior to that, the slowest leader lap had been 1:11.87. And Balowitz looks so comfortable in the all green in the second. He hasn't changed his facial demeanor one bit since he went out. And now Balowitz is going to overtake Wilcox for the lead. And Wilcox may be toast at this point after trying to make that surge. We'll see.
I like it right now, though. Wilcox is trying to fight through. He's right back there where he needs to be. It was good because he could maybe feel that he needed to keep the pace going. When you have the guys coming behind you, you don't want to slow too much and clip anybody up. So that was a good move for him to try to get back on. Now he's starting to lose a little bit of distance, though.
So just talking pace here a little bit, Carrie. They went through 3,000 in 8:51, so they're right about on 14:40 pace. Now, Balowitz ran a 1:10.59 on that last lap, and Colin Whitaker going right with him. And also moving up is Nolan Sutter from the great state of Minnesota.
Well, Colin Whitaker ran well at the Penn Relays. He ran a 4:24, but then he does have that 4:13 from indoors. So, you know, maybe not what he was expecting there. He broke 9 minutes last week in the full 2 miles. So it's not the 3,200. He ran 8:57 over 2 miles. So that's encouraging for him coming into a race like this tonight.
So it's Balowitz, Whitaker, Wilcox still hanging in there, Sutter, and actually now we've got the whole gang. We've got 7, including Giardina with the headband, and kind of everybody in the mix here. We got 1 lap to go, and back into the lead. Well, guess who it is? Andrew Wilcox. Wilcox back in the lead. I would never thought I'd see that after that 67 to 72. Boy, he had a bad patch but recovered. So it is Wilcox, Whitaker, and now moving up. That is that Shodell that's moving up?
I think so.
So it's a Donnybrook. It's an all-out scrum here in the final lap. Giardina going into lane 2. And it looks like Nolan Sutter there in second. And Nolan Sutter going to the arms. And look at Nolan Sutter. Body going every which way. And Nolan Sutter's going to take this thing with a great last lap. Breasts the tape. Nolan Sutter in 14:36.44. Last lap 62 for the senior. Whitaker second in 14:37.92. And Wilcox third, 14:38.29. Giardina finishes fifth. Shodell finishes sixth. Balowitz, our early leader, fell way down the leaderboard. He ran almost a 72nd last lap, finished ninth. And Riley Huff's meet record of 14:21.81 is going to live another day or another year. But a nice 62-second close by Nolan Sutter.
Well, he's got to be pleased with that. He's had a really nice season. He's had a couple new PRs. He's run 157.00, 4:11 for the 1,600 meters. But to say tonight is a really big race for him. For him to be able to crack the tape, also call himself a national champion, running 14:36 and closing. I think the most impressive thing tonight is that he closed in that 62. He fought hard, he ran smart, tactically it was a really good race, and he'll go home and watch this and be proud of himself.
Again, that's championship level racing, Carrie. He kept himself out of trouble. And then when he needed it the most, summoned a 62-second kick at the end.
Yep. Well, he is a state champion. He
now,
knows how to win these championships.
Is he the most artful runner we've ever seen?
He was going for it, Tom. He didn't care what he was looking like. He was grinding it out, and look at that. Crossing the tape like that. But like I said, he's a state champ. He knows how to win in championship-style races, and here he is. Doesn't matter what it looked like, he's got the title.
Okay, well, we're going to the girls' 5,000-meter championship. And this should be extremely competitive, extremely exciting. We got a couple of the really big names that coming that we'll introduce as we move through the field. Lillian DeCola, our first runner from Pennsylvania Junior. Brenna Jorday from IMG Academy, just a sophomore. Anna Furman from Tri-Valley. She is just a freshman. Kira Rogan from New York. She looks all business. She's a senior. Lucia Rodbro. I don't know what she's doing there with that T, but, oh, Taiwanda. Kylene Brady from New York, a sophomore. Rory Sullivan from Saints Track Club. Kini Beha. Or I guess she's not here. Gabrielle Thierry from J.P. McCaskey, a senior. Hannah Kirsten, a senior. Abigail Anstedt, a freshman. Kiera Lohman from Virginia, also a sophomore. Big field. 25 in the field. Chelsea Hartman from Shadyside Academy. A Texan, Catherine Kuntz, a senior. Lauren Stein of Maryland, the next one to be introduced. She's a junior. Love the smiles for all these young ladies. Lily Strebel from New York, also a junior, not a general, junior. Logan Kuhn from Elm Avenue, sophomore. That's a cross-country team we are well familiar with. Molly Weithman from O'Connell Track Club, senior. Morgan Boonshaft, a senior from Murdoch Racing. Somebody that should have an effect on this field, Zoe Carter, junior from Illinois. Sarah Lawson, a senior from Corning Track Club. Caroline Trebet, a junior from Cardinal Track Club. Sadie Adams from Formula, junior. And the next three are big-time athletes. Addison Knoblaw, a senior from Fort Wayne, Indiana. She's a 10-12-69 3,200-meter runner. Second in a cross-country regional in 2021. Abby Faith Cheeseman, she's the meet record holder for 2 miles at this event, in this at the New Balance Nationals of 10:02:08 from the Webb School. Maggie Gardner, another stud, a senior from Charlottesville, Virginia. She's run 16:17:32 for 5K, and she was 6th at the USATF Under 20 Championships a year ago. So really expecting to see Knoblaw, Cheeseman, Gardner at the front of this race, Carrie Tollefson.
Yeah, and we have a couple teammates. Maddie Gardner will have her teammate in there, Sadie Adams, which is always fun. But yeah, I think we have a real good race in store here. There's a lot of athletes that we've seen before at some of the New Balance indoors and outdoor nationals, and you know they always love coming back.
And again, a lot of these athletes are positions. There's a 2 mile here, there's a 5,000 here, there's a 4 by mile, there's a 4 by 8. There's a lot of races, so the talent is spread around. The national talent is spread around, but it's going to be a delightful situation for us, I believe, on Saturday when we get Allie Zeeland versus Sadie Engelhart in the mile. And you've got the 2 mile, recently crowned 2 mile national record holder going up against a woman that has simply dominated the mile for the last 3 years. And that's going to be a very special race. So we are on our way. Big field, as I mentioned, 25 runners. We had a little disruption there at the start. Yeah, yep. And that's what can happen when you have 25 runners.
It's really hard too when you go down like that, and you have to try to regroup, get yourself back. And if she can get in the race again, it would be really nice. She looks like she's holding her arm.
Yeah, that's Abigail Anstedt. She's a 9th grader. Yeah, from Cub Athletics.
Give her a second, give everyone else a second to kind of relax, get their breath back. It's always a big adrenaline rush when something like this happens.
I love the fact that there are opportunities, shall we say, for runners to compete at a national championship meet. But sometimes it can be, the enter standards probably could be a little bit tighter. And so you don't have some of these calamities that you have in races like this. Because 23, and it was originally supposed to be 25, can be a lot of runners. And again, to your point, it's a 5,000. Everybody should chill at the start. But easier said than done. And so we'll regroup.
So much.
And
I mean, I can remember going all the way over to Japan for the World Cross Country Championships, and in the first 300 meters I fell. And if it weren't for my coach who had traveled over there that yelled at me, I mean, I got stepped on by my best friend who was competing for Canada. I got spiked in the back. But if I didn't have that wake-up call from my coach, I wouldn't have probably gotten up as fast. But, you know, it looks like she's going to maybe see medical and not run this race, and we wish her the best. But this is, again, part of the experience, Tom. This happens in life and in these races.
You know, that is so well put, Carrie. I mean, look, it's a rough and tumble world out there when you get into the European circuit in running. And even, you know, look at some of these tactical NCAA races. You have got to learn how to run in a pack like this, and you have to learn how to strategically place yourself. And that's my biggest argument against having so many of these young athletes running for time, because the most important thing is championships, and the most important thing to win a championship is know how to run in a pack, know how to win in a tactical race, not chase times. The average John Q. public doesn't understand a time, but an average John Q. public does understand when you say, I was first, or I was second, or I was third.
Yep. It is true.
So we're back on it under evening sky here at one of the most historic venues in all of America, Franklin Field, and great job done by the New Balance people. Cooper Knowlton among those that put on a very, very fine meet. No matter what they do, this group, this Trials of Miles group, they're on time, and I love that. There are no delays. They are on it. And that's the mark of a very, very good meet management system.
Well, the girl that was now just in about third position there on the inside rail in the purple top, that was Sarah Lawson. She's a Syracuse commit, but she ran New Balance indoors in 2024. She ran the 5,000 and placed third there. And then she was 6th in 2023, so she loves running the New Balance indoor and outdoor national. She was actually here last year, and she was 7th in this race in the 5,000 and 11th in 2023. So just lots of racing at New Balance for her, for Sarah Lawson.
It's a very honest pace, that first 236.5. And Maddie Gardner, no surprise. Abby Faith Cheeseman, no surprise. Addison Knoblaw, no surprise. They're all in that lead pack. And just to kind of give you, so Abby Faith Cheeseman ran the 2-mile here last year and won it and set a meet record in 10:02:08. She was first. She's won 8 Tennessee State championships in high school. 8. She was first in the New Balance indoors this year in the 5,000. She's 10th on the high school list this year for 3,000 at 10:31:36. She was first in the New Balance Nationals 2 miles, we know, last year. That's where she set the meet record. But her Tennessee titles have come in the 800, the 1,600, and the 3,200. She did that 2 years in a row. And then in 2021, she was the 3,200 champ, and in 2022, the 1,600 champ. She's got wheels. She's a 4:42:24 1,600-meter champion. The scary thing is she's won 8 state titles, and she's still only a junior.
And on top of all that running, she told me that she likes to cook. She loves playing the violin. She sings, she writes, and she reads. Like, she does it all.
She sure does. So that's Abby Faith Cheeseman in the yellow who we're talking about. Meanwhile, Addison Knoblaw, the taller young lady there in the red, Addison, senior from Fort Wayne, Indiana. She's a terrific cross-country runner, 5th at the Foot Locker Championships last fall. She is a 16:58:04 5,000 runner, 10:12:69 for 3,200 meters, which she did last year, the young lady in third. And our leader, Maddie Gardner, well, she's run 16:17:32 for 5K. She's the fastest pure 5K runner here in the field. She was 6th in the USATF under 25,000 last year. And also a good cross-country runner. She was 5th, Carrie, last fall in the USATF under 20 cross-country championships, which would earn her a spot to the World Under 20 cross-country championships.
Yeah, she's very good. She also ran Foot Locker, as you just mentioned. So 1st and 3rd, well, all 3 of these ladies have been at Foot Locker. So kind of fun that they have been able to meet each other at different national meets and now coming back together again here on the track, meeting at New Balance.
So they've settled into a groove here. about 77 seconds for 400. The meet record is 16:37.73. There's an outstanding chance that they're going to blast that, even though it's 78 degrees out. And that was set by Hannah Ray Schaefer, who we saw in the previous race in the 4x-mile. Ran a very nice leg for the team from North Carolina. So Hannah Ray Schaefer opting to go for that 4x-mile route. But these three, as we expected, have just simply pulled away. And of these three, Carrie, how do you break it down? Which one do you think has the moxie to pull this race off?
Well, I think that they all have such similar statistics, you know, next to their names. I mean, they're great cross-country runners. They're all really good indoors and outdoors. I think right now it's to see who has enough stamina. You know, it's been a long year. They've all been racing a lot. They travel a lot. So that's what I think is a factor tonight.
Okay, well, we'll have to certainly see how this plays out. They're slowed that last lap down to about a 78.9. That first 1,000, by the way, 3:13.26. So again, we are hot on a 15:40 pace. And this is only the third year of this Nationals, but that would lower the meet record by about a minute. So we know they're cooking pretty fast. And now the diminutive Abby Faith Cheeseman takes up the running.
Well, as you kind of gave some of Abby's stats, you know, she has some pretty good wheels over 800 meters, but it seems like she just gets better as it goes up. You know, they're not running 10,000 meters at this age, which I'm happy about, but I just oftentimes wonder who's going to be our next 5,000 meter, 10,000 meter, maybe even marathoner. I mean, we look at so many of the greats. You know, Molly Seidel, for instance, we watched her race when she was younger, and then now look at, she just moved on up. She's got a medal from the marathon. So it's just kind of cool to see these athletes, get to know them at this young age, and then follow them through their NCAA career. And then if they decide to go on and be pros, it's fun to say, I remember when, you know?
Oh, most definitely. And there's definitely a break here. Gardner is falling off, and Faith Cheeseman and Knoblaw have picked up the tempo. It's interesting you mentioned the 10,000. I'm surprised no enterprising meet promoter has put together a high school 10,000 for the boys, because Rudy Chapman and Eric Holst are still number 1 and 2 on the all-time high school 10,000 list, and that's from 1976. So those top two times from 1976 in the Super Shoe era, I'm surprised that 48 years later we haven't seen some enterprising meet director say, you know what, I want my meet to be in the high school record books, and I'm going to put a 10,000 together. Abby Faith Cheeseman's starting to get a little separation here from Addison Knoblaw as well.
She definitely is. She's starting to push a little bit, although she did slow on that lap. She went from a 78 to a 79. But right there is where they want to be in order to break that record. You know, if they lock in at 80-second pace per 400, that's right around 16:40. So they need to be a little bit under 80 seconds each lap.
Yeah, so it's been 79, 78, 77, 78, 79, 79. And behind Abby Faith Cheeseman is Knoblaw, Maddie Gardner, Morgan Boonshaft, Zoe Carter, Carolyn Trebet, Molly Weithman, Chelsea Hartman, and Sadie Adams. And 5.5 laps to go, and just very nice turnover being exhibited by Abby Faith Cheeseman here from Tennessee.
She's got about a 2 or 3 second advantage. Knoblaw in second place.
Well, Abby Faith Cheeseman has just been so consistent over the years. You know, she went to Nationals in San Diego last fall or early winter, and that was her 3rd time there. You know, she can be one of those very few to have a 4-time out to San Diego at Foot Locker. And so it's kind of fun to see that she's been so consistent. You know, her brother raced. She's in this family that loves to run, but they also just love to have fun as well. So she's got a real healthy attitude when it comes to racing and running and just being there with her friends and having fun while she's doing it all.
And she is the meet record holder for 2 miles here at the New Balance Nationals. I think she has firmly got set in her mind that she wants to put her name in the record books for the 5,000, and she is just completely well on her way to doing so. 3,000 meters in 9:49, and that puts her pace now at
3K, she was at 9:49.
Yeah, just under 16:27 about, under 16:30.
Thank you for filling in that gap.
She is on meet record pace, and right now she is all alone. This is really hard. These are those hard laps anyway, but to know that you've got to keep on it, keep the pressure on, keep the gas pedal down. And she loves feeling, I'm sure, the fact that she knows she's gaining some distance, though. She takes a look back. If she does, she can see that they're losing ground.
Yeah, it is. It might be a little tight, though, having to run by herself. The meet record, again, 16:37. And she is, I have her down for about 16:20 pace. But the laps are getting slower. Maddie Gardner, 5.5 seconds back. She's past Knoblaw. And then in the purple, back and forth, that's Morgan Boonshaft.
1,400 meters left.
Morgan Boonshaft
So
was sixth indoors at the Morgan Boonshaft was 6th indoors at New Balance indoors this last year, so just in 2024. She's going to Brown next year.
That's a fine Ivy League school.
Maintaining her lead about 25 meters over Maddie Gardner.
So we're going to be coming up here now, 3 laps to go. So with 1,200 to go, 12:34 and change. So I'm going to try to do some math, which I'm not very good at. Let's see if she can run 4. So if she averages 80 seconds, Carrie, she would be 16:34, which would be 3 seconds under the meet record. Her last couple laps have been 81 and 83, but that is not taking into consideration that she'll probably put a kick together. And so I'm guessing she should be able to do this. Is that your feeling as well?
I think she looks good. I mean, I think she's going to really have to hone in now and try not to sit. Try not to just get complacent and forget what the task is at hand if she is thinking about the record. I'm sure she's trying to hear, but they've got music pumping and they've got people cheering for her. So right now is where she really has to focus in, and she's got to get it going because she's so close.
I could tell that she upped her tempo a little bit on that last backstretch. She was really going to her arms a little bit more. She's got 2 laps to go now. And let's see what she did in that last stanza. Meanwhile, a very good battle for second. So that was an 82, so a slight improvement. So now 13:56. She's going to have to go 2:47, I think. Yeah, so she's going to have to go 1:23.5 per lap, which she should be able to do. Knoblaw in second, Boonshaft in third, and taking aim on second. Gardner in 4th. And Abby Faith Cheeseman, just an 11th grader with 8 state titles on her resume. and a New Balance outdoor championship and record at 2 miles, will soon be coming up to take the final lap. And Morgan Boonshaft has moved into second ahead of Addison Knoblaw. Maddie Gardner in fourth. Abby Faith Cheeseman lapping a slower runner here. She's putting her head down. She's going to be coming up to 1 lap to go. Let's see what she's got with a lap to go so we can calculate what she needs to take down Hannah Ray Schaefer's meet record. And she's coming up to the bell right now at 15, about 15:19. So she's got to run a 78-second lap. She just ran a 83-second lap. So this might be taxing, Carrie.
I think it's the last lap was hard for her. She tried to get it going again. You could see she was working hard, but actually those girls in second and third are starting to close in on her.
Yes, and amazingly enough, Knoblaw has found another gear. After Boonshaft passed her, Knoblaw coming up now. And Addison Knoblaw from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the senior, I think she sees roadkill potentially ahead of her here.
She definitely is. She ran an 80-second last lap, and now she's closing in hard. She only has 200 meters to go.
200 to go. I wonder if Abby Faith Cheeseman knows what's coming up behind her. And also
Boonshaft is coming too.
Yes, yeah. So I think Abby's going to the arms now. This one is a lot more of a nail biter than one would have thought a lap or so ago. And I'm not sure that she can respond to Abby Faith Cheeseman. Here goes Knoblaw, and Knoblaw takes an unbelievable victory here after being so far behind. And she's going to break the tape in 16:42.90, a 77.8 last lap. And that was a weird race. Abby Faith Cheeseman was 6 seconds ahead of Addison Knoblaw with a lap to go. 6 seconds ahead, and she's an experienced runner and ends up losing not only second, but moves down to third place as Morgan Boonshaft closes in 69.7 to run 16:45.34.
Well, you got to give it up. Abby Faith Cheeseman went for it hard. She took it out there. She was all alone. But when Boonshaft kind of caught up to Knoblaw, that really woke her up too. And so those two worked super hard to close in on Cheeseman. And Cheeseman just kind of wore herself out, I think, in those, 6, 7, 8, 9, when she really started to move after those laps. That's where she started to drop those splits down, and then we started to see it slow just a little bit. But she's had a wonderful junior year again. We're going to get to see her hopefully next year, but give it up to Knoblaw. She had a great race.
I'll say. And Knoblaw, a lifetime best, by the way, by 16 seconds. But Abby Faith Cheeseman, Faith Cheeseman, 16:19.82, 5,000 runners. She's experienced. She should not necessarily have been surprised by what happened there at the end.
It's a warm night, it's starting to cool down, but it's still upper 70s. And, sometimes when your heart rate goes up like that, it's really...
And you can see here...
Turn here. She's really kicking in strong, isn't she?
She goes out to lane 3 to win this race. Lane 3 at the end of a 5,000.
Lots of smiles there. She should be really excited about that. She has run at different races. She's going to Notre Dame next year, but she is now a national champion, and she has to be excited about that.
Well, I will say this, Carrie, that the most impressive performance I saw in our time together was the 4:41 anchor leg by Rachel Forsyth, running just all alone for the Purple Track Club from Ann Arbor, Michigan. That was just such an impressive performance. Can't wait to work with you tomorrow and get it started on two of the 4-day New Balance National Track and Field Championships. So, Carrie, what's your final thoughts on today's activity?
Well, I mean, all the races were great. It was so fun to see all the athletes, you know, some of the youngsters in the sprints. But I have to say that final race was pretty exciting to see Abby Faith Cheeseman take it out, go for it hard in the middle laps, but then have such a fun finish there with Nabla coming in the final 400 meters and out kicking. I mean, that's what you want to see. And every single one of them looked like they had a fun day today. And congratulations to all the athletes.
Well, for Carrie Tollefson, this is Tom Fewer. A big thanks to our Runner Space crew, both in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at Franklin Field, and in the studios in Eugene, Oregon. So long for now, and have yourselves a wonderful evening. Let's see our grandbaby. I gotta close everything out.